Chapter 1595. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and said, "Lao Lao, you are right. Focusing on cultivation is indeed the best for Su Ri. However, his talent in alchemy is not weak either. Wouldn't it be great if he could become a godly alchemist?" So what if he's an alchemist? With his 1 in a million physique, he doesn't need the help of pellets to break through. As long as he reaches the peak like me, any alchemist would give him some face. Lao Dongsheng said proudly. Ling Xiao was a little speechless. Why did he feel like this old man was the #1 in the world? Since Lao Lao insists, I won't say anything more. Su Ri will make the decision. Ling Xiao really couldn't communicate with him, so he could only say this. After all, he respected his son's decision. Moreover, he felt that his son should have the same talent in alchemy as him. Moreover, his son also had the heavy soul innate skill. He had also imparted the soul-controlling art to him and Ling Bingshui. With the soul-controlling art, he indeed had an unparalleled advantage in alchemy. Ling Xiao still hoped that his son could inherit his legacy. He is still too young. Later, I will definitely let him understand that reaching the strongest is the truth. Everything else is just an illusion, Lao Dongsheng said resolutely. Ling Xiao suddenly sensed Lao Dongsheng's thoughts. He knew that Lao Dongsheng had an extreme obsession towards martial arts. He was a true martial arts fanatic. No wonder why he was so against Ling Su Ri learning alchemy. I wonder if that kid will be like him in the future. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. After all, Lao Dongsheng was his son's master. It was fate that they became master and disciple. As for his son's future, Ling Xiao was too lazy to interfere. Half a month later, the supreme and incipient God Realm army arrived above the Godly Axe Gang. Originally, they thought that the Godly Axe Gang would be in a state of panic when they found out that they were here to annihilate them. However, when they arrived, they found that the people of the Godly Axe Gang were not in a mess. There was only a strong killing intent. Moreover, a great killing formation had been activated on their territory. No one could break this formation easily. However, Kim people in Dragon Gate had so many incipient God Realm experts. Moreover, they had 2 experts at the peak of incipient God Realm. It wasn't difficult to break this formation. It seems that the Divine Axe Gang is ready. This will be interesting. Ling Taimeng sneered. Then he moved the golden spear in his hand and blasted a blow at the Godly Axe Gang. A gigantic golden dragon shadow roared in that direction. Its might was vast and awe-inspiring, and its power was naturally incomparably terrifying. Ling Xiao could feel that Ling Taimeng's casual attack was as terrifying as the Shadow Horse's full-strength attack. Could it be that ancestor Taimeng already had the strength to enter the legendary list, but he didn't fight for it? Ling Xiao guessed. Ling Taimeng's strength wasn't any weaker than Lao Dongsheng's. Moreover, Ling Xiao could feel that Ling Taimeng's bloodline power was as thick as his, which could increase his fighting power by at least 40 times. Therefore, he believed that Ling Taimeng already had the strength to enter the legendary list. After all, not every Supreme was interested in the legendary list. In every corner of the world, there might be some old monsters that didn't show themselves. Their strength wasn't any weaker than the people on the legendary list. Ling Taimeng might be one of them. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion sound rang out, and the surrounding space was constantly turbulent. When this golden light disappeared, a thick yellow color appeared above the Godly Axe Gang, layer after layer covering their sect. Ling Taimeng's attack just now didn't destroy a single blade of grass or tree in the Godly Axe Gang. It only activated the formation. Top-notch black-yellow formation. Lao Dongsheng raised his eyebrows and shouted. The black-yellow formation was a top-notch defensive formation. It was activated by dozens of 11th grade Earth attribute beast cores. Ordinary Supreme wouldn't be able to destroy this formation. As the attack fell, the members of the Divine Axe Gang were finally shaken. They were terrified. Tens of thousands of them looked up, but there wasn't much worry on their faces. It was a little strange. The Metal Clan and the Heavenly Dragon sect are here. What a terrifying attack. I almost thought that this place was going to be destroyed. Didn't we agree that Supreme can't fight in the heaven region. They actually dared to violate the rules. They should be killed 1,000 times as a warning to others. Don't worry, our ancestor on the legendary list has returned. With him here, no one can touch us. Even Kim people in Dragon Gate will have to give us some face. Yes, Ancestor Baimo will definitely be able to solve this dispute. No one can destroy our Godly Axe Gang. The people of the Godly Axe Gang all comforted themselves. Ha! Godly Axe Gang, you grandsons and grandsons, hurry up and come out. Are you really waiting for us to break this formation and kill all of you before you're willing to show up? Ling Taiming laughed wildly. As his voice fell, someone finally rushed out from under the formation. Swoosh, swoosh. More than 30 supreme and incipient God Realm experts appeared. All of them had a murderous aura, and their holy beasts roared unceasingly. So it's you, Ling Taiming. And you, Lao Dongsheng, are here too. You really think highly of our Godly Axe Gang. A faint voice arose from among the people. The person who spoke had an old voice, but his face was only that of a middle-aged man. He was tall and mighty, with waves of yellow earth around him. He carried 2 axes on his back, and his aura was surging and vast. This person was Ba Mo, ranked 57th on the Supreme list. His rank was still more than 10 ranks higher than Lao Dongxing's. He was the founding ancestor of the previous generations of the Godly Axe Gang. He had disappeared for many years. No one had expected that he would appear at this critical moment. Below him was a Tier 11 ironback ferocious leopard. Its body was huge, and its body was covered with iron spikes. It looked incomparably ferocious, and its bloodthirsty eyes flickered with fierceness. This kind of mutated, desolate species was very rare. It was almost impossible to find one in the heaven territory. Perhaps it existed in some space in the outer space. No wonder the people of the Godly Axe Gang still dare to stay here. It turns out that you, old man, have returned. But do you think you can stop us? Ling Taiming sneered. The Godly Axe Gang shouldn't have so many supreme and incipient God Realm experts. The supreme behind Ba and Mo must have been roped in from the outer space. I will fight with him and take his ranking, Lao Dongsheng said with a fanatical look. It wasn't easy to increase one's rank on the Supreme list unless one met someone on the same list and fought to the death to take the other's ranking. At their level, they rarely stayed in the heaven territory. It wasn't easy to meet them. It's easy to have a fight, but not today, Ba Mo replied. Then he said, Tell me, what do you want for you to leave? As long as the Godly Axe Gang can do it, we will not delay. I really don't want to be your enemy. It's all those juniors' fault. Although Ba Mo was a character on the Supreme list, Lao Dongxing alone was enough to hold him back. He didn't expect Kim people and the Dragon Gate to be so determined to send so many supreme and incipient God Realm experts. Even if he brought some friends back, he wasn't confident that they could stop them. Haha, your Divine Axe Gang and Dark Shadow Clan killed 7 of my clan's founding elders. You even nearly killed my clan's new supremes. How can we let this go so easily? Now, my Heavenly Dragon Sex army is rushing over at full speed. They will arrive at your Divine Axe Gang in a few days and exterminate your entire sect. Ling Taiming laughed loudly. Is there no room for negotiation? Ba Mo said in a low voice. Unless you hand over the culprit and the Godly Axe Gang bows to the Dragon Gate and never betray us, maybe we can consider it. Ling Taiming replied. That's impossible. One of the supreme martial artists beside Ba Mo answered first. This supreme at the late stage of high level was the old leader of the Godly Axe Gang, Barnes. The Godly Axe Gang was the foundation of their ancestors. It had been passed down for almost 300,000 years to reach its current scale. How could they bow to others? That's impossible. Then let's fight. Lao Dongsheng shouted with surging energy. He couldn't wait to fight with Ba Mo. You really have to think about it carefully. Although you have a lot of people, it doesn't mean that you will destroy the Godly Axe Gang. Ba Mo squinted and said faintly. Then, he gave a look to a high-level supreme beside him. That high-level supreme martial artist understood tacitly. He seemed to be mumbling something, and many shadows suddenly appeared. Buzz! An ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out. These were all mutated poisonous wasps. There were at least a few hundred of them, and they were all above the 10th rank, which was really rare. There were even a few that had reached the 11th rank. The sharp black stinger of these poisonous bees was enough to make people shiver in fear. Beast Tamer, Ling Tai Meng, and the others were slightly surprised. Hee, it's good that you know. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, there will be more holy beasts waiting for you. The high-level supreme laughed coldly. You're a sh*T beast tamer. Dugajin stood up and said disdainfully. The high-level supreme's eyes turned cold. He looked at Dugujin and said, You dare to doubt me? You only control the queen bee, and you dare to call yourself a beast tamer? Open your dog eyes and look. I'm the real beast tamer. Dugujin scolded and immediately summoned 3 level 11 holy beasts. Below him was another saint beast. In addition to these 3, there were 4 saint beasts in total. Furthermore, they were all different saint beasts. Apart from beast tamers, who else could easily obtain 4 saint beasts to follow them? The high-level supreme's face immediately turned purple. He was so angry that he couldn't say anything. Who are you in the 1,000 Beast Alliance? Ba-Emo stared at Dugujin and shouted. I'm Dugujin. Dugujin replied indifferently. Stop talking nonsense with them. Hurry up and kill to your heart's content. Otherwise, we can fight here. Lao Dongsheng shouted impatiently and attacked Ba-Emo. Chapter 1596. Lao Dongsheng was ranked 72nd on the Supreme list. He was only 15 ranks behind Ba-Emo. Both of them were at the peak of incipient God realm. Their competences were almost the same. As for who was stronger, it wasn't something that could be determined from the rankings. After all, both of them had occupied the positions on the Supreme list for many years. After so many years of cultivation, perhaps both of them had made some progress. Lao Dongsheng didn't use any divine weapon. His flaming palm slammed towards Ba-Emo with an earth-shattering force. Ba-Emo reacted quickly. He shouted coldly, and his arm turned into an axe, slashing towards the huge palm. A gigantic hatchet materialized out of thin air, cleaving the flaming palm in half. Boom! The battle between the 2 sovereigns on the sovereign ranking immediately caused an earth-shattering shockwave that caused the surroundings to tremble endlessly. Lao Dongsheng, do you want to violate the heavenly rules? Ba-Emo stared at Lao Dongsheng angrily. Haha, no one will violate the heavenly rules when we fight in outer space. If you don't want to go out, we, the Dragon Gate, will flatten you immediately. Who dares to say anything? Lao Dongsheng sneered coldly. His fire chi burst out and a fire god bird soared behind him. He looked extremely overbearing. Seems like you really want to fight to the death. All right, we will fight you. You really don't know what's good for you. Do you think that I, Ba-Emo, only have so few people in outer space? Come out and kill. Ba-Emo shouted with a sharp light. Then, another group of people dashed out from a corner. These people had been using secret techniques to hide their auras. When they dashed out at the same time, they looked extremely powerful. Another 50 supreme incipient God Realm experts had come to help Ba-Emo. It could be said that this group of people were the friends that Ba-Emo had gathered from outer space. He didn't expect that when he returned to the Godly Axe Gang, he would feel the urgent summons from the gang. Hence, he brought dozens of his brothers back to the heaven area. Among these 50 people, there was one at the peak of the Godly Axe Gang. Another 3 were high-level supreme experts. The rest were at the middle to low levels. At this moment, the Divine Axe Gang had more than 80 incipient God Realm experts. The Divine Axe Gang had the upper hand. The expressions of Kim people and the supreme martial artists of the Dragon Gate changed drastically. They didn't expect the Godly Axe Gang to have such a trick up their sleeves. No wonder they were so fearless. It's not too late for you to retreat now. From now on, we'll mind our own business. Your Dragon Gate will still be the #1 force in the Sky Dragon region. Otherwise, our Godly Axe Gang will replace you today. Ba-Emo said faintly. Ha! You want us to retreat with just these few people? That's impossible. Let me tell you, just me, Ling Tai Meng, is enough to slaughter all of you. Ling Taimeng did not feel any fear and instead laughed. He released an incomparably tyrannical aura, his full power exploding out. Just as the Supremes were about to fly towards the outer realm, another group of tyrannical auras rushed over from another direction. If you want to start a war, how can our Sun-Moon sect be left out? An old voice that sounded like rolling thunder came from the other side of the sky. Everybody looked in that direction and saw a bright sun and a bright moon rushing towards this direction. The bright sun's fire looked majestic and vast. It looked more solid than Lao Dongxing's, but its aura was weaker than Lao Dongxing's. On the other hand, the bright moon emitted a thick blue light. It looked holy and flawless, dazzling and beautiful. Besides, there were many auras behind them, one red and one blue. Swoosh! Swoosh! These people riding on holy beasts arrived in front of the Dragon Gate, and the godly axe gang in the blink of an eye. There weren't many people in this group, only about 20. There were 10 men and 10 women. The men wore martial attire embroidered with a bright sun, and all of them looked strong and masculine, with extraordinary might. The women wore blue dresses embroidered with crescent moons, and all of them had graceful figures and alluring temperaments. This pair of men and women looked exceptionally eye-catching when they stood together. In the entire Heaven territory, only the Sun and Moon sect had this kind of attire. The Sun sect and the Moon sect were equivalent ancient forces. They had their own rules, but they were united against outsiders. The Sun sect mainly cultivated the Holy Yang tactic, while the Moon sect cultivated the Yin Moon tactic. Therefore, they were called the Sun and Moon sect. The two leaders were Rizong, Ri-Di, and Yu Zong and Yu Empress. They were at the late stage of incipient God realm. Although they hadn't entered the legendary list, they were very close to it. When they joined hands to use the Sun and Moon divine technique, they were as strong as a peak expert on the legendary list. Today, these two people appeared with the incipient God realm experts of their sections. They were here to join the Dragon Gate to deal with the godly axe gang. Ling Taimeng looked at the 20 people and smiled faintly. I thought the Sun-Moon sect was scared and didn't dare to come. Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Taimeng, but it's not too late. The middle-aged man who looked like a bright sun smiled brightly. This man had a handsome appearance, and his body was quite imposing. There was a war tattoo on his forehead that was like a bright sun. Although he was middle-aged, it still couldn't hide his former extraordinary charm. The beautiful woman next to him was also beautiful. Her body was exquisite and full. Any man who saw her would be tempted. There was a crescent battle tattoo on her forehead. These two people were the Sun Emperor and the Moon Empress, the powerful existences of the Sun-Moon sect. As the people of the Sun-Moon sect arrived, Ba Mo and the others grimaced. However, it wasn't enough to make them retreat. After all, the two sides were just at the same level. Sun-Moon sect, you also want to get involved in this mess. Ba Mo squinted at the Sun Emperor and the Moon Empress. What a joke. Your godly axe gang has invaded the territory of our Sun and Moon sect and even tortured and killed many of our disciples. Today, I swear that I will not let this matter rest. Emperor Ri had already thrown caution to the wind and said without any leeway, "That's right. Today it's time to end it." The Moon Empress said coldly, "Today, the Dragon Gate had come to destroy the godly axe gang." The Sun-Moon sect had a grudge against the godly axe gang. If they didn't seize the chance when the Dragon Gate's army came to destroy the godly axe gang, they would still be bullied by the godly axe gang in the future. It wasn't something they wanted to see. All right. If so, there's nothing more to say. Whoever dares to offend the godly axe gang today, Ba Mo, will not rest until one of us is dead. Ba Mo was completely enraged. He was a famous expert on the Supreme list. He couldn't believe that he would be forced to this situation. He had to respond. Swoosh, swoosh. Those Supreme experts and incipient God realm experts and their holy beasts flew out of the outer space. The war had finally begun. Ba Mo is mine. Lao Dongsheng was indeed a martial arts maniac. As soon as he reached the outer space, he shouted in fear. He rode his 8-headed fire god bird and charged towards Ba Mo. You think you're my opponent? Even if you and Ling Taiming come together, I'm not afraid. Ba Mo released his fighting power. The 2 top-grade axes on his back finally flew out. These were the godly axe gang's ancient god axes. They were the divine weapons left by the founder of the godly axe gang. Each axe weighed 1,800,000 pounds. This pair of axes weighed 1,600,000 pounds. Even a god king wouldn't be able to wield them. This pair of godly axes could crush anyone below the god king realm to death. Even a god king would be able to break free easily. He swung the 2 axes down. It was as if the ancient god Pan Gu had appeared in the world. He held the 2 axes in his hands. Each swing of the axes seemed to be able to split the sky and earth. It was enough to destroy any star or land. Pan Gu's power was so terrifying. The god soul of an ordinary high-level supreme expert would collapse immediately. This was the strongest existence on the sovereign list. Any one of them had the terrifying power to destroy any force. There was no fear on Lao Dongxing's face. Instead, he was filled with a strong fighting spirit. A top-grade god artifact with a fire god bird circling around it appeared in his hands. This was a top-grade ancient god artifact forged by him together with the fire god bird's blood essence. It had reached the supreme realm of being one with the artifact. The 2 ancient god artifacts clashed, causing the area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles to shake and explode. The other supreme experts had to retreat far away and find another battlefield. They didn't dare to get close to these 2 top-grade supreme experts. Otherwise, they would be killed by the shockwaves. Ling Taiming held the top-grade ancient god artifact in his hands. He was riding a golden true dragon. He was domineering and wasn't afraid of the shockwaves. He shouted at the people of the godly axe gang, "Who dares to fight with me? Who dares to fight with me?" This voice contained a strong dragon roar. It shook the space and caused it to collapse. Many low-level supreme experts almost couldn't bear it and fell down. I've long heard that the Kim people of the Heaven region have the protection of a true dragon divine beast. Today, I see that it's true. I'll kill you and take this golden dragon for my own use. The top-grade supreme expert who came from the outer domain with Ba Mo rushed towards Ling Taiming on a primordial golden tiger. How arrogant! Today, I'll start with you. Ling Taiming shook the golden spear in his hands and charged towards the top-grade supreme expert together with the golden dragon. The Sun Emperor and the Moon Empress each took out 2 rare weapons. The Sun Emperor was holding an 8-toothed fire god wheel. The 8 teeth emitted a sharp intent, and the aura of fire was vast and scorching. The Moon Empress was holding a blade that looked like a crescent moon. The blade was blue and had an extremely cold yin intent. When one yang and one yin worked together, it was comparable to a top-grade supreme expert. Who could compete with them? The previous gang leader of the Godly Axe Gang was also a late-stage supreme expert at the incipient god realm. He had to take the lead. He displayed a gravitational field that was tens of thousands of times stronger than normal and shrouded the Sun Emperor and the Moon Empress. The others also found their own opponents and started a merciless slaughter. In this foreign land, the numerous gales and turbulent flows were filled with numerous multicolored and powerful turbulent flows, and the violent energy formed from them was sufficient to destroy an entire region. If such a group of supreme experts were to fight in the Heaven region, the Sky Dragon region would immediately suffer a large area of destruction. Many creatures wouldn't be able to survive. Chapter 1597. Rumble. Rumble. In the outer space, more than 100 incipient God realm experts and many holy beasts were engaged in a chaotic battle. The powerful energy fluctuations were enough to destroy everything. The space within 1,000,000 miles had become a vacuum. Many spaces had collapsed. One after another, streams of 5-colored turbulent energy gushed out from the cracks. Meteors, hailstones, tsunamis, meteorites. All of them had terrifying powers that could fall at any time. The battle between the top incipient God realm experts would take at least 10 days to half a month to determine the winner. The same went for the other incipient God realm experts. After all, the number of people on both sides was almost the same. It was just a matter of who was the strongest and could kill the enemy first to help the others. In a corner, one of them did not join the battle. He just sat on a ghost beast and watched everything indifferently, as if it had nothing to do with him. Besides Ling Xiao, who else could it be? It was not that he did not want to join the battle, but he wanted to see how strong the battle between the two peak supremes was. His gaze never left Lao Dongsheng and Bai Mo for even a moment. From the battle between the two experts on the supreme list, Ling Xiao realized that even if his god soul clone came out, he would not be able to resist more than 10 attacks from them. Almost all of them had powerful techniques that others at the same realm could not compare to. Moreover, their powers had reached the complete realm of the supreme realm. They could borrow endless energy to fight. Their consumption of god power was much higher than that of ordinary supremes. Even the shadow horse that he had fought before could not withstand a single blow from these two. The 100 experts on the supreme list could suppress the world and reach the peak. No one could compete with them. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. Unless my god soul clone also reaches the late realm of the supreme realm, even if my fighting power increases by 70 times, I will not be able to fight against them. The higher one's power was, the more important it was to accumulate. After reaching the complete realm, the techniques derived would be more mysterious and powerful. It depended on each person's talent and ability to use the power of heaven and earth. Whoever could borrow the most power and use it the most skillfully would have the strongest fighting power. This was what Ling Xiao had learned from observing the two peak supremes. It was crucial for him to take the next step to the peak. Kid, do you think you won't die if you hide here? A middle-level supreme martial artist from the Godly Axe Gang noticed Ling Xiao. With a hideous grin, he waved a giant axe and swung it furiously at Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao turned back to look at the middle-level supreme being. He didn't make a move, but the ghostly spirit he was sitting on let out a shriek. A formless lightning-like soul power rushed towards the consciousness of the middle-level supreme being. That mid-level supreme martial artist let out a blood-curdling screech as his battle prowess was immediately reduced by more than half. The speed of the ghost was unparalleled, as if it had already disappeared from the outer realm. At the next moment, when it reappeared, its two hooves were already stomping down on the head of that mid-level sovereign. The saint beast that protected the intermediate stage, supreme, being let out a roar, immediately wanting to protect its master. However, Ling Xiao was still able to unleash a powerful finger attack, forcefully shattering its defensive armor. The destructive power immediately melted its huge body, causing it so much pain that it wanted to die. Bang! The huge hooves of the ghost directly stomped on the head of that mid-level supreme martial artist, causing him to explode. The moment that spirit swept out, it was immediately absorbed by Ling Xiao. It's time to begin. A cold smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face as a gray divine sword appeared in his hand. This was the Dark Shadow Divine Sword of the Dark Shadow Clan. Wisps of fiendish wind aura surged endlessly like wind dragons. Like the strongest knight, Ling Xiao rode on the ghost and swept towards the opponent of a supreme being from the Shatian dragon sect in the distance. The ghost moved like lightning, and Ling Xiao's attacks were even faster. A wind blade flashed past like lightning, slicing the opponent who was fighting against the dragon gate into two, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The supreme being from the dragon gate was startled at first. Then, seeing that Ling Xiao had already turned to another direction, he exclaimed inwardly, "What a terrifying power! Has he already reached the high level?" Ling Xiao had the advantage of speed and top-notch divine weapons. Wherever he went, he killed the supreme beings below the high level or the saint beasts at the 11th level. No one could survive even one attack from him. After all, he used a sneak attack. Moreover, there were few at the same level who could rival him. In just a short while, he had killed 4 supreme beings at the incipient god realm and 3 saint beasts. The battle between the Kim people and the Dragon Gate supreme beings at the incipient god realm had been alleviated, and some of their advantages were gradually manifesting. Good kid, you dare to sneak attack. You're too shameless. Wait for me to kill you. After a high-level Supreme Being from the Godly Axe Gang killed a Supreme Being from the Dragon Gate, he finally discovered Ling Xiao's existence. This high-level Supreme Being was called Xianxia, and he was one of the founding elders of the Godly Axe Gang. He didn't cultivate the sky-splitting axe technique, nor did he use an axe. Instead, he held a snake-shaped spear, and the Saint Beast protecting him was a peak mid-level Saint Beast at the 11th level, the Spotted Rock Snake. After he screamed in fear, he separated from his Spotted Rock Snake, and the snake-shaped spear stabbed straight at Ling Xiao's face. The power of this attack was incomparably vigorous. It was like a giant snake pouncing out, forcefully tearing apart the vast sky. The impact of the meteorite that rolled over along with the snake figure was also extremely majestic and powerful. Xianxia had been a high-level Supreme Being for many years, and he had absolute confidence in himself. The person in front of him was just a middle-level Supreme Being. Even if he relied on the power of his weapon, he wouldn't be able to block his attack. However, he realized that the other party didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he raised the divine sword and slashed at him. A black wind dragon suddenly appeared and instantly corroded his snake shadow into pieces. Many meteorites were also crushed into powder at the same time. What? You can actually block my attack? Xianxia exclaimed. His body was like a stone wall that blocked the black wind blades, but the sword aura still left cracks on it. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't use the power of his spirit to attack. Instead, his battle prowess had increased by 70 times, reaching the peak of a middle-level Supreme Being. With the help of the Phantom Divine Sword, it wasn't surprising that he could slash out an attack that could threaten a high-level Supreme Being. That divine sword must be a top-notch divine weapon. I must get it. Greed flashed across Xianxia's eyes, and he increased the power of the snake-shaped spear in his hand. He stabbed over 1,000 times, and many snake shadows with terrifying power blasted towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure fell back. He didn't want to meet force with force. Although he could compete with him, this was a battle of life and death. There was only life and death, no victory or defeat. His spirit doppelganger had already quietly swept out and circled behind Xianxia. Don't run if you have guts. I'll destroy you. Xianxia roared. You're not qualified to destroy me. Ling Xiao's spirit suddenly attacked from behind, and the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying technique enveloped the top of Xianxia's head. Xianxia had already put up layers of defense, but under the attack of Ling Xiao's spirit doppelganger, his defenses still cracked. Xianxia was beaten until he spat out blood, and all the defenses around him collapsed. He looked up in panic. Oh, who's that? Come out. To be able to break through his strong defenses with one move, this person was at least at the same level as him, or even above him. Even a peak Supreme Being would feel his scalp go numb when he sneak attacked. Aren't I right in front of you? Ling Xiao's spirit landed in front of Xianxia, and he laughed. At the same time, he attacked again, and the golden dragon slammed straight at Xianxia's face. Ling Xiao did not show any mercy. He used his strongest power and directly blew up Xianxia's head, swallowing his spirit. This was the spirit of a high-level Supreme Being, and it was enough to increase the power of his spirit. Ling Xiao completely let go. His true body and doppelganger attacked at the same time, and they began to help the others kill all the people from the Godly Axe Gang. Many people from the Golden Dragon, Dragon Gate, and those who came to help Ling Xiao did not understand why their opponents suddenly died, and they could not find the person who came to help them. However, they were completely relieved when they knew that the person was dealing with the Godly Axe Gang. The Godly Axe Gang had more than 80 people, and soon, more than 30 people died, while the Dragon Gate and Sun Moon sect lost less than 5 people. The advantage of the two sides was starting to become one-sided. However, the high-level Supreme Being who challenged Dugajin had some tricks up his sleeves. He could actually summon 2 kinds of poisonous creatures, and Dugujin almost suffered a great loss. Other than the poisonous bees, there was also the five-colored centipede swarm. Their numbers were not low, and the poison they contained was extremely terrifying. Once touched, it was impossible to escape. Dugujin had only brought 6 11th-level holy beasts this time, and they were all entangled by these two kinds of poisonous creatures. One had even been stung by the queen bee's stinger and had already lost most of its battle strength. Later, it was bullied to death by the other poisonous bees. Dugujin had lost the support of his holy beasts, and the high-level poison master was still protected by two poisonous creatures. They surrounded and attacked Dugujin. Dugujin was a newly advanced high-level supreme being, and his battle strength was a notch lower than his opponent's. Moreover, his opponent was bullying him with numbers, and he was gradually unable to hold on. Old thing, you think you're very powerful just because you're a beast tamer? You still died in my hands. The high-level poison master continuously sent out ink-colored palm prints. The strong corrosive power made it impossible for anyone to approach. Dugujin blocked with all his might, but he was still sent flying far away. The defensive armor on his body had already been corroded by the ink-colored poisonous mist. Damn it! If only I had brought Xianxia. With the vermilion bird here, how could this guy be so arrogant? Dugujin said regretfully in his heart. At this time, a poisonous bee and a multicolored centipede attacked Dugujin from the left and right. A poisonous needle with incomparable sharpness stabbed forward, while the multicolored centipede opened its flat mouth and pounced forward, waves of multicolored poison floating around. Go to hell. The high-level poison master laughed sinisterly, and once again came over Dugujin's head, the power in his palms locked onto Dugujin. Dugujin's face was ashen. His reaction speed had already been paralyzed by the poison, and it was absolutely impossible for him to dodge the attacks from these three directions. Chapter 1598. Just as Dugujin was in despair, he suddenly felt someone grab his arm and forcefully drag him into the distance. What's going on? That high-ranking poison master and the two sacred beasts all missed their attacks and could not help but ask in surprise. He clearly felt that the other party was almost about to give up resisting, but there was suddenly a sudden change. Dugujin also did not understand what was going on. He felt that someone was pulling him, but he did not feel that someone was beside him. Who are you? Dugujin could not help but ask in a low voice. Old man, rest in peace and recuperate. Wait for me to take care of him. Ling Zhao's divine soul avatar said. Now that he had concealed his figure, it was impossible to see his existence without special abilities. Ling Zhao. Dugujin recognized Ling Zhao's voice. When he called out lightly, Ling Zhao's divine soul had already left his side and charged towards that high-ranking poison master. Just how many trump cards does this kid have? Dugujin sighed in his heart. That high-ranking poison master and the two sacred beasts chased over, but they were obstructed by Ling Zhao's divine soul. Ling Zhao directly used the 9-yang heaven-burning fist, directly destroying all the power containing the poison source. After the two sacred beasts containing the poison source came into contact with the heavenly fire, they could not help but howl. It was difficult for them to break free from these flames, and they were gradually burned to ashes. Who is it? Come out for this, Daddy. That high-ranking poison master revealed an incomparably panicked expression as he shouted. His body was surrounded by large amounts of poison gas. Ordinary Supremes would not be able to get close. After you die, perhaps you can find out who I am. Ling Zhao's divine soul laughed coldly. A dark purple flame appeared, instantly igniting the poison gas. Poison gas was most afraid of fire attacks. Once it came into contact with it, it immediately turned into a prairie fire, unstoppable. Pung pung. Many heavenly fire formed an enveloping force, burning the high-ranking poison master layer by layer. It scared the high-ranking poison master so much that he had no choice but to immediately cut off the release of poison gas, and could only use pure elemental power to defend the surroundings. But no matter how he defended, If he could not discover the existence of Ling Zhao's divine soul, only death awaited him. Emperor Dragon Sky, Destroyer, Twin Dragon, Fiendish Wind. The close-range attack directly penetrated the high-tier Poison Master's defense, and the destructive power exploded his head. The pitiful high-level Poison Master had died in such a dubious manner. He really couldn't die in peace. When this person and the two Saint Beasts died, the other poisonous creatures could no longer withstand a single blow. Under the annihilation sword of Ling Zhao's true body, all of them were destroyed. The dragon sect's momentum was set, and the Divine Act Gang's members were being bullied by their numbers. The more they killed, the fewer members they had. It could be said that Ling Zhao's existence directly affected the outcome of this battle. After all, his soul concealment technique was too terrifying. No one was able to detect his existence before they were annihilated. It was impossible to guard against it even if they wanted to. Ba Mo, who was fighting with Lao Dongsheng, had no time to spare and was fighting with all his might. Lao Dongsheng was a martial arts maniac, and his battle power was not any weaker than Ba Mo's. The two of them were evenly matched. If they really wanted to determine a victor, it would be extremely difficult for them to not determine life and death. When Ba Mo felt the familiar auras on his side disappear one by one, he was finally distracted. "You dare to be distracted while fighting with me? Get defeated!" Lao Dongsheng screamed in fear. He fused with his divine weapon and turned into a fire god bird, attacking Ba Mo. That furious flame was enough to burn the sky, evaporate the sea, and destroy everything. Ba Mo came back to his senses. Mountains appeared around him to block the attack, and he took it head-on. However, his mountains were smashed. The fire god bird tore through the air and pecked. The flame burned everywhere. Ba Mo's sky opening axe slashed towards the sky. However, he didn't have enough energy, so he was forced to retreat 1,000 miles. At the same time, he used the retreating force to turn around and attack the others. "They killed so many of us. Even if I have to risk my life, I will drag you all to the grave with them." Ba Mo stormed over, using his soul consciousness to check. He found that almost 50 of the people he had brought back and the Divine Axe Gang's members had fallen. They didn't know how many years it would take for one more incipient God Realm expert to appear. It was a big loss to lose so many people at once. Ba Mo's energy was pushed to the peak. Hundreds of thousands of miles of land sank in just a blink of an eye. The gravitational field that was more than 100,000 times heavier made people fall 1,000 meters. Their speed slowed down instantly. Ba Mo came to a female supreme expert of the Moon sect and attacked her mercilessly. He cut the beautiful female supreme expert into two halves. He didn't stop there. His body appeared next to another person. The sky opening axe fell and cut another person. Fresh blood gushed out, which was a ghastly sight. It was as easy as flipping one's hand for the characters on the Supreme list to kill the Supreme experts who hadn't reached the peak realm yet. The other warriors of the Dragon Gate and the Sun and Moon sect were so anxious when they saw Ba Mo going crazy. They all wanted to avoid such a formidable character. However, their speed was greatly restricted. Ba Mo wasn't affected at all. He could walk freely in this area. In the next moment, he was in front of Xianxia, who had accompanied Ling Xiao to the battle. "How dare a nobody like you offend the Godly Axe Gang? Die, all of you!" The power of Ba Mo's pan axe slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He was so scared that he couldn't move. He was going to become a dead soul under the axe. However, just as the axe was about to land on his head, a sword chi with a black wind blade swept towards Ba Mo. These black wind blades were so dense. They were like a storm that couldn't be defended against. Ba Mo felt a little threatened. His thick earth defense was torn apart. Many black wind blades attacked him. "Who can break my defense?" Ba Mo had to swing his axe back to the direction of the black wind blades. He was full of doubts. Apart from Lao Dongsheng, only Ling Taimeng had the power to challenge him. Neither of them had the wind attribute. He couldn't think of anyone else who could threaten him. Ling Xiao's godly spirit had unknowingly grabbed the phantom sword. He dodged Ba Mo's axe and pulled Yang Hai back. Ling Xiao's godly spirit released all its power. With the top-notch phantom sword in his hand, his power wasn't inferior to any pinnacle honorable. "Stop fooling around. Come out." Ba Mo roared in shock. He swung his axe at Ling Xiao's divine soul again. Ling Xiao's godly spirit didn't dare to fight him. He knew that Ba Mo's power was limitless. Even if he used 70 times his power, he wouldn't be a match for him. In Ba Mo's gravitational field, Ling Xiao's speed was still unparalleled. He could still dodge Ba Mo's attack. After all, Ling Xiao had entered the scorched stone space before. The gravitational field, there wasn't any weaker than Ba Mo's, but he still made it through. Just as Ba Mo was about to continue his pursuit of Ling Xiao, Lao Dongsheng once again blocked Ba Mo's way. "The battle between us has not ended yet. Don't even think of escaping." 10,000 birds returned to the nest. Lao Dongsheng attacked with all his might. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, there were thousands of fire god birds flying around. Flames of the origin were burning towards Ba Mo. Ba Mo didn't have the heart to continue fighting. He waved his axe and destroyed the fire god slashes. At the same time, he kept retreating. Unfortunately, Lao Dongsheng didn't intend to give Ba Mo any chance to escape. His storm-like attacks didn't stop, forcing Ba Mo to fight back. "Lao Dongsheng, are you forcing me to kill you?" Ba Mo was already infuriated. If Lao Dongsheng kept pushing him, he could only try his best to kill Lao Dongsheng first. "Kill me if you can. I'm waiting," Lao Dongsheng said with a fanatical look. "All right, since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish," Ba Mo shouted. Immediately after, he finally used the heaven-splitting disc axe's 78th ultimate move. The giant god Pangu appeared. He held the divine axe in his hand, splitting the heavens and the earth, destroying the stars, and splitting the heavens. "This is more interesting," Lao Dongsheng roared excitedly. The fire spear in his hand turned into a red heavenly pillar, stabbing towards the giant god Pangu. Rumble, rumble. Under the ultimate clash of force, Lao Dongsheng was actually forced back half a step by Ba Mo. Just this half step already represented a lot of things. However, Lao Dongsheng didn't care. He specialized in the fire attribute, and it was normal for him to be a little more cautious than Ba Mo in terms of strength. His explosive power of flames was his ultimate killing move. However, this was just the beginning. Ba Mo attacked Lao Dongsheng with all his might. The power of the ultimate disc axe was extremely terrifying. One axe after another, it was vast and continuous. Finally, Lao Dongsheng was forced to retreat continuously. Blood trickled down the corner of his mouth, and his top-grade ancient god weapon actually had a crack. It seemed that Lao Dongsheng was indeed a little more powerful than Ba Mo. Lao Dongsheng spat a mouthful of blood on his divine weapon, and the crack was actually repaired. Crimson Meteorite Fire. Lao Dongsheng had also unleashed his killer move. He had to turn the tables with this move. Many meteorite fires appeared, and countless purple flames burned the entire space, turning the area within hundreds of thousands of miles into a scene of purgatory. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. The heaven-splitting disc axe's 81st ultimate move. The giant god Pangu appeared in the sea of fire. Many axe shadows slashed down the mountains and rivers, destroying countless stars, and forcefully extinguished the flames. The two ultimate attacks were attacking each other, and it made all the surrounding supreme and incipient god realm experts retreat far away. They had already stopped fighting, and they were dumbstruck at this scene. The battle between the top experts of the sovereign list, the most terrifying attacks, was definitely an earth-shaking battle. Is this the battle between the top experts of the sovereign list? It's so terrifying. Among the top 100 supreme experts in the Heaven Territory, they can be said to be at the Sky Realm, and they're almost invincible in this generation. Who can match them? No one can interfere with their battle. Only death can determine the winner. I hope Lao Lao can win. Now that the outcome is set, the Godly Axe Gang is no longer a threat. That's right. No matter how strong one person is, he can't resist so many of us. This old man will die, for sure. If Ling Xiao didn't help us today, we wouldn't have won so easily. Chapter 1599. The intense battle lasted for several hours before it finally calmed down. Not a single trace of the flame was left, and the Pangu giant had also disappeared from this world. The two figures flew far away at the same time. Lao Dongsheng retreated an entire 10,000 meters, and a lot of God's blood splattered out continuously. Ba Mo also retreated more than 8,000 meters, and his expression did not lessen by much. In a contest of absolute strength, Lao Dongsheng was still a notch lower. Silence. Absolute silence. No one from either side made a sound. They were all waiting quietly. The two Supreme Masters' robes fluttered, and they did not make the next move. It was very strange. Bang! Bang! All of a sudden, two earth-shattering explosions reverberated. The two of them exploded from inside out. Their bodies didn't seem to have anything left. Blood splashed unceasingly. Immediately after, their bodies quickly reformed again, but their auras were much weaker. Martial Addict is indeed not crazy. I didn't expect that after so many years, your realm has improved so much. Ba Mo looked at Lao Dongsheng and said faintly. Lao Dongsheng said indifferently, but I still can't suppress you, and you can't defeat me. Yes, but our Godly Axe Gang still lost this battle. However, I advise you not to touch our Godly Axe Gang. Otherwise, I'll bring my allies from the foreign lands back to annihilate your Jin clan. Ba Mo didn't forget to threaten. You can try. Today, you have no chance to escape. Ling Taiming could not help but snort coldly. Really? If I want to escape, none of you can stop me. Ba Mo glanced at Ling Taiming and said, If so, then eat my spear. Ling Taiming shouted and thrusted his spear towards Ba Mo. A huge golden dragon roared and dashed out. I hope that the Kim people will never walk the territory road. Today Ba Mo, will definitely make you pay, Ba Mo said, and a mass of blood burst out from his body. He seemed to have turned into a blood shadow, and the remaining 10 of his companions escaped. That kind of speed was so fast that none of the Supreme Masters and incipient God Realm experts could see it. Burning blood escape technique, Ling Taiming exclaimed. This was a technique that had reached the pinnacle of the Supreme Being realm. By burning their own blood essence, they could force out their limits and increase their speed by several times. This sort of ability was extremely harmful to one's body. If one didn't possess divine materials that could replenish one's blood essence, then one's cultivation would definitely be affected and regress. As expected, Ba Mo was not an ordinary person. He had used such a harmful method to bring the others with him. If Ling Taiming wanted to chase after him, he would have to burn his own blood essence like Ba Mo, damn old man. If he escapes today, there will be many troubles in the future. Ling Taiming frowned and shouted. If he really wants to escape, none of us can stop him. In that battle just now, I still lost by 1 point. As Lao Dongsheng spoke, blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth once again, and his divine body once again cracked open. Ling Taiming glanced at Lao Dongsheng and didn't seem to be too shocked, as if he had known this would happen. This battle ends here. Once we break that mysterious yellow great formation, there will be no Godly Axe Gang in the Sky Dragon domain in the future. Ling Taiming said faintly and directly rushed into the Heaven domain. Once the 2 batches of Divine King Realm from Dragon Gate and Sun Moon Sect arrived, he would help them break the mysterious yellow great formation, and that would be the time for the Godly Axe Gang to perish. In this battle, Dragon Gate and Sun Moon Sect had a total of more than 80 people, and only 12 people had died. Among them, 8 were from Sun Moon Sect, and 4 were from Dragon Gate. Compared to the 60 people that the other side had lost, it was definitely a complete victory. The people from Dragon Gate were clear that if it wasn't for Ling Xiao, their casualties would definitely not be so little. Sun Moon Sect had to pay such a price, and Ling Xiao had no obligation to share too much of the burden for them. Moreover, this time, when the Godly Axe Gang was destroyed, they would gain the most. After all, their sects were closest to each other, so they could take over all of the Godly Axe Gang's territories. When the God Kings of Dragon Gate and Sun Moon sect gathered, they had more than 2,000 half-incipient God Realm and King Realm experts. It was almost one-fifth of the top forces in the Sky Dragon domain. With such a formidable force descending on the Godly Axe Gang, how could they not destroy the gang? This battle would be called the Axe-Destroying War, and it would be recorded in the history books for eternity. Among them, many beautiful God Kings appeared in this battle. They had peerless appearances and extraordinary fighting competence. They had many things to rely on. They weren't from Moon Sect, but Alchemist Ling's beautiful wives and concubines. When the young men knew about this, they all praised Alchemist Ling's romantic reputation, and they all wanted to imitate him, reaching the peak and having a group of wives and concubines. After the battle of the Godly Axe Gang, Ling Xiao's team returned to Dragon Gate. Everyone in Dragon Gate was greatly encouraged, and they finally heaved a heavy sigh of relief. In the past, because Ling Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the Soul Clan, he was covetously eyed by all the forces in the Heaven Domain. Now, with the destruction of the Dark Shadow Clan and the Godly Axe Gang, whether it was in the Sky Dragon Domain or in other domains, all the forces were filled with reverence for Dragon Gate. No one dared to provoke Dragon Gate. As for the Beastmen clan in the Sky Sparrow domain, they were attacked by the Flame Clan, the Thousand Beast Alliance, the Barbarian Clan, and the Gu Clan. Many of their clansmen were killed, and they were on the verge of extinction. After a year, all the disturbances in the Heaven Domain finally subsided, and there were few large-scale battles between the major domains. In the depths of the Dragon's Gaze mountain range, there were several dragon roars roaring incessantly. A blue light shone in all directions and rushed out from a direction. It seemed majestic, and the sapphire aura was crystal clear, incomparably beautiful. The blue true dragon rushed up to the 9 heavens, and after roaming around the Dragon's Gaze mountain range for a while, it transformed into its human form and descended. This was an extremely beautiful woman. Whether it was her facial features or her figure, they were all perfectly matched. Her body was surrounded by a glazed blue aura, and her temperament was especially seductive and noble. It was the Dragon Lady, who had rushed out of the dragon's mystic realm and reached the realm of level 11. With agile steps, it walked toward a certain direction. "Boss!" She saw a young man lying lazily on a tree branch and called out in surprise. The young man seemed to have just woken up. He looked at the Dragon Lady and smiled. "You finally broke through." That year, when Ling Xiao brought the Dragon Lady to the Heaven Domain, he wanted to use the many resources here to cultivate her like the other holy beasts. However, the Golden Dragon Clan also had a way to make the Dragon Lady stronger. So he let her stay in the Golden Dragon Clan and let the Dragon King and the others of the Golden Dragon Clan cultivate her. Now, the Dragon Lady had finally caught up to the prodigal's speed and reached the realm of level 11. Thank you for your gift, boss," the Dragon Lady replied. If not for Ling Xiao, she would never have been able to turn from a dragon into a supreme true dragon, let alone reach her current realm. "All of this is your opportunity. It has nothing to do with me," Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. Then he asked, "Do you want to go back to the old palace?" "Can I?" the Dragon Lady asked happily. "Yes, at your current realm. Nothing is impossible." Ling Xiao nodded lightly. Then I will listen to you." The Dragon Lady nodded. Ling Xiao looked up at the sky, and a complicated look flashed across his dragon eyes. He muttered, "Some things really can't be rushed." No one knew what he was talking about. Only he understood. Ling Xiao brought the Dragon Lady, the prodigal, and a few other holy beasts out of the Heaven Realm. Now that he had not gathered all 9 Genesis stones, Ling Xiao had returned to the Xianling continent first. It was really puzzling. Ling Xiao naturally did not think of a way to save his ancestor. He had something else to deal with. That was to increase the strength of the 2 divine beast clans. Why did Ling Xiao have such an idea? It was because he wanted to fulfill his promise to the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast and let the Fire Qilin clan fight with them against the Golden Crow clan. With the Fire Qilin clan's current strength, to fight against the Golden Crow clan was like throwing an egg against a rock. They had to become stronger as soon as possible. At least some of them had to reach the realm of level 11, and the rest had to reach the realm of level 10. Only then would they have a chance of winning. Otherwise, even if they went with the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. What method did Ling Xiao have to speed up their growth? Of course, it was the Genesis Stone that he had found that could have such a magical effect. Half a year ago, Ling Xiao had been thinking about this. Finally, he decided to tell Ling Bo the reason and ask for the Genesis Stones of water and fire properties. After all, these stones were temporarily useless in the Kim people. Sooner or later, they would be used in the Xianling continent. It was better to let him take them back and put them in the Water Dragon clan and the Fire Qilin clan. When they needed them in the future, he could take them out. After listening to Ling Xiao's explanation, Ling Bo handed all the Genesis stones to Ling Xiao without hesitation. Ling Xiao had great luck. It was a good thing for the Kim people to have a good relationship with the two Divine Beast clans. Moreover, most of the Genesis stones here were found by Ling Xiao. No one could say anything if he wanted to use them. Moreover, Ling Xiao's strength had proven that he was not afraid of any enemies. The Genesis stones in his hands were much safer than anyone else's. As long as the two Genesis stones were placed in the two clans, they could gather the origin energy from the outer space for them to absorb and become stronger. At the same time, they could change the cycle of Xianling continent's destruction to a certain extent. This time, Ling Xiao did not need to go through any space formation. He went through layers of space cracks and returned to the Xianling continent. The Xianling continent was the closest continent to the Heaven Domain. However, it was isolated by an ancient forbidden method. Not many people could discover its existence. With the passing of time, as the origin of the Xianling continent became thinner and thinner, the ancient taboo had become extremely weak. Ling Xiao did not need to pass through the Heavenly Domain fortress at all. He could force his way in. With his strong body, he blocked the turbulence and entered the Xianling continent. Chapter 1600. The Xianling continent was an ancient continent that had existed for millions of years. There were at least 5 types of godly beasts on this continent: the true dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, and the Qilin. They were the ancient creatures of this continent, and their bloodlines were passed down. Later on, other godly beasts also appeared here. That was the primordial era. The human race had just been born and was on the path of change. Xianling continent had experienced millions of years. With the emergence of many powerful cultivators and the chaotic wars between the various races, the various boundaries were heavily damaged. The origin force was gradually lost, causing the once glorious ancient continent to enter its final phase of decline. Many other races began to search for more suitable land to live in. That was how the prosperous Heaven Realm was today. After Ling Xiao entered Xianling continent, he immediately scanned the entire place with his divine telekinesis. With his speed and strength, no matter where he wanted to go, he would be able to reach it directly. It would not take too much time. He had returned to his homeland, but there weren't many old friends left in this land. The Ling clan, the proud smiling palace, perhaps there were still people he knew, but they were not worth his time. No matter what, he still felt a sense of familiarity here. It made him feel like he had returned home. He liked this feeling. One day, I will definitely restore it to its former glory. Ling Xiao sighed and murmured. Ling Xiao landed directly in Wind Cloud City of the proud smiling palace. No one noticed how he appeared. It was as if he had been here for a long time. Ling Xiao was wearing a green robe. He looked like an ordinary, handsome young man walking on foot, enjoying this rare moment of peace. Looking at the rapid changes in Wind Cloud City, Ling Xiao was extremely satisfied. This was a city that he had built with his own hands. It was his territory and his people. He sincerely hoped that they could live and work in peace here. Everyone who walked around looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. It was as if they were looking at the legendary person, the first city lord of Wind Cloud City. Unfortunately, when they blinked, they found that the person had already disappeared in front of them. Not long after, a cloaked man appeared in a corner of Wind Cloud City's Wind Cloud restaurant. This man looked rather strange. Anyone who wanted to see his face through his cloak could not. It was as if they could only see a blurry cloud. All the experts in the restaurant at the king rank and above were extremely shocked. They knew that this person was absolutely a first-rate expert, and he might already be in existence at the Mystic Emperor realm. This cloaked man was undoubtedly Ling Xiao. He knew that everyone in Wind Cloud City knew him. After all, there was a statue of him in the center of the city. The statue was over 100 meters tall, like a deity standing with his hands behind his back. That handsome face and the aura that looked down on the world were incomparable. He was a legendary figure in the Xianling continent that was revered by the future generations. At this moment, a person walked into the restaurant, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the restaurant. At the same time, they stood up and bowed slightly to that person. Many people warmly greeted that person and tried to please him. Elder Lu is here. Today, we can listen to the story of the Xiao Emperor again. That's great. Elder Lu comes out once a month to talk about following the Xiao Emperor. I don't know if he's telling the truth or not. I even suspect that he's bragging. Brother, don't talk nonsense. Elder Lu looks ordinary, but he might really be a hidden master. Otherwise, why didn't the manager of the restaurant dare to stop him every time he tells a story? That's true. I wonder what Elder Lu will say today. I don't want to follow the Xiao Emperor anymore. If I can join the Xiao Emperor, I'll be satisfied. Elder Lu, come sit here. Serve the food and wine so that Elder Lu can tell us more about the legend of the Xiao Emperor. The one who walked over was a white-haired old man. Although he was already in his 70s, his old eyes were reserved, his steps were steady, and his aura was extraordinary. He was obviously not an ordinary old man. There was a kind smile on his face, and he smiled whenever he met people. There was no hypocrisy on his face. Elder Lu sat in the center of the restaurant and smiled. It seems that everyone doesn't mind this old man's trembling. Well, I will tell a little bit more today. But first, I need to drink some wine to moisten my throat. Elder Lu, drink as much as you want. We will give you enough. Someone in the restaurant responded generously. The others also began to agree with him. After Elder Lu drank a cup of wine, he looked at the others and said with a smile, "When I followed the Xiao Emperor, he was only a half-step martial sovereign. He was as powerful as me, but I reached that level 1,000 years earlier than him. The Xiao Emperor had just reached that level, but he was already able to defeat the three of us half-step martial sovereigns. I, Elder Lu, had 3 attacks from the Xiao Emperor. Don't underestimate those 3 attacks. The other 2 old men couldn't even withstand 1 attack from the Xiao Emperor. The Xiao Emperor saw that I was still useful, so he said, 'You are good. I have the supreme grade Xian King Dan. Follow me, and I will help you become the Xian King.' How old was the Xiao Emperor then? He was only about 30 years old. It was the first time that I was shocked by the Xiao Emperor's aura. After that, I followed the Xiao Emperor and started to conquer the world. Elder Lu's words were soft and gentle, like the sound of bamboo, penetrating deep into people's hearts. It made people feel like they were in the same situation as the Xiao Emperor. At the same time, they seemed to see the heroic figure of the Xiao Emperor, who fought against so many powerful cultivators without being defeated. Everyone was mesmerized by Elder Lu's words and couldn't help themselves. Only Ling Xiao, who was wearing a cloak, was laughing in his heart. He thought to himself, since when did Elder Lu like to brag? He looked at Elder Lu, who was talking, and an invisible force stopped Elder Lu's words. Elder Lu's face turned serious, and he looked at Ling Xiao as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Then, his old eyes narrowed, and he lost his composure as he exclaimed, "Palace Master!" As his voice faded, the cloaked Ling Xiao had already disappeared from the restaurant. Duke Lu instantly stood up, and his peak stage mystic the arch cultivation burst forth. causing everyone present to stumble. In the next moment, Duke Lu flew towards the door as if he had gone mad. His speed caused everyone present to be flabbergasted. Lu, Elder Lu is really a Xian Emperor. How? How is this possible? It seems that Elder Lu is really a powerful cultivator. Maybe he is the supreme elder of the proud, smiling palace, and has followed the Xiao Emperor. I didn't expect this. If I can get on Elder Lu's good side, I can join the proud, smiling palace. I wonder if Elder Lu will come next month. Yes, if Elder Lu is willing to let me follow him, I will do anything. Maybe when the Xiao Emperor comes back from the Qingyun realm, it will be a great fortune for us. Only then did they realize that Elder Lu, who had been telling them stories, was really a member of the proud, smiling palace, and he was a super Xian Emperor. Everyone was regretful that they missed the chance to make friends with such a person. The Xian Emperor was one of the most powerful cultivators in the Central Territory. As long as the saints didn't show up, they could do whatever they wanted. On the top of a tall mountain in the rainy swamp mountain range, a figure was standing on the top of the tallest ancient tree, facing the wind. From afar, he seemed to be in harmony with the heaven and earth, and he had reached the level of being one with the world. After a long while, a figure shot over from afar. This person was Lu Gong, who had rushed out from the restaurant. He looked at the young man standing on top of the ancient tree with a face full of excitement. He actually knelt down in midair and said, "Lu Kun greets Palace Lord." However, before he knelt down, an invisible force seemed to bind him, and he couldn't kneel. Ling Xiao turned around and smiled. "Elder Lu, how have you been?" Elder Lu was undoubtedly Lu Kun, who used to follow Ling Xiao around. In the beginning, Lu Kun was only a half-step emperor, but he broke through to the low-level Xian Emperor after he obtained the supreme Grade Xian Emperor pill. He originally thought that this was the end of his life. However, when Ling Xiao returned from the Heaven region the last time, he gave him a batch of rare high-grade spear ingredients. That was how he managed to reach the peak stage of the mystic Tharch realm. Lu Kun had followed Ling Xiao for many years, and he'd almost perished in the battles with the various powers. If Ling Xiao hadn't used many rare spiritual materials to save him, he would have died a long time ago. His respect for Ling Xiao was incomparable to anyone else's. At that time, Ling Xiao had wanted to take him with him to the Qingyun realm, but Lu Kun had stayed behind of his own accord. It wasn't that he didn't want to go to the Qingyun realm, but in his own words, he wanted to protect the Palace Lord's estate. He couldn't lose someone to look after the Palace Lord, and the other direct descendants of the Palace Lord had left. It could be said that Lu Kun was one of the most loyal direct descendants of Ling Xiao. Lu Kun looked excitedly at Ling Xiao, whose appearance hadn't changed at all. Tears welled up in his old eyes, and he said, "I, old Lu, can see the return of the Palace Lord again. I'm satisfied." Ling Xiao came to Lu Kun's side and sighed softly. "Elder Lu, you don't need to be like this. It's like you're going to die." After a pause, he said, "It's been hard on you all these years. This time, come with me to the Qingyun realm. The Xian Emperor's cultivation is too weak. If people know that you're my man, I can't afford to lose face." Lu Kun could feel that Ling Xiao's temperament hadn't changed, so he nodded heavily and said, "Thank you, Palace Lord." Now that the Laughing Palace had stabilized after the departure of the others, he could also leave with peace of mind. You've reached the edge of a breakthrough, but this is not the best place for a breakthrough. After I take you back to the Qingyun realm, it won't be too late for you to break through to the Saint realm. Ling Xiao said again. Lu Kun's body trembled a few times, and his heart was extremely excited. He had thought that he would never forget the Saint realm in this life, but after hearing Ling Xiao's words, he was relieved. He had never heard his palace master speak carelessly, and he was certain that he would reach the Saint realm. Chapter 1601. Ling Xiao met with Lu Kun and asked him to return to the sect to deal with some matters. When he returned to the Heaven realm, he would take him with him. At the same time, Ling Xiao asked Lu Kun not to disturb the others in the palace for the time being. Otherwise, when the old palace master returned, he would not be able to explain himself, After Ling Xiao left the rainy swamp mountain range, he went directly to the peak of the East Sea. He summoned Dragon Lady. Dragon Lady immediately transformed into her real body. After roaring a few times, she brought Ling Xiao and rushed into the Dragon Palace. Ling Xiao and Dragon Lady returned to the Dragon Palace. The old Dragon King and Dragon King were shocked. When they saw that Dragon Lady had reached the same realm as them, they were overjoyed. Now that the source energy in the ancestral land is thin, it is difficult to survive. The old Dragon King sighed with emotion. The 13th Prince of the Golden Dragon had persuaded them to move to the Heaven Realm, but they refused to leave the Dragon Palace where they had lived for tens of thousands of years. They only allowed Dragon Lady to leave with Ling Xiao. Now that Dragon Lady had reached such a level in just a few decades, they could not help but be shocked. Old Dragon King, don't worry. This time, Dragon Lady and I came back to help the Dragon Palace regain its glory so that the dragons can rise again. Ling Xiao said. Right after that, a water genesis stone appeared in front of him. When the water origin stone appeared, a large amount of source energy gathered, making the old Dragon King in front of him shine brightly. A source stone, the two Dragon Kings exclaimed. You two have good eyesight. I believe that as long as this source stone is temporarily placed in the Dragon Palace, it will gather a lot of source energy from the outside world. It will help all of you in the Dragon Palace advance faster. Ling Xiao said. Guest General. Of course, Old Wang didn't misjudge you. You're the lucky star of us dragons. Old Dragon King said excitedly. The Dragon King was also moved. That's right. With this source stone, the Dragon Palace will be able to regain its former glory after 1,000 years. Old Dragon King, I want to make it clear that I will only lend this water source stone to your Dragon Palace for a few years. I still need it in the future. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. He decided to be blunt first, in case the dragons refused to return it when he wanted to retrieve it in the future. That would be troublesome. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the two Dragon Kings' smiles froze. Guest General, why are you doing this? Could it be that you're planning to exchange something from us? As long as you need it, I will give it to you immediately. Even if you want the Crown Prince to follow you, it's not that we can't agree, as long as this source stone stays in our Dragon Palace forever. Old Dragon King said eagerly. Ling Xiao shook his head and told Old Dragon King about what he was going to do in the future. He wanted to gather all 9 source stones and set up the origin formation to save the Xianling continent. He wanted to restore the prosperity of the Xianling continent. Naturally, he could not only think for the dragons. As long as the Xianling continent could gather the source energy again, all the creatures here would benefit. At the same time, he was doing this to save his ancestor. After Old Dragon King heard it, he understood that Ling Xiao's action was a good deed that would benefit thousands of creatures. There was no room for selfishness. Guest General, it's a blessing for the world to be so broad-minded. Although we dragons don't care about other races, we won't sacrifice the world for our own benefit. It's a blessing for our Dragon Palace to temporarily keep it in our Dragon Palace. Old Dragon King said with some regret. Ling Xiao was relieved. If the dragons were not willing to give in, he could only give up. After all, this matter was too important, and he could not afford to make any mistakes. Ling Xiao temporarily left the Dragon Lady in the Dragon Palace and hurried to the next stop. Ling Xiao left the Dragon Lady in the Dragon Palace when he was young, and he could not forget it until now. Walking here and looking at the familiar shape of the mountain, his heart was filled with endless emotions. He and the prodigal returned to the Fire Qilan clan's land and took out a fire attribute Genesis stone and placed it in their clan's land. At the same time, he also placed the remaining purple-black flames in the cauldron in their clan's land. This kind of extreme flame, as long as it was mixed with the Genesis stone, would become stronger and stronger sooner or later. These flames could be used by the Fire Qilan clan to strengthen the power of their Qilan holy fire. In addition, the prodigal reported the Vermilion Bird's request to the few old Fire Qilans and asked them to make a decision. The few old Qilans agreed without hesitation. With the fire attribute Genesis stone, they could become stronger again. When the time came, they could compete with the Vermilion Bird clan for the Golden Crow clan's territory, which would make them even stronger. After doing all this, Ling Xiao left the prodigal here temporarily and went to the Chaotic Battles Abyss alone. Now, the Chaotic Battles Abyss was no longer a place where the young Earth Emperors of the Central Region fought for rankings. No one knew why, but in the past few decades, the restrictions here suddenly became stronger. Even if many mystic thearchs came, they couldn't break the restrictions here. They all realized that something must have happened in the Chaotic Battles Abyss. In the end, they even invited the Saint Elders of the various factions to come and break the defenses here. Unfortunately, they vomited blood because of the backlash of the restrictions. From then on, the Chaotic Battles Abyss became a forbidden land. No one could enter it anymore. Many factions had to find another battlefield to continue the battle of the Earth Emperors. When Ling Xiao arrived here, he directly ignored the restrictions and went in. He found the position where the old ancestor was and immediately went deep. Back then, it was extremely difficult for him to reach the 200,000-meter boundary. Now he could do it easily. He felt the blood in his body throbbing, and a familiar feeling hit his heart. The old ancestor is still here. Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. The feeling of a bloodline connection was definitely not something that could be easily severed. When Ling Xiao was near the boundary, before he could say anything, the bony shadow in the depths of the boundary said in a hoarse voice, "Boy, you're back. Have you found all 9 kinds of Genesis stones?" When Ling Xiao heard the old ancestor's words, his heart couldn't help but ache. He immediately responded, "Old ancestor, we have collected 6 kinds of Genesis stones. We still need the light, dark, and thunder Genesis stones." Oh, they actually found all 6 kinds of Genesis stones in less than 100 years. Those bastards have improved. Ling Hongyu responded rather optimistically. Ling Zhao's eyes focused. Through the layers of boundaries, he saw the old man who was using his body as a bridge and wrapped the boundaries with the power of metal. Ling Zhao's heart was filled with admiration. He was willing to sacrifice himself to let everyone in the ancestral land live. This courage was not something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, he was one of the top existences on the sovereign list. In many people's eyes, it was stupid to use his noble identity to protect the weak people like ants. Even Ling Xiao didn't think that he had such a selfless, sacrificial spirit like his old ancestor. If we haven't found all 9 kinds of Genesis stones, we can't arrange the Genesis Great Formation. Kid, what are you doing here? Are you here to check if I'm dead or not? Asked Ling Hongyu. Ling Xiao answered, I came back to do something, so I came here to chat with my old ancestor. Soon, I will return to outer space to find the other 3 kinds of Genesis stones. I must help my old ancestor get rid of his sufferings and see the sun again. Ling Zhao's voice was sonorous and resolute. He couldn't help but release the aura of the incipient God realm. Good kid, you've reached the middle level of the Supreme Being realm. Good, even if I die, the Kim people, don't have to worry anymore. Ling Hongyu said excitedly as he sensed Ling Zhao's aura through the barrier. Although Ling Xiao could hear Ling Hongyu's voice clearly, he could feel that the latter's peak power had been reduced a lot. He was afraid that it was just as he had said. Enduring for more than 2,000 years was his limit. Ling Xiao took out the metal-class Genesis stone and said, Old ancestor, this is the Genesis stone of my tribe. It should be able to help you restore your power. I will put it here for now. When I find the other 3 kinds of Genesis stones, I will come back to take them. Then, Ling Xiao put the Genesis stone into the barrier and made it gather the metal-class Genesis stone. This way, Ling Hongyu could endure for a few more days. It's hard on you, kid. Ling Hongyu sighed. Ling Xiao didn't say anything more. He took out many crystal-clear god blood beads. He got them from the blood pond of the fierce blood demon. They were divine items that could replenish blood quickly. Ancestor, I have a divine blood bead in my hand. I'll force out some of my blood essence now. You should absorb as much of it as you can. It'll help you recover your blood chi. I'll use the divine blood bead to repair it. Ling Hongyu didn't respond. After a while, he sighed and said, "Silly boy, you don't need to do this. Blood is everyone's foundation. Losing it again and again won't do you any good in the future. Although the God Blood Bead can restore it, it won't do you any good. Just forget it. With the Genesis Stone, the pressure on me is reduced. I should be able to endure for a few more days. Old ancestor, this bit of essence blood is nothing. I'm not even 200 years old yet, and I've already reached the middle stage supreme martial artist level. I can still bear the loss of some essence blood. Besides, this God Blood Bead can replenish it immediately, so you can rest assured and absorb more. As long as you can endure for a few more days, we will have more time to gather the other 3 Genesis stones," Ling Xiao advised. Ling Hongyu was silent for a while and said, "All right, since you're so filial, I will listen to you. It's a good thing that I can endure for another 1 or 2,000 years." As soon as Ling Hongyu's voice fell, Ling Xiao's blood vessels ruptured and his blood essence emerged. That thick blood essence was definitely comparable to the god's blood of a god. Ling Hongyu used a secret technique to suck out Ling Xiao's blood to replenish the blood that he had lost. Ling Xiao felt dizzy and uncomfortable. He couldn't afford to lose so much blood at his realm. Chapter 1602. Each drop of the blood of a supreme incipient god realm expert could be compared to a heaven-defying divine item. To warriors below the realm of supreme incipient god realm, it could bring back the dead and strengthen their bodies. Ling Xiao used to absorb the blood demon essence tree and many blood crystals. His blood qi was much thicker than ordinary warriors. However, he had his blood taken many times. Although he had to replenish it, he would never complain about having too much blood qi. It was lucky that Ling Xiao had soaked in the blood pond. His blood was 1 or 2 times more than that of an ordinary incipient god realm expert. Otherwise, he would have fainted when his ancestors sucked his blood. "All right, I've taken more than half of your blood. It's not a problem for you to endure for another 1,000 years." Ling Hongyu's voice arose. Ling Xiao's blood stopped flowing. Pausing for a while, Ling Hongyu said with surprise, "Ah, your blood is so pure this time. It can compete with my bloodline power. Seems like you have a big encounter. Good. It's not a problem to endure for another 1,500 years. You guys have 3,000 or 4,000 years to find more Genesis stones." Ling Hongyu was the oldest ancestor of the Kim people. His seniority was even higher than Ling Taichu and Ling Taimeng. Moreover, his competence was at the peak of the Supreme Realm. As one of the top 10 characters of the Great Expert list, of course, his bloodline was the purest. When Ling Hongyu had taken Ling Xiao's blood continuously, of course, Ling Hongyu could recognize the change of Ling Xiao's blood. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao could activate his bloodline power to this level. He was surprised. Ling Xiao didn't have the strength to answer Ling Hongyu. He immediately swallowed many god blood beads and started to refine them to replenish his blood. Ling Xiao's refining speed was really fast. Although the blood qi of these god blood beads was tremendous, he couldn't absorb them in just a few breaths. "Not enough," Ling Xiao said. 10 more god blood beads appeared in his palm. He absorbed them all. Ling Xiao's blood qi was quickly replenished, and the bloodline power he had consumed also gradually recovered. After a while, Ling Xiao's face regained a lot of color. He let out a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "Fortunately, I have the god's blood bead. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to afford it." Now, he only felt that he had only recovered 70% of the blood essence that had been sucked away. The remaining 30% would probably have to be nurtured slowly in the future. "What do you think, kid? Are you unable to hold on any longer?" Ling Hongyu's voice rang out again. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Don't worry, ancestor. Ling Xiao can still hold on." "That's great. I've really wronged you," Ling Hongyu said with guilt. "What are you talking about, ancestor? I'm your descendant." "I should die for you," Ling Xiao replied. "Good. It's rare for you to be so filial," Ling Hongyu replied. Then, he said, "It's rare for you to come here. Stay and talk with me about the clan." We haven't talked for so many years. It's not a good time. Ling Xiao was also very happy to chat with his ancestor. He told Ling Hongyu about the situation of the Heavenly Dragon sect and their clan. Ling Hongyu answered him from time to time. Sometimes he sighed with emotion. When Ling Xiao talked about destroying the Dark Shadow clan and the Divine Axe gang, Ling Hongyu immediately said they should be killed. Those who offended our clan should be killed. Ling Xiao could feel Ling Hongyu's thick, murderous aura, even though they were separated by the barrier. He had heard that this ancestor was famous for being a good person. However, the murderous aura he was showing now was really terrifying. Maybe he's just kind to his clansmen, but to his enemies, he's a real god of slaughter. Ling Xiao thought to himself. All right, you said that our clan wants to rob the Genesis Stone from the Wingman tribe and the Demon Tiger tribe. Ling Hongyu asked. Ling Xiao replied with a brutal light. That's right. Those birdmen and the Demon Tiger tribe must be destroyed. They have always been our clan's enemy. They helped the Dark Shadow clan to kill our clansmen. They should all die. No, absolutely not. Before Absolute beginning and Woody come back, you can't act rashly. Ling Hongyu objected immediately. Why? Are you worried that we can't defeat them? I'm the supreme alchemy god. I've provided many supreme pellets to the clan. We have many founding elders. Our clan, Ling Xiao explained. Before he could finish, Ling Hongyu interrupted him. You don't need to say more. You don't understand how terrifying these two clans are. Pausing for a while, he continued. First, let me tell you about the Wingman tribe. They call themselves the God tribe. They are the favored children of God. They call themselves the God race, and they're favored by the heavens. They're born with the strength of a king rank or above, and no one can compare to them. Moreover, all of them are of the pure light attribute, and their rate of cultivation is faster than an ordinary person. Moreover, their speed of healing isn't any slower than my clan's ancient emperor's divine art. Their wings are like the wind attribute, allowing them to move unparalleled in speed. They have too many advantages when compared to those in the same realm. Moreover, they've moved to the Outer Realm a long time ago, and after many years of peaceful development, they've become unimaginably powerful. Moreover, there are at least two existences at the level of Pontiff in their clan, and their existence is on par with Absolute, Beginning, and Invincible. As for the Devil Tiger clan, there's no need to mention them. Their ancestor once fought me fiercely, and even though we almost perished together, they have a total of 8 people on the sovereign ranking. There are even some who aren't on the ranking, but their strength isn't any weaker than theirs. So, it's absolutely unwise to start a war with them. Ling Xiao had once subdued 2 supreme experts of the Winged Clan, so he knew the situation of the Winged Clan like the back of his hand. It could be said that he knew much more than Ling Hongyu. He knew that what Ling Hongyu said was true. The Winged Clan was indeed a tough nut to crack. The Demon Tiger sect was known as the most powerful ancient clan in the Heaven Domain. Their history could be traced back to the ancient times. In the Heavenly Tiger region, their words carried enormous weight. This proved their strength. Now, after listening to his ancestor's explanation, Ling Xiao felt extremely depressed. If the Kim people were to start a war with the Winged Clan, both sides would suffer heavy losses. Moreover, if they wanted to deal with 2 clans at the same time, they would be at a disadvantage. But only these 2 clans have the light and darkness source stones. Ling Xiao replied reluctantly. Sai, I also know that this is difficult for you. Since ancient times, many people have wanted to gather all 9 Genesis source stones, but failed. If you really can't do it, don't force yourself. I definitely don't want to see my clan being destroyed because of me. It's not worth it. Ling Hongyu sighed deeply. Then he sighed again. If my cultivation could improve further, I would definitely be able to get out of this predicament and restore the vitality of the Xianling continent. What a pity. Improve further? Ancestor, what is the realm above the Supreme Master? Ling Xiao asked with great interest. It was not the first time that he heard that there was a realm above the Supreme Master. However, he had never understood what it was like. Originally, with your competence, you need to improve further before you can know it. However, Kid, your advancement speed is really abnormal. Now, I will tell you. Perhaps you can reach that realm in the future. Ling Hongyu said. He paused for a while and then continued. The supreme incipient God realm is the limit of the human body. Ling Hongyu paused for a while and then continued. The incipient God realm is the limit of the human body. It's called the original God realm. No one can compare to it. However, there's a legendary realm that can break the limit of the human body. It can break through the peak of the God realm and reach a brand new realm. At that time, the God body will start to transform into a new life form. This life form can not only rejuvenate and change the appearance of different ages, but can also control the earth and heaven. It can create a new place to live, create new creatures, and change everything in this world. This realm is called eternity in the legends. It can live forever. It can create a new world and life. Eternal life, eternal existence, the creation of the world, the creation of life. This is eternity. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with a hint of confusion. After reaching the King God realm, as long as they didn't have any conflicts with others and stayed in one place, they could live forever. However, if they wanted to create a new world and life, even the supreme incipient God realm experts couldn't do that. The supreme incipient God realm experts could destroy the earth and heaven. They could also create a small space on the continent. They could also create new things. However, they couldn't create a new world or life. It was indeed a realm that only existed in legends. Ling Xiao was deep in thought. He wanted to know how he could do this. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out how to do that. Silly boy, wake up. Ling Hongyu's faint voice arose in Ling Xiao's ears. Although Ling Hongyu's voice wasn't loud, it had an invisible power that shook Ling Xiao and woke him up. Ling Xiao exhaled. He finally recognized that he was on the verge of bedevilment. If he didn't wake up in time, he could fall into a chaotic state. At that time, it would affect his future growth. Thank you, forefather. Ling Xiao thanked Ling Hongyu. You're too young. It's normal that you can't resist the temptation. When you reach the peak of Supreme Being, you will understand that realm. However, I haven't heard of anyone who can touch that realm. It's just a legend that when the world was created, only the giant gods of the antiquity had the god power. If anyone can step into that realm, he can destroy everything with a flip of his hand. At the same time, he can create new things. This is the real eternity. You don't need to think too much. Just reach the peak of Supreme Being first. It's not easy to reach this step. Yes, forefather. I know what to do. Ling Xiao answered honestly. He didn't dare to think about that realm anymore. If his mind wasn't steady and he fell into bedevilment, everything would be in vain. All right, let nature take its course. If you can find the other 3 kinds of Genesis stones in the other space, it will be great. If you can't find them, forget it. Just let this old man and the ancestral planet disappear together. Anyway, I've lived long enough. I don't have any regrets. You should go back, Ling Hongyu said. Chapter 1603. Ling Xiao buried the metal-type Genesis stone under the wizardry barrier and gave it to Ling Hongyu. After chatting with him for a while, he finally left. However, he did not return to the Heaven Domain immediately. Instead, he went to the Spiritual Martial Pavilion to check on Wu Bufan. The chaotic combat physique was rare even in 100,000 years. It was a natural supreme destiny. Ling Xiao really wanted to find Wu Bufan again and give him the chaotic divine beast body in the cauldron to help him achieve more quickly. If he could make friends with such a person, it would definitely be something worth celebrating. Of course, if he became an opponent, he would not feel lonely. It was a pity that he could not find Wu Bufan's aura, even though he had covered the entire spiritual martial pavilion with his divine will. He was sure that Wu Bufan had completely disappeared. He was born with such a combat physique. Did he die young? Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. There were many geniuses with special constitutions in the world, but because they were too outstanding, they were afraid that the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. and they died young. This kind of example was not uncommon. Ling Xiao called Dragon Lady and the Prodigal back and planned to leave the Xianling continent. He believed that with the 3 Genesis stones here, the lifespan of the Xianling continent would be extended by a lot. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave, the Prodigal said, "Boss, I want to take a look at the dangerous place in the Heaven Domain before I go back. Maybe there are many good things there." Ling Xiao looked interested and said, "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. There is a territory gate in the Xianling continent that can transport you to the Heaven Domain. It is indeed worth a look. I was too weak in the past. After entering that place, I was transported to the Heaven Domain inexplicably. Uncle Flaming Tiger died because of me. I want to see what is so strange about that place," the Prodigal said. After that, they headed towards a mountain range in the Central Territory that was rarely visited by humans. This mountain range was located in the Central region. It was very close to the Southern Wasteland and was called the Southern Parting Mountain Range. There wasn't the slightest bit of water in this area of several tens of thousands of kilometers, and it was like a dead land. There were mostly rocky mountains, spirit beasts were rare, and there were even fewer trees and spirit herbs. A long time ago, many people thought that there were mystic crystals that could be mined in this mountain range. In the end, many forces and mercenaries came here to dig, but they couldn't find many valuable materials. They could only occasionally find some hard stones for refining. Therefore, it was obvious that people were coming to this mountain range again. Moreover, there were no civilians living in the surrounding area. There was no water source after all, so how could they survive? Back then, the Prodigal had brought the Earth Flaming Tiger all over the mountains to search for the other Chilean clan. In the end, they had arrived here, but had mistakenly entered a mystic realm. This secret realm was located in the central area of this mountain range, within the many rocky mountains. Ling Xiao looked at the mountain range from the sky. It was as if an earth dragon was coiled here, and the rocky mountains were the dragon's spine. It seemed incomparably vigorous and imposing. Although Ling Xiao didn't know much about feng shui, he had some exchanges with Xianxia, so he more or less had some general knowledge. For example, this earth dragon's shape. Although it wasn't the best place with good feng shui, it was the best terrain in the surrounding area. However, Ling Xiao had some clues. This place was mainly earth, and there was a lack of water. It was obvious that it was a dangerous place with earth spirits, and the earth dragon could turn over at any time. If one touched the dragon's reverse scale, the earth dragon would turn over, and its power would be infinite, killing all things. Earth restrains water, but water can also penetrate stone. It's a pity that there is no water here at all. There must have been restrictions set up here long ago. Although these restrictions are weak, they are definitely not something that an ordinary saint can see through. The location of this mystic realm is where the earth dragon's reverse scale is, so it can't be as simple as a domain gate. Perhaps there is some ancient secret hidden here. Ling Xiao mumbled to himself, then brought the Dragon Lady and the Prodigal to the entrance of the mystic realm. The entrance to the mystic realm was in a rocky mountain range. This kind of rocky mountain range was too common, and there was nothing special about it. There was also a restriction that isolated it, so even the Holy Emperor couldn't see through it. Back then, the Prodigal and the Earth Flaming Tiger were only lucky enough to enter, and the Earth Flaming Tiger was killed here. This showed that there was definitely something extraordinary about this place. This was a stone cave that led deep underground. According to the Prodigal's description, they didn't go too deep before something happened. Thus, he had to remind Ling Xiao to be careful in case something went wrong. Ling Xiao used his soul consciousness to scan the stone cave. However, when his soul consciousness reached deep inside, it was cut off. It can cut off my soul consciousness. There must be something strange about this place, Ling Xiao said with a solemn face. He didn't expect that even his soul consciousness would be cut off. This meant that the other party's restriction wasn't any weaker than his. It might even be stronger. Ling Xiao didn't rush in immediately. Instead, he set up a restriction around this area, cutting off all senses from the outside world. This was to prevent any commotion that could cause panic in the distance. With Ling Xiao's ability, it wouldn't be a problem to move this rocky mountain away. However, in this ominous land, there might be some terrifying formation that could threaten him. He had to be careful. Ling Xiao's entire body emitted a 5-color divine light as he brought the Dragon Lady and the Prodigal into the cave. The stone cave looked dark and dry. However, under the illumination of Ling Xiao's protective divine light, it became much clearer. Not long after Ling Xiao stepped in, he immediately noticed that there were some formations carved on the ground under his feet. These formations extended deep into the cave. If he accidentally touched the nodes of the formation and activated the formation, something unimaginable would happen. Who could set up such a big formation here? Ling Xiao squinted and mumbled. Then, a silver-patterned brush appeared in his hand. This was the divine brush specially used by formation rune masters, and it was used to inscribe and set up formations. Ling Xiao had gotten it from the space rings of the pirates he had killed in outer space. He had originally planned to give it to Xianxia when he came back to find him in the future. However, after so many years, he hadn't heard any news about Xianxia. It was as if he had disappeared from the heaven domain. If Ling Xiao hadn't left him the jade tube of life, he would have thought that Xianxia was dead. Ling Xiao didn't know how to draw formations, but he knew some simple ways to destroy them. It was easy to create a formation, but difficult to destroy it. This only referred to when the formation was already activated. It wasn't too difficult to destroy the formation without touching it. It depended on the strength of the person destroying the formation. Ling Xiao held the divine brush in his hand and gathered energy on his wrist. He waved it at the many complicated formation patterns on the ground. A long stroke was drawn on the nodes of these formation patterns, breaking the interlocking structure of these formation patterns. Once the formation was activated, this corner wouldn't be able to play its role. Ling Xiao looked around and kept attacking, destroying the nodes of the formation patterns in front of him. His movements looked simple, but the first point of impact had to be precise and in place. Otherwise, when the formation was activated, everything he had done would be in vain. In addition, the person who carved the formation was definitely a supreme being. Otherwise, he would feel a strong resistance every time he drew, almost making it impossible for him to draw. When he had just destroyed dozens of nodes, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that he had consumed a bit of his divine power. He was only destroying the formation. If he were to draw this kind of formation, he probably wouldn't be able to handle it. An array master was not an easy profession to achieve. They kept a low profile, but their abilities were not small. An hour later, Ling Xiao had destroyed thousands of node structures and advanced for more than 1,000 meters. Finally, he arrived at the center of the formation. When he saw the dozens of level 11 beast cores arranged around him, he revealed an incomparably shocked expression. At this time, the prodigal boy also exclaimed softly, "This is where I was sent to the heavenly realm." Uncle Flaming Tiger was also killed here. Ling Xiao nodded. Although Boss doesn't know much about formations, he does know that some formations contain a murderous formation. You must follow the directions set by the person who set up the formation to be safe. Although I've destroyed the periphery of this formation, the eye of the formation is still here. If dozens of 11th grade beast cores were to activate the formation at the same time, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Dozens of level 11 beast cores were equivalent to the power of dozens of stage 11 holy beasts. One could imagine how terrifying the power of their combined attack was. Ling Xiao then used the destruction formation technique to destroy many of the nodes, and in an instant, he took all the beast cores in his hands. Although these beast cores had lost a portion of their essence, they could still be used. They cannot be wasted. After Ling Xiao broke the formation, he looked around and saw some broken bodies, broken bones, and broken weapons. The broken flesh was still there, but the blood chi had disappeared. Those broken bones were like divine weapons that would never decay. Looks like these people died here by accident. They're probably all god kings or above, or they wouldn't be able to maintain their limbs. Ling Xiao murmured before ignoring them. He continued down the cavern. That's right. You're a god king. After he had advanced for about 100 meters, the situation in the cave finally appeared. In front of them, there was a stone door that seemed to be 10,000 kilograms. On the stone door, there were mysterious and complicated array patterns, and there were even some strange patterns giving off an ancient aura. What is this place? It's actually hidden so deeply. Ling Xiao also revealed a surprised expression as he muttered. The Xianling continent was one of the ancient continents, so it was not surprising that there was a sovereign-level secret realm here. However, Ling Xiao could not guess which era this was left behind, or perhaps there was a sovereign who was in seclusion here. After all, his divine sense could not penetrate this ancient stone door. Ling Xiao was hesitating. Should he destroy this stone door? He was also afraid that there was a sovereign who was in seclusion inside, and disturbing the peace was definitely a very rude thing to do. Chapter 1604. There hasn't been anyone here for many years. I don't think anyone is in seclusion here. Let's go in and take a look first. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before deciding to open the stone door and see what secrets were hidden here. Ling Xiao kept Dragon Lady and the Prodigal and observed the situation around him. He was afraid that there would be some secret killing array hidden here. Once he touched it, he would have to spend some time to solve it. Ling Xiao carefully leaned towards the stone door and looked at the various array patterns and strange patterns carved on the stone door. What a complicated array pattern! What an ancient pattern! Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He had seen Xianxia inscribe array patterns before, but compared to the ones in front of him, the difference was definitely too great. Thinking back to the great array on the ground just now, Ling Xiao couldn't help but suspect that if he met the array inscription master who set up this great array, the other party might be a top-notch divine array master who could set up the origin array. Just 2 meters in front of the great array, Ling Xiao felt the floating array pattern energy here. Although the energy was very hidden, it couldn't escape his senses. The defense is really tight. It won't be easy to break. Ling Xiao thought to himself. These array patterns were carved on the stone door. If he wanted to reach the stone door, he would inevitably be killed by the power of these array patterns. This was a kind of array pattern that was always open, not something an ordinary person could break. Now that he had reached this step, he could only use brute force to break it. After Ling Xiao took a few steps back, a wood attribute divine weapon appeared in his hand. He muttered, "Wood restrains earth. This is the earth evil land. I believe I can restrain it with the power of wood." After saying that, the green sword in his hand began to slash at the stone door. Boom! Ling Xiao's power touched the power of the array pattern in front of the stone door, causing an earth-shattering sound. With such a force, it was completely enough to destroy the stone cave. However, the stone cave only shook for a while, and after some stone chips fell, there was no other movement. And in front of this stone door, a series of earthy yellow light flashed. These rays of light were incomparably thick and solid. They were like little earth dragons swimming about, filled with an austere aura. Ling Xiao sensed the power of the runes in front of the stone door and discovered that although the power was strong, it was still within the range of what he could endure. He put away the divine artifact, and after a loud shout, a cyan fist blasted towards the power of the formation pattern. Another deafening explosion sounded. The power of the earth ray was struck by Ling Xiao, and cracks spread in all directions. At the same time, the earth dragons lunged towards Ling Xiao with a powerful strangling power that could annihilate any expert below the divine king realm. Even low-level sovereigns would be heavily injured by it. However, Ling Xiao's fleshly body was freakishly strong. These energies only tickled him and didn't cause too much damage. He bellowed again, and his other fist smashed down again. The powerful force completely destroyed the power of the formation runes. However, as the power here was destroyed, the stone cave actually shook as if it was experiencing a magnitude 12 earthquake. It was about to collapse completely, and the ground under Ling Xiao's feet also began to crack. Rumble, rumble. Ling Xiao was already prepared. His power had already spread out, and the rocks that were smashing down were all sent flying. Such a little bit of power couldn't possibly hurt him. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and directly rushed towards the stone door. A green palm slapped towards the stone door, intending to completely destroy it. However, when Ling Xiao's hand was about to touch the stone door, it actually opened by itself. Suddenly, an ancient aura rushed over. It was a feeling that came from the primordial era, and it made people tremble even though it wasn't cold. Not only that, but there was a shocking roar coming from behind the stone door. It was the sound of a dragon's roar, and at the same time, there was a burst of earth-shaking footsteps. Ling Xiao's eyes widened, and his face revealed an extremely horrified expression. It was as if he had fallen into another space of nothingness and entered an inexplicable world. A real earth dragon. Ling Xiao saw a terrifying earth dragon pouncing towards him at first glance. This earth dragon wasn't an ordinary earth dragon with impure bloodline, but a real earth dragon of the divine beast clan. Its body was tens of thousands of meters long, and its huge body was much larger than the golden dragon and the water dragon clan. Its dragon scales glowed with an earthy yellow light, and a heavy aura rushed over. The terrifying dragon's mouth was like a black hole, and it came with a bloodthirsty, murderous intent that made people's hearts tremble. Ling Xiao hurriedly retreated. His eyes focused and emitted bursts of green light, seeing through all nothingness. However, he discovered that this earth dragon really did exist, and this place was still filled with chaotic, desolate qi. Could this be real? Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. The earth dragon had already arrived in front of him, and its ferocious aura was very strong, causing people to tremble in fear. Ling Xiao's figure danced, and the dragon's subduing palm ruthlessly smashed towards the earth dragon. Ling Xiao's strength was incomparably strong, and this earth dragon wasn't weak either. It actually took Ling Xiao's dragon subduing palm head-on, and it was only able to force it back slightly. The earth dragon's body swayed angrily, and its powerful dragon tail swept over, carrying with it the power to break through the air. It was enough to destroy half of the mountain range. Whether you're real or fake, in front of this empress, you'd better sit still. Ling Xiao roared, and his combat strength increased by 70 times, and a mighty golden dragon appeared behind him. Ling Xiao's dragon's subduing palm slammed towards the earth dragon's tail with all his strength. Golden light splattered wildly, and the thick earth kept crashing. The intersecting forces produced an earth-shattering sound. Under Ling Xiao's powerful pressure, the earth dragon was blasted back. Ling Xiao immediately increased the power of his attack after gaining the upper hand. Golden palms with the power to destroy heaven and earth swept out. The earth dragon roared nonstop, and its body kept churning. Its dragon claws slashed down furiously, and its dragon tail swept rapidly. Many meteorites kept smashing down, and all of them carried the power of millions of kilograms. It was enough to make a mid-level supreme being unable to withstand it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's strength was strong enough to suppress this earth dragon. Ling Xiao's earth-shattering power kept blasting out, and the earth dragon finally couldn't withstand Ling Xiao's devastation anymore. Its body collapsed and scattered. Only then did Ling Xiao realize that this wasn't a real earth dragon, but just the essence of dragon energy. It was the dragon pearl that was doing this. It contained the purest power of a true dragon, and it hadn't dissipated yet. That was why it could condense into form and attack, as if it was real. Ling Xiao watched as the earth dragon disappeared. Ling Xiao forcefully absorbed the dragon energy that was about to dissipate. This was dragon energy that had been accumulated for tens of thousands of years, and it could make him possess the aura of dragons and strengthen his body. When the dragon energy entered his stomach, the dragon-shaped battle chi contained in Ling Xiao's bloodline immediately devoured it. Ling Xiao could only feel his body emitting a slight crackling sound. His flesh, his organs, his bones, everything was changing. His physique, which was originally at the peak of a mid-grade ancient god artifact, was advancing towards a high-grade ancient god artifact. In addition, he only felt that his combat strength was surging unceasingly, as if he had an inexhaustible amount of strength, an inexhaustible force. The golden dragon behind Ling Xiao became more and more solid, as if it was a real existence. It was condensed and did not dissipate. It was so vivid that it was daunting. Ling Xiao didn't know how much time had passed, but the dragon Qi was completely refined by him. Ling Xiao opened his eyes, and two dragon energy roared out. A dignified aura appeared, giving off an invisible sense of oppression. The golden dragon behind him also seemed to come to life. It had a real aura, and no one could tell whether it was an illusion or a real existence. The dragon energy here is so dense. Although it can increase my divine power and battle strength, it can let me condense the dragon-shaped battle chi into reality. I can let it attack the enemy like a real dragon. Ling Xiao said with great joy. Then he exclaimed, "Go!" Closely after his voice, his dragon-shaped battle chi roared and rushed out of his back and started to roam and surge in the vicinity. "Come back!" With another thought from Ling Xiao, the dragon-shaped battle chi flew back and hovered behind him, like a protective divine beast. It looked especially real and imposing. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He retracted the dragon-shaped battle chi and said to himself, "This dragon-shaped battle chi is only slightly weaker than my real body. It's easy to deal with ordinary mid-grade supremacies. It's really useful, huh?" At this time, he finally had time to observe the situation. He discovered that this space seemed to be independent, like a normal space outside the domain. However, it didn't seem like it because there were no astral winds or various kinds of turbulence. Instead, it was filled with waves of chaotic power of the five elements. This power was very pure, and it was actually formed by the convergence of primordial energy. At the same time, Ling Xiao also saw a vast tide of stars twinkling, and there was also a sun and a bright moon. The scene was like a fantasy. Apart from that, there were many strange flowers and strange plants formed by the chaotic aura, as well as some spiritual beasts. They weren't real existences, but they weren't much different from living things. They absorbed the chaotic aura here, inhaled the heaven and earth, and carried out a cycle of life. The only pity was that these things were lacking something, so they couldn't become real existences. However, Ling Xiao didn't understand why this scene, which was clearly formed by the void aura, felt so real. Why couldn't his green eyes see through it? Ling Xiao fell into deep thought. After a while, his expression kept changing. Finally, as if he thought of something, an incomparable shock flashed in his eyes. Could this be the eternal legend, the creation of life? Ling Xiao exclaimed. Chapter 1605. Eternity was a kind of legend. It was a realm that only the ancient gods had reached before the birth of all living beings. They were illusory existences that seemed to be in control of the fate of all living beings. The five elements reinforced and restrained each other, the rise and fall of fate, the cycle of life and death. All of them had a fixed pattern, and all of these rules were created by the eternal God. Whether it really existed or not, no one knew. Many of the pinnacle supreme martial artists could only guess and yearn for it. They had never set foot in that realm, so naturally, it could not explain what kind of realm it was. Ling Xiao did not expect that he would be able to see the space of creation in a mystic realm of Xianling continent. Everything here was created by the power of chaos. They lived like living beings, just short of injecting a little vitality into their bodies to truly resurrect them. Or perhaps, after tens of thousands of years of evolution, they could create life through the power of chaos. Ling Xiao was shocked beyond words. He didn't know what words to use to express what he had just witnessed. He had just heard about this realm from his ancestor, and now he was seeing the real scene of creation in front of him. It was really unbelievable. I really don't know how many years this space has been created. Who has such great power to achieve this? Could it be the ruins left behind by the ancient gods? Ling Xiao took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Ling Xiao calmed his mind and kept the Earth Dragon's Dragon Ball. Every Dragon Ball had no attribute. No matter what kind of beast that contained the blood of a dragon, it would have the ability to transform into a dragon after consuming it. The premise was that it could withstand the energy of the Dragon Ball. Otherwise, it would explode from the energy of the Dragon Ball. After obtaining the Dragon Ball, Ling Xiao was prepared to carefully experience all the changes in this place, hoping to master the power of creation so that he could find some opportunities and directions to break through to the eternal realm in the future. But he suddenly realized that the aura here seemed to be gradually fading away, and the power of chaos was no longer flowing according to the rules. The power was actually surging in one direction, as if something was absorbing the power at a shocking speed. Ling Xiao was shocked. He didn't want to miss such a scene. Once he lost this opportunity, it would be difficult for him to encounter such a fateful encounter in the future. Don't even think about ruining this. Ling Xiao let out a startled roar. His power surged out and immediately went in the direction where the primal chi was being absorbed. He forcibly isolated himself from the other party's suction force, preventing all of this from flowing away. At the same time, he gathered his strength and looked down. His green eyes pierced through the layers of space and saw that there was a 5-colored cocoon in the distance. The cocoon was made from chaotic chi and gave off a primordial aura. Furthermore, the silhouettes of the 4 divine beasts floated above it. The azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise were the 4 most powerful divine beasts. They guarded the surroundings like the most loyal guardian divine beasts. No one could even think of approaching them. Ling Xiao held his breath. He really couldn't imagine that such a chaotic divine object could be nurtured in this space. Perhaps it was a top-grade supreme material, or perhaps some kind of creature was undergoing a metamorphosis. He could faintly sense that there seemed to be a life beating under the cocoon. It was just that he had isolated the chaotic chi, causing it to stop beating again. Let's not worry about it for now. Let's immediately comprehend everything here and memorize it, Ling Xiao said as he shook his head. Ling Xiao calmed his mind and closed his eyes. His spiritual sea was completely relaxed as he deeply imprinted all of the scenes here into his sea of consciousness. Now that his sea of consciousness was much more vast than any other sovereign, it was relatively easy for him to memorize all of the scenes here that were formed from the chaotic chi. However, just as he released the space in his sea of consciousness, the world force above his spiritual world. No, it should be said that the scene of the origin of the universe actually evolved on its own. The trees and flowers were all connected with the trees and flowers in this space, and they were all absorbed into his spiritual world. Not only that, the spiritual beasts, stars, suns, moons, and many other things formed from the chaotic chi all entered his spiritual world and mixed with the scene of the origin of the universe, causing the entire world to seem to be alive at all times. Even Ling Xiao couldn't understand what was going on with this mysterious process. He was currently in a state of the beginning of the chaos and the birth of all living things. It made him vaguely feel as if he could see the changes of the times that all living things evolved from, as well as the process of the growth of various living things, as well as the process of aging and death. All of this was evolving in a cycle with some kind of natural law. It seemed as if it could be easily controlled, but also seemed as if it could not be touched. After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao slowly woke up and a blank look flashed across his eyes. He didn't understand at all how his origin of the universe's power could fuse with everything in this space. He also felt that his spiritual world seemed to have opened up a new world that was even wider and could fuse with even more objects of nothingness. It was as if it was an independent space that could change according to his thoughts. After a long time, Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. Could it be that that space exists in my mind? Will I be the one to create it in the future? Ling Xiao, who couldn't understand these things, didn't plan to continue looking into it. It was better to let nature take its course. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally turned his gaze to the giant cocoon of chaos, and he directly flew towards it. The four divine beast silhouettes on the giant cocoon weren't weak. They actually knew how to protect their master, and they pounced towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was so intimidating that they couldn't break his protective divine light. These things can make ordinary holy emperors suffer a little, but they can't threaten me. Ling Xiao squinted. He hesitated for a while before dispersing the restrictions he had set up. He wanted to see if this giant cocoon could automatically absorb the chaos energy. This chaos energy was the combination of the 5 purest origin energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Any supreme realm or incipient god realm expert in this place could take in the chaotic energy they needed to increase their cultivation base faster. However, Ling Xiao didn't do that. He wanted to see what kind of divine item this giant cocoon was. He wanted to see if he could take it for himself. Sure enough, the chaotic divine light on the cocoon grew even brighter after he removed the restriction, and the silhouettes of the 4 divine beasts started to absorb the chaotic energy in this space to their heart's content. It seemed rather miraculous. Ling Xiao carefully sensed the changes of the giant cocoon. He could feel the aura of life and the beating of a heart. Does this cocoon really nurture some kind of chaos creature? Ling Xiao guessed. He was hesitant for a while. He wanted to know what this thing was. He couldn't wait to break the giant cocoon's energy to see what kind of creature was inside. At the same time, he was afraid that his intervention would destroy this life. All of a sudden, Ling Xiao felt that the giant cocoon was absorbing the energy here faster. Its power was increasing. It seems like you want to use the energy here to break through. All right, I want to see what kind of magical creature you are. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while. He decided to wait for the giant cocoon to break and let him see what was inside. After all, Ling Xiao felt that even if this chaos divine item could break out of the cocoon, he had enough power to deal with it. Therefore, he wasn't worried. Taking advantage of this time, Ling Xiao summoned his divine beasts and holy beasts to devour the chaos energy here. There was a lot of energy here. It was enough for them to absorb and refine it to become much stronger. Ling Xiao also planned to meditate in seclusion here for a few days. He wanted to sort out his thoughts and increase his cultivation. After all, the chaos energy here was also very beneficial to him. Therefore, Ling Xiao and his 2 divine beasts and 4 holy beasts went into seclusion here to devour the chaos energy. The chaos energy was the energy of the creation of heaven and earth. It was very beneficial to any kind of creature. Ma Long, who had been stuck at the peak of level 10, finally had the opportunity to break through. There were signs of it. Ling Xiao, Dragoness, the Prodigal, Xiao Jin, Muscle, and Ghost power was also increasing steadily. It was just that it was not as obvious as the Dragon Horse. At the same time, they were much weaker than the giant cocoon. The giant cocoon was very compatible with the chaos energy. It was absorbing the energy like a sponge, as if it was afraid that Ling Xiao and the rest would snatch it away. Hee, I want to see who can absorb it faster. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. The 2 heavenly jewels in his sea of consciousness started to spin rapidly. He also sped up the circulation of his divine power and quickly devoured the chaos energy. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The chaos energy in this space had decreased by a lot. After all, there were so many people absorbing it. Moreover, the chaos energy here was limited. It could not be produced continuously. In this year, Ma Long finally succeeded in breaking through to the level 11 Ma Long. The 2 dragon horns on its forehead became sharper and looked no different from a real dragon's horns. Dragon scales flickered all over its body, making it look extremely thick and sturdy. Its body was much stronger than before. Every breath it took was accompanied by a dragon's roar. After breaking through, it licked Ling Xiao's face intimately to express its gratitude to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wanted to let the dragon horse consume the dragon pearl. However, after some hesitation, he temporarily dispelled the idea. It was better to wait for it to consolidate its power for a period of time before asking it for its opinion. After another half a year, the chaos energy was almost gone. The giant cocoon was finally going to break out of its cocoon. Chapter 1606. After 1.5 years, Ling Xiao had actually reached the middle stage of middle stage supreme realm with the help of the chaotic qi. When one reached the supreme realm, the amount of energy needed to advance from the early stage to the middle stage was enormous. It could take at least hundreds of years, thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. There were even some who could not advance at all. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had obtained a great opportunity and advanced rapidly. This made people jealous. After all, the chaotic energy was the purest and most vast energy in the world. Every wisp of chaotic energy was enough to benefit anyone. If it was an ordinary incipient God Realm expert, he could have reached the peak of the middle stage or had the opportunity to break through after absorbing so much chaotic energy. However, Ling Xiao only took a small step forward. This had a lot to do with his own body. He needed to absorb more than 5 people's chaotic energy to improve a little. That was why he had such a result today. Lady Dragon and the Prodigal were the same as Ling Xiao. They only took a small step forward. They were divine beasts, so the energy they needed to absorb was a few times more than ordinary holy beasts. Xiao Jin and the Muscular Man had a significant increase in their strength. Their strength had reached the late phase of low-tier 11th rank. As for the Dragon Horse, it had advanced from the peak of 10th rank to 11th rank. As for the Ghost, it had reached the peak of the middle phase of 11th rank. It only needed a little more strength before it could break through. The strength it lacked was not the strength of its body, but the strength of its soul. After all, it was a type of soul beast. Only by absorbing a large amount of soul power could it successfully break through to the next rank. With such a harvest on this trip back to Xianling continent, Ling Xiao felt that this trip was not in vain. Just as the last bit of chaotic energy was about to be absorbed by the chaotic cocoon, Ling Xiao waved his hand and immediately restrained the chaotic energy. He then kept it into the cauldron. This primal chaos qi was extremely pure. It was the purest form of energy. If even a trace of it was infused into his descendants, it would be extremely beneficial to their cultivation. It would increase their comprehension ability, as well as their affinity with the spiritual qi and origin energy between heaven and earth. Moreover, with Ling Xiao's alchemy skills, he could even refine the top chaotic divine pills. The primal chaos divine pellet was the best divine pellet that Ling Xiao had in his inheritance. It could help warriors at any level of King God Realm reach the incipient God Realm in one step. They didn't need to reach the peak of King God Realm or half incipient God Realm to break through. As for supreme beings, they could jump 2 levels. In other words, if a low-level supreme being consumed it, they could directly reach the high-level supreme being realm. This was not all the chaotic divine pill had. If a pregnant woman were to consume it, the baby in her womb would have the innate chaotic body. The chaotic body only appeared once in 100,000 years. If he could create an infant with such a body, his future would definitely be smooth. He would be in existence with unparalleled battle prowess. In order to refine chaotic divine pills, the first requirement was to have chaotic qi and chaotic beast pills as a catalyst. Then, they would be able to refine the chaotic divine pills along with various heaven-defying 5 elemental materials. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not want to miss the opportunity to collect the chaos qi. At this moment, he and his divine beasts and holy beasts all woke up. Ling Xiao looked at the chaotic cocoon. It was still the same size, but the energy around was many times denser than it was 1.5 years ago. The silhouettes of the 4 divine beasts had also become more solid. The energy they contained had far surpassed the Holy Emperor's strength. They had reached the level of a high-level god king. Ling Xiao could sense that the aura under the cocoon was getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, it was obvious that there was a person there. The aura and the sound of his heartbeat were no different from that of a human. Could this be the chaotic body that was born in this space? Ling Xiao guessed. If such a person were to be born, there would definitely be a powerful god of war in the universe in the future. After all, the chaotic body had an unparalleled advantage in terms of comprehension of the universe. There would not be any bottlenecks when it came to breaking through. The level of a god king was definitely not his final destination. The space lacked chaotic chi, so the chaotic cocoon had no more energy to suck in. Finally, it began to suck in all the chaotic chi outside the cocoon. The power of the chaotic cocoon grew weaker and weaker. The four divine beasts constantly roared and twirled around it. The aura of the person in the chaotic cocoon skyrocketed once again. He actually went from early high-level God King to mid-high-level God King in a single stroke, and it did not stop there. It continued to rise rapidly. Ling Xiao focused his eyes. His green pupils pierced through the layers of obstructions and landed in the chaotic cocoon. He wanted to see just what kind of person was making a breakthrough there. The chaotic chi was just too vast. Ling Xiao could only see a blurry figure, even when he focused his eyes. He could not tell whether it was a man or a woman, old or young. Looks like I can only wait a little longer. Ling Xiao sighed softly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. The chaotic chi in the chaotic cocoon finally became thinner. Vaguely, he could see the figure of a man. The four divine beasts were still roaring and twirling around him. Their auras were extremely thick. It was similar to the dragon-shaped fighting force that Ling Xiao had just obtained. They could directly use the illusory energy to attack the enemy. It was really extraordinary. And the power of the person in the chaotic cocoon had reached the great perfection of high-level God King realm. He could advance to the half-incipient God realm, or even the supreme incipient God realm at any moment. They all say that my advancement speed is peerless. But compared to this person, I'm still far behind. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. 1.5 years ago, the person under the chaotic cocoon had just entered the Holy Emperor's realm. But today, he had leaped several realms and reached this realm. It was really astounding. All of a sudden, the four divine beasts in front of the chaotic cocoon roared and hissed. Their powers had reached the acme. The four divine beasts were constantly merging and changing their positions. In the end, they turned into a vortex of energy that merged with each other and plunged into that person. And all the chaotic chi above the chaotic cocoon was swept away by that person, and all of it went into his body. That person had finally recovered all of his vitality and power. He bounced up from his original position. All of the energy had disappeared, and his body was finally revealed. It's him. Ling Xiao was tongue-tied as he looked at that person in shock. He had never thought that the person under the chaotic cocoon would be Wu Bufan, whom he had been looking for a long time. His ordinary appearance was still the same, and he was also wearing an ordinary sackcloth. His eyes were closed, and his expression was filled with gentleness. At first glance, he was just an ordinary young man in the vast sea of people. But if a true expert looked at him, they would find that he had actually reached the natural state of returning to the natural state. Behind him, there was a faint primal chaos chi, which was indeed the appearance of an innate godhead. Ling Xiao had thought that a warrior with the strongest god body like Wu Bufan wouldn't die young. Today, his assumption was confirmed. Wu Bufan had an earth-shaking chance. He had obtained the chaotic chi and reached the great circle of King God Realm. Moreover, he would reach the incipient God Realm in less than 10 years. Because he had compressed all of the energy he had absorbed, he could have reached the great circle of half-incipient God Realm. Finally, Wu Bufan opened his eyes. 2 flows of chaotic chi shot towards Ling Xiao. His eyes had surpassed the power of a King God Realm expert. They had reached the attacking power of a half-incipient God Realm expert. This innate war physique was extraordinary. He couldn't be judged by ordinary people. Bang bang. The two flows of energy reached Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's protective divine light had stopped them. They couldn't hurt him at all. After all, Ling Xiao's competence was much stronger than Wu Bufan. How could he hurt Ling Xiao with just this little bit of energy? I didn't expect to meet Brother Wu here. Congratulations. Ling Xiao laughed cheerfully at Wu Bufan. He remembered that he had fought with Wu Bufan for 7 days and 7 nights. Eventually, he had to use one move to defeat him. It was still fresh in his memory. Wu Bufan revealed a faint and amiable smile. This proves that Wu Bufan, and Brother Ling are fated to meet each other. I still can't forget the battle where I lost to you. I originally wanted to see if I could fight you again with my new strength, but now it seems that Brother Ling has surpassed me again. It's truly admirable. Wu Bufan was born with an amiable aura. He gave people a feeling that he was the young man next door. Each of his words could give people a good impression. I was just lucky. Brother Wu, you're born with a chaotic body. No one can compete with your advancement speed. Today, you've got a great chance here. I think you will surpass me in the near future. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think that if he and his divine beasts and holy beasts hadn't devoured the chaotic energy, what realm would Wu Bufan have reached after he had absorbed all of it? This was indeed a problem that no one could imagine. To be honest, it's all thanks to Brother Ling. Otherwise, Bufan would have fallen into eternal slumber here. I don't know when I would have woken up. Bufan, thanks Brother Ling. Wu Bufan said and bowed to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was puzzled. What do you mean, Brother Wu? He had clearly absorbed the chaotic energy here. Wu Bufan should hate him. Why was he thanking him instead? Wu Bufan sighed lightly and said, I lost consciousness after I entered this place by mistake, and I don't know what happened. As for Brother Ling, he destroyed some of the structures and energy of this place, and it allowed me to regain a trace of clarity. That's how I was able to obtain new life and reach my current realm. So, Brother Ling deserves this bow. If there's an opportunity in the future, Bufan will definitely repay Brother Ling's kindness. Oh, that's easy. Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly. He thought to himself, fortunately, I didn't break this guy's cocoon. Otherwise, I would have sinned. Let's go out first. This space has no value anymore, Wu Bufan suggested. Chapter 16:07. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan rushed out of this space. The Nanli mountain range had also been completely destroyed by Ling Xiao's continuous destruction of the formation. This space had also been completely flattened by him. After all, there was no creation object here and no chaos chi. Even if someone came to this place in the future, they would not be able to obtain any benefits. It was better to destroy it. At the peak of a mountain, 2 young men stood facing the wind. One of them looked extraordinarily handsome, dignified, and was in high spirits. The other one looked ordinary, but there was a sense of familiarity about him that made people feel comfortable. I heard that you went to the Heaven Domain, but I didn't expect it to be true. It seems that Brother Ling's great achievements have spread in the Heaven Domain, Wu Bufan said with a faint smile. He and Ling Xiao had only met a few times, but both of them had a feeling of mutual appreciation. He knew that Ling Xiao was definitely not the kind of person who would be willing to be lonely. Ling Xiao's name must have spread in the Heaven Domain. Brother Wu, you must be joking. If you had come to the Heaven region earlier, I'm afraid you would have already made a name for yourself in the Heaven region, Ling Xiao replied. He then continued, Brother Wu, I'm sure you've sensed the current situation of the Xianling continent. It's no longer suitable for you to cultivate there. Wu Bufan pondered for a moment and said, What plans can I have? If I want to improve further, I can only go to the Heaven Domain like Brother Ling. I have long wanted to see how many experts have gathered in the Heaven Domain. I'm afraid the Heaven Domain will not be able to accommodate a dragon like you. Only the Outer Domain will be your real battlefield, Ling Xiao said with a smile. The Outer Domain? Wu Bufan asked with a puzzled look. Then, Ling Xiao explained to Wu Bufan all the common knowledge of the Heaven Domain and the Outer Domain. Wu Bufan's blood boiled as he listened. The phantoms of the four divine beasts appeared behind him. He seemed to have transformed from an ordinary young man into a real emperor. He looked extremely noble. Even Ling Xiao could sense Wu Bufon's overwhelming battle intent. After absorbing the chaos qi, Wu Bufon had indeed awakened all of his innate talents. His future path would be even further and stronger. Looks like I'm truly a frog at the bottom of a well. Wu Bufon couldn't help but sigh lightly. Brother Wu, you are too modest. Once you reach the heaven region, you will quickly adapt to it. With your strength, you are already at the top of the heaven region. Once you advance a step further, I'm afraid that you will be invincible. Ling Xiao said. Before I was invincible in the world, Brother Ling had probably already dominated the outer realm. Wu Bufon smiled lightly. The two outstanding youths were respectful to each other, and both were sincere from the bottom of their hearts. By the way, since Brother Ling has already settled down in the heaven region, why did you return to the Xianling continent? Is it because of nostalgia? Wu Bufon asked. Ling Xiao shook his head and said solemnly, I came back because I have something important to do. He paused for a moment, then continued, Brother Wu, when you reach the pinnacle of strength, have you ever thought about how you will miss this place? Do you want the martial spirit pavilion to remain here forever? Wu Bufon was a little confused. He didn't understand the meaning behind Ling Xiao's question. He thought for a moment and said, Humans are not grass or trees. How can we be emotionless? I grew up in the martial spirit pavilion. It is my home. No matter how strong I am, the martial spirit pavilion is still in my heart. It is worth protecting forever. Whoever dares to destroy the martial spirit pavilion, I, Wu Bufon, will definitely take their lives. Wu Bufon's feelings for the martial spirit pavilion were indeed deep. The fact that he was able to speak so resolutely showed his determination. What if the destruction of the martial spirit pavilion was not caused by humans? Ling Xiao asked. Not caused by humans? What do you mean? Wu Bufon asked confusedly. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the blue sky. He sighed and said, The Xianling continent is one of the ancient continents. It has existed for tens of thousands of years. It has produced many saint and god-level warriors. After the baptism of many wars, it has been severely damaged. The area of the continent has shrunk rapidly. The energy barrier is no longer stable, and there is no source force to supply it. In less than 1,000 years, it will all self-destruct. At that time, all living beings on the Xianling continent will die. Not only the martial spirit pavilion, but the proud smiling palace will also cease to exist. Wu Bufon was shocked after listening to Ling Xiao's words. He didn't doubt that Ling Xiao was just trying to scare him. He just didn't expect that the Xianling continent was on the verge of destruction. Although he didn't have the noble thought of mourning for the people of the world, he had to think about how the people of the martial spirit pavilion would live when the Xianling continent was destroyed. After a long while, Wu Bufon looked at Ling Xiao and said, Brother Ling, do you have a solution? He knew that Ling Xiao had already made up his mind. He wanted to hear Ling Xiao's opinion first. I do have a solution, but it is extremely difficult. Ling Xiao answered, and then he said, that is to gather all the Genesis stones of the 9 attributes and set up the Genesis formation in the Xianling continent to restore the supply of Genesis qi in the continent, so that the boundary of the continent can be restored. In this way, not only can the continent be saved, but it can also be restored to its ancient glory. Since Brother Ling already has a solution, did you come back this time to set up the Genesis formation to save the continent and all living beings? If so, everyone on the continent will remember Brother Ling's great kindness. Wu Bufon said with a look of admiration. Ling Xiao shook his head and explained, the 9 Genesis stones are the world's top supreme god stones. Every one of them is extremely rare. Even if you search through the chaotic streams of space in the outer domain, you won't be able to find 1 or 2 of them. Our Kim people have used all the power of our clan to search for them, but we have only found 6 types of Genesis stones. We still lack the light, dark, and thunder Genesis stones. We have some clues about these 3 types of Genesis stones, but I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to obtain them by ourselves. Even with Brother Ling's ability, you can't do it? Wu Bufan could feel that Ling Xiao was much stronger than him. So he asked this question. If it's possible, I won't have to worry so much. Ling Xiao replied. He then told Wu Bufan about the whereabouts of the 3 types of Genesis stones, as well as the strength of the Wingmen clan and the Demon Tiger sect, so that he could understand their current difficulties. The reason why Ling Xiao told Wu Bufan so much was because he wanted to rope Wu Bufan in to help him. Although Wu Bufan was weaker than him right now, he believed that in 100 years, Wu Bufan would definitely amaze the world. It would not be difficult for him to catch up. With Wu Bufan's battle prowess with the chaotic body, he definitely had no opponents at the same level of cultivation as him. He would definitely be the best helper he could have against the people of the 2 races or when he ventured into the chaotic lightning domain. Wu Bufan would have quite the advantage. I know Brother Wu's ability. I've said so much, so you should understand what I'm trying to say. Ling Xiao said as he stared at Wu Bufan. If Wu Bufan was unwilling to help him, then he would be wasting his time. Fortunately, although Wu Bufan was obsessed with martial arts, he was still a sensible person who could see the big picture. He said without thinking, as long as the fate of the continent can be saved, I, Wu Bufan, am willing to help Brother Ling. Ha! Brother Wu is really a straightforward person, Ling Xiao said with a laugh. Immediately after, a huge corpse appeared in front of him. This was the corpse of the Chaos Divine Beast that Ling Xiao had killed before. Its beast core and a part of its blood essence had been taken by Ling Xiao. Apart from that, its body was still relatively intact. Wu Bufan's heart skipped a few beats. He looked at the corpse and felt the same aura flowing in it. The legendary Chaos Divine Beast. Wu Bufan exclaimed after observing it for a while. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Yes, I believe it will be helpful to Brother Wu. Then, Ling Xiao took out a lot of supreme grade 5 elements divine materials and gave them to Wu Bufan. He did this to tell Wu Bufan that he, Ling Xiao, was sincere in befriending him and needed his help. If Wu Bufan didn't want to help him save the Xianling continent and find the Genesis Stone, Ling Xiao wouldn't have given him the Chaos Divine Beast's corpse and the divine materials. After all, these things couldn't be measured by the value of divine crystals. Even though Wu Bufan had the mentality of being unfazed by the natural disasters, he was still extremely moved by these divine objects. He looked at Ling Xiao and kept all the divine items. Then, he said to Ling Xiao seriously, I owe Brother Ling 2 favors. Bufan, I will repay you in the future. Wu Bufan couldn't refuse Ling Xiao's gifts, especially the Chaos Divine Beast's corpse. Each kind of divine beast was rare in the world. Some of them might even be extinct. It was hard to find them. The Chaos Divine Beast was compatible with his chaotic body. If he could refine the Chaos Divine Beast's essence blood and comprehend the devouring power, his fighting power would double. It's too cliché. As long as Brother Wu reaches the supreme, incipient God realm, we can find the Genesis Stone together and save the Xianling continent. Then these things are nothing. Maybe when the Xianling continent regains its supply of Genesis Qi, we will come back to live here. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Well, let's work hard for the survival of the Xianling continent. Wu Bufan's eyes shot out bright light. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. It was great to persuade Wu Bufan to search for the Genesis Stone with him. Of course, he didn't want Wu Bufan to submit to him. When Wu Bufan's fighting power was equal to his, they would still have a battle to decide the winner. Subsequently, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan went to the spiritual martial pavilion together. Wu Bufan only followed Yi Shiwen to the heaven domain after he had finished dealing with some matters. About half a month later, Wu Bufan had finally finished dealing with many matters. Brother Ling, let's go. Wu Bufan said to Ling Xiao in a low voice. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Yes, let's go. I believe that Brother Wu's trip will not be in vain. As Wu Bufan and Ling Xiao went to the heaven domain, another legendary figure like a war god would appear. Chapter 1608. Ling Xiao took Wu Bufan to the heaven territory. Wu Bufan was worthy of his innate god body. After he had arrived in the heaven territory, he had absorbed a lot of energy from the origin. His peak of king god realm started to loosen, but he had to suppress it. Ling Xiao could feel that Wu Bufan wanted to accumulate his energy to the point where he couldn't store anymore. Then he would break through to the incipient god realm. That way, he could reach the incipient god realm directly. He didn't need to wait for the half-incipient god realm. As the Kim people couldn't attack the Wing Min tribe and the Demon Tiger tribe, Ling Xiao didn't have anything to do. He took Wu Bufan to travel around to learn about the local conditions and customs of the heaven territory. After a year of traveling, Wu Bufan finally had a better understanding of the distribution of the major forces in the heaven domain and the regions in the heaven domain. He had even entered the prison arena many times to train himself, defeating many peak god kings before leaving. As a result, his name as Wu Bufan slowly rose up in the heaven region without anyone noticing. After that, as Wu Bufan had requested, Ling Xiao parted with him. Wu Bufan planned to travel around the heaven territory himself. 10 years later, he would go to the Dragon Gate to find Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that Wu Bufan had his own plan, so he didn't force him. After all, everybody had their own destiny. Wu Bufan was an innate god body. Of course, he didn't need to depend on his destiny to become stronger. Ling Xiao gave Wu Bufan a token and some divine crystals so that he could go to the Dragon Gate to find him. Wu Bufan didn't reject it. He owed Shiyin 1 favor, 2 favors. It didn't matter if he owed him 1 more favor. After Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan parted, Ling Xiao returned to the Kim people immediately. Ling Xiao reported the situation with Ling Hongyu to Chief Ling Bo, Great Elder Ling Xiao, and the others. At the same time, he told them about the situation of the Wing Min tribe and the Demon Tiger sect, asking them not to act rashly for the time being. This matter was too important, so they could only report it to Ling Taimeng and ask him to make a decision. At the same time, they were trying to figure out a way to summon the 2 peak supremes of the Kim people who were on the supremacy list. With them here, it would be much easier to find the other 3 kinds of Genesis stones. They were Ling Taichu and Ling Wudi, both ancestors of the Kim people who had lived for at least 100,000 years. For the time being, Ling Xiao did not want to care about these things. He asked the clan and the outer sect to hand over all the supreme divine materials to him. He planned to frantically refine many supreme god pills for the clan and the outer sect. At the same time, he also called on the many miracle apothecaries in the outer sect to refine God King pills with all their might, so as to strengthen the strength of the others as soon as possible. He faintly felt that in the near future, experts from the outer realms might attack. Only by improving everyone's strength would they have enough resources to face the battle. Apart from that, Ling Xiao also summoned the Kim people and the important descendants of the soul race, and had them enter his cauldron to soak in the blood pool. The blood pool was obtained from the fierce blood demon land. At that time, Ling Xiao had dug it up and placed it in the cauldron. He originally wanted to leave it for his descendants, but now that the situation had changed, he needed to improve everyone's bloodline, innate talent, and combat strength as soon as possible. Therefore, he had no choice but to contribute this private blood pool to activate the innate talents of the 2 clans with the bloodline of the ancient race. Of course, before that, Ling Xiao still wanted to baptize his women, relatives, and descendants. Even those without the bloodline of the ancient race would have their blood energy doubled after soaking in the blood pool, awakening some unknown innate talents. Among them, Feng Xinyun, Ji Beixin, Dongfang Jing, Feng Lingtian, Ling Yu, and Ling Ying had received great fortune to strengthen their bloodline. After Ling Xiao transformed his own people's bloodline power, he began to discuss this matter with the clan. However, he could only limit the number of people to 50. If there were more, the power of the blood pool wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, he had to leave some for the soul race. When the Kim people knew that Ling Xiao had such a magical blood pool, Ling Bo and Ling Xiu were so happy. If they could increase the bloodline of 50 members of their clan, not only would it benefit the descendants of the Kim people a lot, but it would also strengthen the foundation of their clan. The Kim people immediately called for an emergency meeting of the founding elders. After discussing for a while, they assigned the 50 quotas to the newly ascended incipient God Realm experts, the youngest ones, and more than 10 outstanding young King God Realm experts and the other outstanding members of the younger generation. That way, the Kim people wouldn't have a shortage of young talents in the future. At the same time, they would be able to train stronger descendants. Ling Xiao had taken out the blood pool to increase the bloodline of these 50 people to the strongest level. More than 10 of them had their fighting competence increased by more than 50 times. Some of them even had their fighting competence increased by more than 60 times. They were very close to Ling Zhao's 70 times. Ling Qin's fighting power had also been converted to true dragon battle chi. It wasn't just a flood dragon anymore. His fighting competence had reached 63 times. This time, the bloodline enhancement was significant to Ling Chun. It was the key for him to enter the legendary list in the future. After the Kim people had been upgraded, Ling Xiao had selected another 50 members of the Soul Clan to enter the blood pool. Today, many members of the Soul Clan had reached the Saint Realm. Some of them had reached the Holy Emperor's realm. Their power had been accumulating for a long time. Although the Soul Clan was one of the most powerful ancient races, cultivating strength was not their specialty. They focused on cultivating soul power. Everyone had the talent to fight above their level. This time, the 50 Soul Clan members who were sent into the blood pool had their heavy soul talent awakened even stronger. After doing all this, Ling Xiao went into seclusion to refine pills. At this time, the Kim people and the Dragon Gate had used up most of the supreme materials they had sent over. It was enough to refine nearly 100 Sovereign God pills. Once these Sovereign God pills were refined, they would increase the strength of the Kim people and the Dragon Gate in all aspects. After Ling Xiao entered the seclusion room, he was truly separated from his divine soul. Refining pills with his true body and divine soul at the same time was equivalent to two supreme alchemy gods working at the same time. The refining speed was unbelievably fast. It was just that the time it took to condense the Sovereign God pills was not short. It would also take a long time to refine all the materials. Moreover, he had also used the many divine materials he had collected from the outer realms over the years to refine a batch of Sovereign God pills for emergencies. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had been in seclusion for 3 years. Apart from refining pills in the first year, Ling Xiao spent the rest of his time comprehending the changes in the world in his sea of consciousness. He found that the world in his sea of consciousness was still operating in a regular cycle. The trees, flowers, spiritual beasts, and divine beasts seemed to be much more lively and real than before. It gave him the illusion that he had created a world of life. His divine soul meditated in this sea of consciousness every day. He wanted to understand the wonders within, but he was unable to grasp the key point. However, sitting quietly in this world could make his thoughts run wild. It could make him feel that it was of great help to the operation of his power and comprehension. In addition, he could also use his spiritual fluid to condense into many forms. They could also stay here for a long time, but they would disappear automatically in the end. It was a very mysterious feeling. He didn't understand why he couldn't live with other condensed forms. When Ling Xiao got out of his seclusion, he handed over all the Supreme God pills, leaving only the Supreme God pills that he had refined with his own materials. If it were in the past, he would definitely keep a part of them. However, this time, the crisis in the clan was caused by him. He couldn't do that anymore. He had to increase the strength of the clan and the Dragon Gate. As for divine alchemist Xianxia, who had been controlled by Ling Xiao in the Tianyuan area, he was constantly refining all kinds of divine pills and divine pills for him on his mountain. These could be used to provide for the people on his mountain and contribute to the sect. It could be considered as compensation for his absence in the past years. Now, on his mountain, besides him, there were also Xianxia, evil emperor, mad monk, Shatan, and a few others who had reached the incipient god realm. In the Dragon Gate, it was still the general trend, second only to the main peak. If Ling Xiao could summon his supreme puppet, it would be enough to control many matters in the Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao stayed in the mountain for around a month, then brought his disciple Yun Tian to Sky Dragon City. Today, Yun Tian had reached the demigod king realm. Soon, he would become the first god king among the descendants of the Soul Clan. In a suburban area of Sky Dragon City, people from the Ling clan and the Soul Clan lived here. After many years of development, their strength could barely keep up with the people of the Heaven Domain. They were no longer weak. Yin Tian, who followed behind Ling Xiao, had silver hair and a cold face. He had a cold light that made people not dare to approach him. Among the young generation in the Dragon Gate, Yin Tian had shown his talent. He didn't embarrass his master, Ling Xiao. Tianer, it's been so many years. Haven't you let go of that matter? Ling Xiao asked. Originally, this disciple of his was also a cheerful and active person. Now, he had become a cold young man who only focused on cultivation. He didn't care about any woman who liked him. Ling Xiao had already heard the report. He also understood that his disciple had a hurdle in his heart that he couldn't get over. Master, I'm fine. I'm living well now. Yin Tian replied to Ling Xiao with incomparable respect. Only in front of Ling Xiao would Yin Tian reveal an expression that was different from his usual self. Ling Xiao sighed. Tianer, listen to your master. Let the past be the past. I believe that her spirit in heaven doesn't want to see you like this for her. Master, I know, but right now I just want to become stronger as soon as possible. When I have the ability to protect my clansmen, I will consider other things. Yin Tian replied indifferently. Ling Xiao could tell that he was being perfunctory, but he didn't know how to persuade him. He could only sigh helplessly in his heart. Chapter 1609. Ling Xiao moved all the members of the Soul Clan back to the ancestral land that the Dark Shadow Clan had occupied. Demon Soul City would be controlled by the Soul Clan once again. Yin Tian's father, Yun Li, would be the current chief of the Soul Clan. He would try his best to develop the Soul Clan. At this moment, the outstanding young warriors of the Soul Clan were still cultivating in the Dragon Gate. However, they would return to the Soul Clan in the future. The descendants of the Soul Clan didn't need to change their living environment anymore. They had finally settled down. The entire Soul Clan celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights. They thanked Ling Xiao from the bottom of their hearts and toasted Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't reject any of them. He had a natural sense of closeness with them, just like he did with the Gold Clan. There was no barrier between them. 3 days later, Ling Xiao buried many gods' corpses and demon corpses in the former territory of the Dark Shadow Clan, which was also the current territory of the Soul Clan. He gave a controlling technique to Yun Li and Yun Tian. He asked them to summon the gods' corpses and Yun Tian when their clan was in danger. Moreover, the incipient God Realm experts of the Dark Shadow Clan that Ling Xiao had controlled were also arranged to guard this place just in case. After everything was done, Ling Xiao summoned the higher echelons of the Soul Clan and gave them many holy, divine, and pellets to help the Soul Clan produce more saints, Holy Emperor, King God Realm experts, and even incipient God Realm experts. The members of the Soul Clan were so grateful to Ling Xiao. They worshipped him as if he was their god. They believed that Ling Xiao was the reincarnation of their ancestor. Roughly a month later, Ling Xiao finally left this place after dealing with all the matters that needed to be dealt with. At this moment, the Soul Clan needed to rest. Ling Xiao had given them everything he needed. Whether they could restore the prestige of the Soul Clan depended on their luck. Ling Xiao left the territory of the Soul Clan and returned to the Dragon Gate. He planned to go to the mysterious sky region to find Yun Mingqi. She used to take Bing Ruoshui out of the Dragon Gate to cultivate in the mysterious sky region. However, after so many years, she hadn't come back. The Lotus Cult had told him that Yun Mingqi had returned to the Lotus Cult once. However, she had gone out to train for many years. Ling Xiao was a little worried. Where did they go to train? Was there any danger? At the same time, he wanted to see Xiao Ling clan. Back then, that lass had found her grandfather's whereabouts and planned to ask him to help her grandfather. Later, after the battle with the Godly Axe Gang, Ling Xiao took her to the place where her grandfather, Qiao Feng, cultivated in seclusion. However, the place was empty. There was no sign of her grandfather, Qiao Feng. After searching a few times, Xiao Ling reluctantly accepted reality. Her grandfather had lied to her and left. She didn't know where he was fighting. Because of this, Xiao Ling sadly left the Sky Dragon domain and returned to the mysterious Sky region. She worked hard to cultivate and reach a stronger realm. She was determined to find her grandfather even if she had to travel the world. Ling Xiao could sense Xiao Ling's determination. Her physique was 1 in a million. As long as she focused on cultivating, it would not be inferior to any innate divine physique. Those who cultivated with her would benefit greatly. After Ling Xiao returned to the Dragon Gate, he gave some instructions to the others before rushing to the mysterious Sky region. Ling Xiao did not use any spatial formations or domain gates. He directly entered the outer realm and quickly rushed to the mysterious Sky region. Ling Xiao now knew the outer realm like the back of his hand. As long as he didn't fly too far away from the Heaven region, there wouldn't be too much danger. Only after leaving the Heaven region and encountering some special space would there be great danger. Don't tell me these two women dislike me for not being home all year round. Now that they're throwing a tantrum, they don't want to come back. Ling Xiao sat on the dragon horse and leisurely thought to himself. Now that the ghost soul had reached the peak of the middle level, it already had the opportunity to break through. Thus, Ling Xiao let it accumulate soul power in the medicine cauldron and prepare to break through. The dragon horse had already reached the 11th rank. Galloping in the outer realm was no longer a problem. Ling Xiao had plenty of time. Thus, he was not in a hurry. He calmly used his divine soul to comprehend the created worlds. He strived to understand the mysteries of the worlds as soon as possible. However, the dragon horse was a rare beast. It was the mount of an emperor. It was not something ordinary people could obtain. As it flew in the outer realm, it naturally attracted the attention of some greedy people. TSK, it really is a dragon horse. This is an extremely rare, top-notch divine horse. Furthermore, the dragon bloodline has already reached the stage where it is about to transform into a dragon. This brat is really lucky to be able to tame it. A sinister voice rang out in the endless void. Following that, another voice sneered and said, "Normally, dragon horses won't submit to humans. At most, they'll just get along with each other as equals. Why don't we kill that brat first and then subdue it with our own abilities?" Haha, that's a good idea. If I can obtain the help of this dragon horse, my luck will definitely increase greatly. The person who spoke in front laughed wildly. The dragon horse was already intelligent. Knowing that someone actually dared to have designs on it, it immediately raised its head and let out a neigh. It raised its front hooves and stomped heavily on the void. Bang! The surrounding space immediately distorted and collapsed. Moreover, the surrounding tens of thousands of miles were trembling nonstop. Its dragon eyes looked at the people who appeared in front of it with anger. Ling Xiao had been disturbed, and he had also noticed the two people who had sneaked into the area. He saw that these two people had just entered the low-level Great Master Realm. It was not enough to arouse Ling Xiao's interest in dealing with them. These two people both had an icy aura. Their mounts were also ice lions. Ling Xiao guessed that they should be the incipient god realm experts of the mysterious Sky region. However, he did not know which force they were from. However, no matter who it was, anyone who dared to have designs on Ling Xiao's mount was a blind dog. "Get out of here immediately. There's still activity," Ling Xiao said lazily. "Oh, your tone is really arrogant. If you know what's good for you, leave the dragon horse and get out of here. Otherwise, we will chop you alive." The man in the blue robe shouted disdainfully with a broadsword in his hand. The other man in white had a mocking look on his face as he said, "Kid, maybe you don't know who we are. Let me tell you now, we are from the Ice Clan of the Profound Sky region. We are interested in your dragon horse. If you leave it here and scram, you might still have a chance to live." The mysterious Sky region also had ancient clans. The Ice Clan was one of them. They were not as famous as the other ancient clans. However, they were a clan that had been passed down from the antiquity time. They should not be underestimated. Moreover, the two of them were just new incipient God Realm experts. They were a little too arrogant. As soon as they came to outer space to experience the world, they met Xianxia and the dragon horse. They did not think that the other dared to travel alone in outer space. Would his competence be ordinary? "I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it," Xiao said coldly. Then, he patted the dragon horse's forehead and said, "Let me see how strong your new power is." "Boss, don't worry. I won't let you down." The dragon horse responded to Xiao. Then it stomped its four hooves, making a deep sound. All of a sudden, it sped up like a blood-red light column. In just a blink of an eye, it reached the blue-robed man and his mount. Before the blue-robed man and the ice lion could react, they were trampled by the dragon horse's front hooves, causing the ice lion to roar as blood splattered everywhere. After being baptized in the dragon pool, the dragon horse's vitality was vigorous and its physical body was strong. Since it possessed the dragon race's battle chi, it was naturally not something that ordinary holy beasts could compare to. In addition, it was born with a godly speed. Of course, its sudden attack was successful. The blue-robed man was startled. He jumped up from the ice lion and shouted, "What a good dragon horse! Wait for me to let you taste some pain." Ice devours the world. The blue-robed man swung his saber repeatedly, and numerous icy lights appeared. In an instant, the area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was frozen. Each of the saber lights contained an extremely cold aura, and they wanted to completely freeze the dragon horse. However, the dragon horse was a non-elemental divine beast. It was like a ghost, but its speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it dodged the attack. Unfortunately, it did not have much combat experience. The blue-robed man's companion had already charged over from another direction. A mere non-elemental dragon horse dares to be so arrogant here. "I'll freeze you for a few months first. Let's see if you surrender or not." The white-robed man shouted in alarm. He and his ice lion attacked at the same time, and the overwhelming hail and frost came crashing down. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, everything turned into countless ice crystals, completely freezing this space. All of the turbulent astral winds could no longer move. This was the powerful strength of the two great sovereigns working together, and it was also the extraordinary ability that the ancient race possessed. Ordinary sovereigns would probably be frozen to death. The dragon horse and Xiao were indeed frozen into ice sculptures. Even their expressions were frozen stiff. However, the two of them were not careless. They quickly unleashed their ice arts again and again, once again consolidating the thickness of the ice crystals and completely sealing them. They really can't withstand a single blow. Freeze them for 10 days to half a month. At that time, they will be obedient. The blue-robed man laughed sinisterly. The white-robed man looked at Xiao with some surprise and said, "That brat looks a little familiar, but I can't remember for a moment." "You're overthinking it. It should just be a nameless little." The blue-robed man waved his hand. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, the frozen space between them instantly cracked and collapsed. How is this possible?" The two of them cried out in alarm. "Is this all you can do? Then you can go die." Xiao wiped away his cold smile and said. His figure immediately disappeared in front of their eyes. Before they could react, two sharp swords had already descended from above their heads. The two of them and their holy beasts were all dismembered by Xiao in a single move, and a lot of blood splattered everywhere. Their souls did not even have the chance to escape before they were devoured by Xiao. Xiao did not expect that the two people he had accidentally killed would find out about Xiaofeng's current location. Chapter 1610. The Ice Clan could barely be considered as one of the ancient families. Although they were not particularly famous, they were not to be underestimated. They were not as strong as the Black Turtle sect and the Lotus religion, but everyone knew that even the Black Turtle sect had to show respect to the Ice Clan. They knew that the Ice Clan was not any weaker than them. The Ice Clan's territory was located in the northernmost part of the Ice Clan. The Ice Clan mainly cultivated the ice and water attribute. They had a God King ranked lion beast, which controlled a large area of ice and snow. They did not allow ordinary warriors to come close to their territory to cultivate. But now, an unexpected guest had come to their territory. Ling Xiao stepped into the vast expanse of ice and snow on foot, and a wave of colder than any other place assaulted him. As far as the eye could see, the endless ice mountains and the fluttering white snow could really be called a painting of ice, giving people a different kind of pleasing to the eye. I didn't expect the Ice Clan to occupy such a good place. But it's a waste. Ling Xiao sighed as he looked around. He had absorbed the divine souls of the two supremes of the Ice Clan. He had never thought that Xiao Feng's enemy would be from the Ice Clan. Moreover, Xiao Feng had come here several years ago to fight with his enemy. He had been captured and sealed in the Ice Clan's territory, ready to freeze him to death. Ling Xiao could only pray in his heart that Xiao Feng was lucky and could hold on. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to explain things to Xiaoling. Boy, who are you? Do you know that this is the Ice Clan's territory? Trespassers will die. A young man with the strength of the Holy Emperor appeared in front of Ling Xiao. This young man was extraordinarily handsome and had a robust figure. He wore white clothes, and he seemed to have fused into one with the heavens and the earth, causing him to seem extremely elegant. The only thing lacking was that his eyes were too feminine, giving off a sinister and unapproachable feeling. Ice Battle Soldier, a direct descendant of the Ice Clan, was very talented in cultivation. He had the power of a high-level holy emperor at the age of 70 or 80. Among the younger generation, he was considered one of the best. Ling Xiao didn't have a grudge against the Ice Clan. He wouldn't drag the other members of the Ice Clan into this just because they had offended him or because they had captured Xiao Feng. He also wouldn't bully the weak to deal with such a small fry that was no longer on the same level as him. Inform your patriarch that Ling Xiao of Dragon Gate is here to visit, Ling Xiao said faintly. He planned to use peaceful means before resorting to force. He wanted to see what the Ice Race's attitude was like. He had a lot of enemies in the Heaven Domain, and he didn't want to make another enemy. This was indeed not worth it. You're Ling Xiao? Ha! The Ice Battle Soldier burst into laughter after a moment of surprise. Everyone could see that he didn't believe what Ling Xiao had said. After a while, he said, "If you are Ling Xiao, I am Ling Xiao's father. You little slap." Before he could finish speaking, he felt a pain on his face. In an instant, he was sent flying by a terrifying force. His handsome face almost caved in, and several of his front teeth fell to the ground. Blood splattered on the snowy ground, leaving a few spots of captivating red. This is to teach you a lesson. If you say something rude again, I will smash your head. A light voice floated in the air. When the Ice Battle Soldier managed to sit up, he had already lost sight of the person. Even if you are an immortal king, don't you dare to mess around in the Ice Clan, he said with a ferocious expression. As he finished speaking, a snow-white spirit beast that was as white as a mountain appeared by his side. This was a rank 9 Frostwolf. Its huge body was incomparably awe-inspiring and extraordinary. The Ice Battle Soldier jumped onto the wolf's back, patted it, and said, "Inform our clansmen to be on guard. There are intruders." As his voice fell, the snow ice wolf immediately raised its head to the sky and howled. "Awoo!" The wolf's howl shook the heavens and earth, conveying a message that only the Ice Clan knew. Soon after, many wolf howls rang out in the surroundings as a response. It was not difficult for Ling Xiao to break into the Ice Clan's hinterland. He turned into a gust of wind and snow, flying through the mountains. The Ice Clan members who were on guard couldn't even see his figure, and they didn't know that Ling Xiao had already quietly arrived in front of their clan's territory. Normally, sects and ancient clans didn't need to use space bases to encircle their territory. After all, the space base would not be able to hide in front of many experts, and with the strongest experts in their forces, they would definitely not be afraid of others forcefully breaking in. Moreover, they would also set up some defensive formations or killing formations to defend against enemies. When Ling Xiao landed in front of the Ice Clan's territory, he immediately felt the protection of the Great Formation. Once the Great Formation was activated, even a supreme expert at Incipient God Realm wouldn't be able to endure it. Ordinary warriors would have no choice but to die. Who are you? You dare to intrude our Ice Clan's territory? You don't want to live anymore. A furious roar rang out. The presences of many God Kings surged, and over a dozen God Kings suddenly appeared before Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't mind them and shouted, "Dragon Gate Ling Xiao is here to visit." Ling Xiao's voice sounded like a dragon's roar, which sent more than 10 King God Realm experts flying away. The King God Realm experts of the Ice Clan discolored. They could imagine that the man in front of them was at least at Incipient God Realm. Dragon Gate Ling Xiao. After they pulled themselves together, they looked surprised. Although the Ice Clan was secluded, they had heard many big news out of the Heaven Territory. Of course, they had heard of the name of the only supreme expert in the Sky Dragon Territory, Ling Xiao. However, they didn't know why he suddenly came to the Ice Clan. At this moment, the supreme incipient God Realm experts of the Ice Clan were finally disturbed. Since we have a guest, our Ice Clan will welcome him. However, I wonder why Alchemist Ling attacked us. Did our Ice Clan offend you in any way? A vigorous voice arose faintly. 4 experts at the supreme level arrived in front of Ling Xiao in just a blink of an eye. The 4 of them emitted an extremely cold aura. Their spirit and aura were extraordinary. 2 of them were at the mid-level of the supreme level, and the other 2 were at the low level. One of them was at the peak of the low-level supreme level. He was the current patriarch of the Ice Clan, Bing Han Fong. Bing Han Fong had a head full of white hair, but his resolute face made him look like he was in his 30s or 40s. He looked especially young. His simple white clothes accentuated his slender and muscular body. He didn't feel cold at all because of the extremely cold air in this place. Among the other 3, only one of them looked middle-aged. The other 2 were at the same level as Bing Han Fong. They looked extremely young. It was because the Ice Clan had the Ice Soul rejuvenating spring, which could make any man or woman regain their youthful looks. Ling Xiao's eyes paused on Bing Han Fong for a while. Then, his eyes fell on the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had the same cultivation base as Bing Han Fong. He was Qiao Feng's archenemy, Bing Weiyu. The reason why Ling Xiao knew about him was because of the memories of the other 2. Haha, Ling Xiao has come to visit without notice. Please forgive me. Ling Xiao smiled and cupped his hands. Then he looked at Bing Weiyu and said, "Let him go, then explode your body. I'll leave your divine soul intact." Ling Xiao's tone was light, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Bing Weiyu's expression slightly changed. He shouted, "How dare you? Even if you're the supreme alchemy god, we won't allow you to behave atrociously in our Ice Clan. If you know what's good for you, then get lost. Even though our Ice Clan doesn't have a supreme alchemy god, we don't want you to come knocking on our door." The other 3 from the Ice Clan were also annoyed at being ignored by Ling Xiao. Bing Han Fong said in a deep voice, "If you're a guest in our Ice Clan, we welcome you at any time. However, if you want to deal with our Ice Clan, we won't be polite to our enemies. Everything has its consequences. Bing Weiyu, if you have a bit of backbone, don't let your other clansmen suffer for you." Ling Xiao stared at Bing Weiyu and said. Bing Weiyu didn't know why he felt his hair stand on end when he looked at Ling Xiao. However, he didn't know how powerful this new supreme alchemy god was. Plus, he came to their territory alone. This was simply courting death. Tell me, who is Qiao Feng to you? Could it be that you're his illegitimate child? Why are you willing to lower yourself to save him? Bing Weiyu sneered. He knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't let this go, so he simply admitted it. Looks like you don't intend to do as I say. In that case, I'll make a move and send you on your way. Ling Xiao finished speaking and finally released his mid-level Supreme Martial Artist aura. Mid-level Supreme Realm. The two mid-level Supreme Realm experts behind Bing Hanfang exclaimed. Not only that, but when Ling Xiao's aura reached its peak, a golden dragon roared out. This image was so solid that ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell if it was real or not. The golden dragon's shadow charged towards Bing Weiyu, who was still in shock. Bing Weiyu found that his feet were frozen in place, making it impossible for him to dodge this sudden attack. Don't try to be violent. One of the mid-level Supreme Realm experts behind Bing Weiyu roared. An ice crystal palm slammed towards the golden dragon. Rumble. Powerful forces collided, shaking everything in the surroundings. Many icebergs immediately collapsed, and snow and rain surged endlessly. That middle-level Supreme Being thought that he would be able to shatter this golden dragon projection with a single palm strike. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself and underestimated Ling Xiao's golden dragon battle chi. His palm could only reduce half of the golden dragon battle chi, and the other half directly hit Bing Weiyu's body. Puff! Bing Weiyu was blown backward in just a blink of an eye. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His god body had hit an iceberg and cracked it. How dare you? How dare you cause trouble in our ice clan? Even if you're from the Dragon Gate, you will die today. The other peak mid-level Supreme Realm expert roared. His aura locked onto Ling Xiao, forcing Ling Xiao to fight outside the domain. Chapter 16:11. Bing Bing Dong was the strongest among the four. He had reached the peak of middle-level Supreme Master. The other middle-level Supreme Master was called Bing Tang Shui. Both of them were incipient God Realm experts of the previous generation of the Ice Clan. They had a good reputation in the mysterious sky region. They had joined hands to lock on Ling Xiao. They wanted to force him to fight in outer space. If they stayed here to fight, they would destroy the Ice Clan's territory and violate the rules of the Heaven Territory. If you want to protect him, you're courting death. Ling Xiao said gloomily with cold light in his eyes. Then, he soared up into the sky. Bing Bing Dong and Bing Tang Shui dashed out at the same time. I hope you're as strong as your mouth, Bing Bing Dong said in a low voice. Soon, the three of them reached outer space. Bing Hanfang looked at Bing Weiyu and asked, Weiyu, are you okay? Bing Weiyu struggled to get out of the ice mountain. He shook his head with difficulty and said, I won't die yet. But that kid's strength is too terrifying. Even Elder Tang Shui couldn't block his attack. I'm afraid the two elders aren't his match. Why don't we ask the ancestor to come out? Humph. We need to disturb our forefather for such a small matter. Do you really think our Ice Clan has no experts? Let's go out and see if the legendary alchemist Ling is as peerless as his alchemy skills. Bing Hanfang snorted and dashed towards outer space. Bing Weiyu hesitated for a moment before he followed closely behind, a bad premonition rising in his heart. In outer space, Ling Xiao was surrounded by two middle-level Supreme Masters. Alchemist Ling, we respect your identity. If you leave now, our Ice Clan will pretend that nothing has happened. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. Bing Bing Xue shouted with his imposing manner. A Snow Ice Wolf King appeared behind him and howled. The powerful aura it exuded was extremely dense, and it was even stronger than an ordinary mid-level Supremacy Realm expert. That's right. Our ice race may not be comparable to your kin people, but this is the profound sky region, not your Sky Dragon region. It's not your place to behave atrociously here. Bing Tang Shui echoed from the side. Ling Xiao said faintly, I don't have any grudge with your Ice Clan. However, Bing Weiyu has captured my elder, Xiao Feng. I have to come to you for an explanation. If Bing Weiyu can detonate his body, I will spare his god soul. Otherwise, I will take his life today. Elder Weiyu has captured your elder. I will ask him to hand him over. He will not blow up his own body. Bing Shui Dong said firmly. Then there's nothing to talk about. Come at me together, or else you won't have a chance. Ling Xiao calmly said to them. As long as they were not high-level supreme beings, they would not be able to pose any threat to him. Arrogant. Wait until I Bing Tang Shui capture you. I will make you refined pellets for our ice clan for 100 years. Then I will let you go. Bing Tang Shui shouted and then took action first. He had been forced back by Ling Xiao with only one strike. Now, he wanted to capture Ling Xiao to prove his reputation. His ice fists were like the sky. His ice fists were like 10,000-meter-tall mountains attacking Ling Xiao. His power wasn't weak at all. That extreme cold could even make a normal incipient God realm expert unable to endure it. This was the Ice Clan's inheritance, the Ice River Fist. One punch could freeze mountains and rivers, destroy the sun and the moon. With your power, you aren't even qualified for me to attack you. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. The dragon-shaped fighting force behind him suddenly burst out. A 10,000-meter-long golden dragon dashed towards Bing Tang Shui's fist energy as if it had a life of its own. Roar! Roar! The dragon was like the sky, smashing the ice mountains into pieces. Countless crystals splashed out. The dragon's aura was like a rainbow. Unexpectedly, it wasn't hurt at all. It continued to pounce on Bing Tang Shui. Bing Tang Shui was frightened. He didn't think that his all-out attack would be so easily dissolved by the opponent. Moreover, looking at the real dragon's fighting force, he was even more puzzled. He had never seen a person who could condense their fighting force and use their mind to attack others. Bing Tang Shui didn't retreat. Instead, he exploded with an even more extreme power, bombarding the dragon. Rumble! Rumble! Bing Tang Shui's ice fists came one after another. However, the dragon-shaped fighting force was ever-changing. Its attack was also very overbearing. It wasn't any different from a living dragon. The dragon's body soared and its tail swung, sweeping away the ice fists and sending them back to Bing Tang Shui. Bing Tang Shui felt that this dragon had the power of a peak mid-level warrior. He couldn't suppress it, and the counterforce was even more overwhelming. That's all you've got? You can die now, Ling Xiao said faintly. His fighting force increased again. This dragon-shaped fighting force was dominated by his strength. He controlled both the attack and defense. At this time, the dragon's fighting force suddenly increased again. The dragon opened its mouth wide and directly pounced on Bing Tang Shui. Its speed increased by twofold, and its power also increased by several times. Even a peak mid-level supreme being would have to retreat in fear of it. Bing Tang Shui's glacier fist was raised to the extreme, but he couldn't break it. Seeing that he was about to be strangled by this dragon-shaped fighting force, Bing Shui Dong finally couldn't help but make a move. Don't try to be violent, Bing Shui Dong roared. A snow sword appeared in his hand. The silver light trembled, and many sword lights soared into the sky. The sword lights carried waves of cold air and twisted towards the dragon-shaped fighting force. Clang! Clang! The sword lights slashed on the dragon-shaped fighting force. It was extremely ear-piercing. What? Is this really a real dragon? Bing Shuidong was horrified. Although the dragon-shaped battle chi had been weakened by the winter of ice and snow, its power was still incomparably tyrannical. It directly struck Bing Tang Shui's body, causing his divine body to nearly explode. Bing Tang Shui tried his best to block it, but he still couldn't block it. Blood splashed all over his body, and his divine body almost cracked. He screamed in pain. Bing Shuidong didn't dare to be careless. He made another move. He used his sword skill to its peak and slashed out countless sword lights. The power of these sword lights was even stronger than before. Many of them were extremely sharp, and many of them froze this part of the world. The dragon-shaped fighting force finally shrunk a lot, and its power was greatly reduced after being frozen. Ling Xiao wasn't skilled enough in controlling the dragon-shaped fighting force, so he couldn't transfer more fighting force to it. He could only absorb it. He had achieved his goal. Bing Tang Shui was seriously injured. If the other party still didn't know what was good for them, he didn't mind killing them all. Bing Hanfeng and Bing Weiyu, who had just rushed out of the Heaven Domain, were shocked when they saw this scene. They knew Bing Tangshui's power very well, and Bing Shuadong was the top elder in their tribe. Except for a few reclusive ancestors, he was the strongest. Unfortunately, he had used only his fighting force to overwhelm them, and one of them was seriously injured. From this, it could be seen how abnormally powerful the opponent's strength was. Bing Weiyu felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. He became very nervous. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill him, how could he escape? Damn Xiao Feng. How could he know such a character? Bing Weiyu cursed in his heart. I will say it one more time. Either he explodes himself, or I will kill him on the spot. Or else, you will all stay here. Ling Xiao said calmly. As a last resort, he didn't want to kill more people. He was a kind man after all. How dare you? Don't think that you can fight against 4 people alone. Today, our Ice Clan will teach you a lesson. Bing Shuedong roared and summoned his spiritual beast. It was a Snow Ice Wolf King, an intermediate rank 11 beast. Its huge body was filled with a cold aura. In addition, Bing Tangshui barely managed to reconstruct his divine body and summoned his low-level 11th rank Ice Water Serpent. Bing Hanfeng and Bing Weishui's spiritual beasts hadn't reached rank 11 yet, but they were fully armed. They were wearing defensive divine armors and holding swords and sabers. Their aura had reached the peak. The 4 of them split up in different directions and locked onto Ling Xiao's aura. We gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Then you shall be sealed in our Ice Clan. Bing Shuedong said. He signaled the others to attack Ling Xiao at the same time. Ice Wolf 1,000 Claws. Bing Shuedong attacked first. The ice sword in his hand turned into a sky full of sword shadows. Many snow ice wolves suddenly appeared and dashed towards Ling Xiao. Bing Tangshui also attacked. 2 sickles appeared in his hands. He waved his arms, and cold air and water appeared at the same time. Ice and water intertwined. Bing Hanfeng and Bing Weishui attacked at the same time. Boundless Ice Cut. Raging Ice Waterfall. In this part of the world, the temperature instantly froze to the extreme. Countless ice crystals suddenly appeared. The sky was filled with sword shadows, wolf shadows, fist imprints, waves. All of them occupied this part of the world. A vast expanse of ice will and many ice crystals froze the entire void world. Ling Xiao was as steady as a mountain among the 4 of them. He even had a cold smile on his face. It's good to have more people, but if you don't know how to do it, you are just stupid. Ling Xiao cursed and finally moved. Boundless Body, Invulnerability. The 4th move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Technique, ice breaking mountains and rivers. Ling Xiao turned into many doppelgangers, and all of them unleashed the power of the ice attribute. The overwhelming fist intent was accompanied by waves of terrifying destructive power, blasting out in all directions. 108 Ling Xiaos and 108 ice fists of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Technique smashed the overwhelming energy into powder. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Many ice powers interweaved with each other. The extremely cold qi shot out unceasingly. Each beam of cold qi could freeze any king god realm expert to death. Even if a half-incipient god realm expert came close, he would be wounded severely. After the attacks had collided with each other for a long time, they subsided. For helter-skelter shadows were blown away in 4 directions. Chapter 16:12. Tui Tui. A few mouthfuls of fresh blood spurted out, dyeing the shattered ice crystals red. Surprisingly, the 4 people were the 4 incipient god realm experts of the Ice Clan. Each of them had many fist marks on their bodies. Their god bodies were dented and bleeding. They were all wounded and looked helter-skelter. They were frightened, looking at the figure in the arena. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. At the same time, their 2 level 11 holy beasts seized a chance to pounce on that figure. Your master is no match for me. You're just going to die if you come here, Ling Xiao said faintly. A divine sword that emitted a chilling aura fell into his hand. His figure flashed like the wind and lightning, and several sword rays cut through the sky, as if they were going to cut the sky into several pieces. However, after a flash of light, the sword rays disappeared. In just a blink of an eye, Ling Xiao retrieved his sword. The two Saint Beasts also stopped in their tracks. But in the next moment, their bodies instantly exploded into pieces, and their blood dyed the sky red. Ice Wolf, Water Snake, Bing Shuedong, and Bing Tangshui screamed in fright. Their holy beasts couldn't even resist one strike from the other. They were cut into pieces and died. Even the other peak of middle-level great masters didn't have such formidable competence. What kind of monstrous existence was he after all? The four of them were frightened. They recognized that Ling Xiao wasn't someone they could resist. You're just a middle-level great master. Why are you so strong? Is it because of the ancient emperor technique of Kim people? But you're the god of medicine. How can you use ice class attack? How many attributes do you have after all? Bing Shuedong said incoherently. Just now, Ling Xiao had used the power of ice that the Ice Clan was proficient in, and the power of the fist intent of the Ice Fist had made them feel that they were no match for him. Perhaps only a high-level supreme being could suppress him. Ling Xiao bluntly put away the two round beast cores, then glanced at the other four and faintly said, "Now it's time to send you on your way. Do you really want to do this? Our ice race will not rest until you are dead." Bing Han said while shivering, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't want to accept it." Ling Xiao sent the exact words back to them. When Ling Xiao was about to act, Bing Weiyu said, "We're willing to hand over Xiao Feng. He's just frozen. He's not dead yet. There's no need for that. Once you're dead, I can still find him and take him away." After saying that, Ling Xiao activated his storm body technique, and four figures dashed in four different directions. "Not good. Let's go. Let's go back to the forefather." Bing Shua shouted. He wasn't willing to fight for the others and was the first to escape. However, his speed couldn't be compared to Ling Xiao's storm body technique. It took 30,000 years for the ginseng fruit to grow. The ginseng fruit had the shape of a human, and it could bring the dead back to life. It could strengthen the blood and qi, and it could refine and strengthen the muscles and bones. In addition, it could make any warrior below the king god realm immortal. It was definitely a top-grade divine material. Only the Ice Clan had this icy ginseng fruit. The fact that the Ice Clan could offer these two divine items showed that the chief of the Ice Clan wanted to resolve this grudge. After all, when they were watching the battle, they could see that Ling Xiao's fighting power was unparalleled. He wasn't a match for an ordinary mid-level supreme being. Even a high-level supreme being wasn't his opponent. They weren't afraid of Ling Xiao, but they had to consider the force behind Ling Xiao. A few years ago, Kim people and the Dragon Gate had destroyed the Dark Shadow Clan and the Divine Axe Gang. These two forces weren't any weaker than the Ice Clan. Therefore, they had to be cautious about Ling Xiao. Haha, what if I kill you and give you some divine items as compensation? Are you willing to do that? Ling Xiao grinned fiendishly. From the tone of the other party, he could tell that Xiao Feng wasn't going to survive. He was enraged. Xiao Feng had saved his life and taught him the dragon subduing palm. He owed him a great debt of gratitude. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to help him in time and let him die. How could he be happy about that? How dare you? Our chief has been generous to you. If you don't know what's good for you, I will kill you. Bing Ming shouted. The four of them said the same thing, but now they have to accept your protection. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Then he added, if Bing Weishan doesn't die in front of me today, don't even think about letting me leave. Ling Xiao had made up his mind. His ice and fire sword made clanging sounds. The power of ice and fire twirled around the sword like a dragon and a phoenix, looking noble and sharp. You cultivate both ice and fire. But so what? In front of absolute power, you can't be arrogant. Bing Ming's fighting spirit was strong. He didn't wait for the chief of the Ice Clan to speak. He dashed forward, and the long spear on his back flew out, thrusting towards Ling Xiao's face. The long spear was like a rainbow with endless momentum. It was like a roaring ice dragon, which froze a lot of space energy. The power of his attack was almost equal to the attack of Bing Wei Shan and the other three. Bing Tang Shui and Bing Weiyu sneered inwardly. With Elder Ming's help, that kid will die for sure. Ling Xiao could sense that the icy force within the streaks of light was actually filled with dense origin energy. It seemed to be different from the other four. Even so, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. His battle prowess reached its peak. He slashed his sword in the air, and the purple flame instantly blocked the ice energy. However, the purple flame didn't burn the ice energy completely. A part of it carried a different kind of energy and rushed towards him. The coldness of this energy was dozens of times stronger than the ordinary ice energy. As soon as it reached Ling Xiao, his body was immediately frozen. It's impossible to block my dark snow ice energy. Bing Ming revealed an incomparably natural smile. The dark snow ice energy was known as the coldest energy in the world. It was refined from the 100,000-year ice belly in their clan's land. Once an opponent at the same level was frozen, they would immediately become an ice sculpture. Without some special means, they would die. Ling Xiao was immediately frozen by this energy. The layers of ice crystals had a layer of gray, which was like the cold energy of hell. It completely seeped into Ling Xiao's body, freezing his meridians, blood vessels, and bones. He would die soon. Elder Ming's dark snow ice energy is really powerful. That kid will be suppressed in our ice clan. Bing Weiyu said respectfully. Bing Tang Shui also said, yes, Elder Ming's dark snow ice energy can even extinguish the ordinary origin flame. This kid will die, for sure. Sigh, I'm afraid that Kim people won't let this go. The Ice Clan's patriarch sighed. However, right at this moment, the frozen space within a radius of 5,000 kilometers suddenly cracked open. A wisp of fiery light instantly charged into the sky and transformed into a fiery phoenix that cried out incessantly. Your ice energy is not bad, but it's not enough to hurt me, Ling Xiao. A voice came out. A figure moved quickly, and the sword light turned into a dragon that slashed down from the sky. Chapter 16:13. Ling Xiao was indeed injured by the dark snow ice energy. If he didn't have the demonic demon heavenly fire bead, which had reached the 11th level, he wouldn't have been able to expel the ice elemental energy. Today, Ling Xiao's power had finally reached the peak. 70 times his power had reached the peak of the intermediate level. Adding his unparalleled speed, he could easily kill a high-level supremacy. He slashed down from the sky, and a fiery phoenix flew out with its majestic power, aiming for Bing Ming's head. This sudden turn of events was completely out of everyone's expectations. Bing Ming's realm was higher than Ling Xiao's. When Ling Xiao's sword lights were about to fall on his head, he used his spear to block them. Clank! Sparks flew everywhere as the power of fire and ice flew out. Bing Ming was blown 1,000 meters away. His spear flew out of his hand, and blood oozed out of his hand. Ling Xiao didn't stop there. He increased his speed to the extreme, catching up with Bing Ming again. His sword slashed out again. Swish! Swish! Several fire sword shadows flew towards Bing Ming from several directions. Each of the flames carried a raging fire momentum. Once he touched it, he would not be able to escape easily. Bing Ming roared in alarm. He waved his hand, and the long spear appeared in his hand once again. Many spear shadows turned into a whirlpool. Dark snow ice force curled up and formed a ball of ice power that tightly protected his body. If a high-level supremacy wanted to defend with all his strength, even Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to break through it. This was the first time his heaven flame had encountered an ice energy that was on par with it. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Old Chief, why don't we kill him together? Bing Weiyu looked at the scene from afar, feeling a chill in his heart. He immediately suggested to the old chief. The ice chief glanced at Bing Weiyu, but didn't say anything. His old eyes flashed with a complicated look. Ling Xiao and Bing Ming fought fiercely for over 1,000 rounds. Ling Xiao relied on his advantage in speed to gain the upper hand. However, he was still a bit weaker in terms of rank. He was still unable to gain any advantage under Bing Ming's attacks and defenses. I don't have any advantage in sword skills. It will not be easy to break his defense. Only the Emperor Dragon Heaven destroying art can bring out my peak combat prowess. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He put away the ice and fire sword and used the Emperor Dragon Heaven destroying art to attack. He soared into the sky as if he had transformed into a 10,000-meter-long dragon. The roar of the dragon shattered the heavens and earth, and his golden palm slammed down from the sky, shattering the frozen cold force. Papa! Many of the thick ice mountains in front of Bing Ming were forcefully smashed as the golden light shot towards Bing Ming. Those energies had already reached the same level as Bing Ming, a middle-stage sovereign realm cultivator. If Bing Ming were to be hit by those attacks, his body would be torn apart. However, at this moment, Bing Ming's face revealed a ferocious expression. He swept his spear horizontally, and the spearhead carried the sharp intent of an icicle, stabbing towards Ling Xiao's palm. He actually dares to fight in close combat with his body. My nether spear has already reached the middle stage sovereign realm. I will definitely pierce this brat with my spear. Bing Ming gloated in his heart. Bing Ming was determined to assassinate Ling Xiao. The nether snow ice force was constantly injected into the spear. Waves of extremely cold energy were emitted. If a sovereign of the same level approached, they would be frozen into an ice sculpture. Seeing that Ling Xiao's golden palm had arrived in front of his spear, Bing Ming was overjoyed. Ling Xiao saw through Bing Ming's thoughts and sneered in his heart. Middle stage ancient god artifact? Break for me. Ling Xiao's power reached its peak. He turned his palm into a fist, and the golden light energy was transformed into intense flames. His fist hit the spear. These fiery fists were like the sun, and they dispelled the nether snow ice force. His fist landed on the sharp spearhead. Humph! You dare to hit my spearhead? You're courting death. Bing Ming snorted coldly, and the energy in his palm surged out. His other palm fiercely slapped the end of the spear, and his power increased by another level. A fist against a spear, a collision between a body and a divine artifact. Anyone would think that the fist would be pierced through without a doubt. Huh, how arrogant. Elder Ming's nether spear is a middle-stage ancient god artifact. This brat dares to face it head-on. Looks like he's dead for sure. Bing Weiyu laughed wildly. Bing Xuedong, Bing Tangshui, and Bing Hanfang agreed with Bing Weiyu's words, and a smile appeared on their faces. Ling Xiao's strength had suppressed them to the point that they could hardly breathe. If they couldn't kill him today, they were afraid that the Ice Clan would face a disaster in the future. However, in the next moment, they were completely dumbfounded. When Bing Ming's spear came into contact with Ling Xiao's golden fist, it made a clanging sound, and the spearhead and the body of the spear cracked. Bing Ming felt as if his divine spear had stabbed into the hardest divine object in the world. A powerful shock wave immediately numbed his arm to the point that it was unbearably painful. Just as he was about to let go of the spear, the power had already pounced on him like a dragon. Stop! The Ice Clan's patriarch's face finally changed. He immediately roared and attacked Ling Xiao. The Ice Clan's patriarch was at the late stage of High Stage Supreme Master Realm. His attack was accompanied by many ice mountains. Every one of these ice mountains had icicles that were like pillars of the heavens mixed in. Normally, if one were to be touched, they would immediately be pierced into meat paste. Moreover, the ice force contained in these icicles was actually not weaker than Bing Ming's. In fact, it was even stronger. I've been waiting for you. Ling Xiao sneered. He did not stop moving, and his golden fist smashed Bing Ming's divine body into pieces. An invisible divine soul doppelganger appeared in front of the Ice Clan patriarch, who was sneakily attacking him from behind. The doppelgangers sent out 8 dragons subduing palms in a row, smashing the ice mountains into countless pieces and sending them flying. The Ice Clan's patriarch only felt an oppressive force, and his body was forced to retreat. There's someone else. The Ice Clan's patriarch was shocked. They had not noticed that there was someone else here. Needless to say, the person who suddenly appeared to block his all-out attack must be Ling Xiao's companion. The fact that the other party could block his attack showed that the other party's strength was not weaker than his. At this time, Ling Xiao had completely smashed Bing Ming's divine body. Only his head was intact. Bing Ming wanted to reassemble his divine body, but Ling Xiao had already grabbed his head. If he made a move, Ling Xiao would immediately shatter his head. Don't kill me. Bing Ming finally showed a panicked expression and begged for mercy. The Ice Clan's members were panic-stricken, especially Bing Weiyu, who was sweating profusely. Alchemist Ling, let's talk. Don't be impulsive. The Ice Clan's patriarch anxiously exclaimed. Bing Ming was one of the few supremes in their clan. If they lost him, the Ice Clan would be heartbroken. No matter what, the Ice Clan's patriarch did not want anything to happen to Bing Ming. Wasn't I talking nicely just now? It was you guys who wanted to kill him. Ling Xiao sneered. Alchemist Ling, if you really kill Elder Bing, our Ice Clan will not rest until you are dead. Let him go first. As long as we have it, we will not hesitate. The Ice Clan's patriarch said. At this time, Bing Weiyu's body shivered, and he couldn't help but retreat. Does your Ice Clan have the ability to deal with me? If it wasn't because I don't want to kill, I would have killed all of you today. Let's see what your Ice Clan can do to me then. Ling Xiao snorted and immediately used his soul consciousness to summon many puppets. More than 30 supreme puppets suddenly appeared and surrounded the Ice Clan's members. Their powerful auras completely sealed them. The 5 members of the Ice Clan looked at the supreme puppet that had suddenly appeared, and their faces turned ashen. They had completely lost all hope. Under the suppression of so many supreme puppets, they had no chance to survive. The Ice Clan's patriarch also recognized that there were some high-level incipient God Realm experts among those supreme puppets. Even he didn't have a chance to defeat them. Yeah, Ling Xiao is the supreme alchemist. How could he come to our Ice Clan without any backup? That damn Bing Weiyu. He has provoked such a great enemy for us. Does God want to destroy our Ice Clan? The Ice Clan's patriarch cursed inwardly. All of a sudden, he looked at Bing Weiyu. His eyes were filled with cold air, which made Bing Weiyu feel something. Not good. The patriarch wants to kill me. Bing Weiyu didn't think and immediately tried to run away at his top speed. Bing Weiyu, you have offended Alchemist Ling. Today, as the patriarch, I will expel you from the Ice Clan. I will capture you and hand you over to Alchemist Ling. The Ice Clan's patriarch was resolute. In just a blink of an eye, he stood in front of Bing Weiyu and punched him with an ice fist. No, patriarch! Bing Weiyu begged while trying his best to resist the attack. However, the gap between their realms was too big. The Ice Clan's patriarch froze him and turned him into an ice sculpture. The Ice Clan's patriarch controlled the ice sculpture and covered it with layers of ice. Even a mid-level supreme expert couldn't break the ice. Right after that, he slightly bowed to Ling Xiao. Alchemist Ling, our Ice Clan has offended you. Please show mercy and let us go this time. Our Ice Clan is willing to treat you as our honored guest forever. If you need us in the future, we will do our best to help you. The Ice Clan's patriarch, a character at the level of the forefather, lowered his arrogant head to the young man in front of him. What kind of scene was this? It wasn't much different from declaring his loyalty. Although he didn't mean it, the situation was stronger than him. If he didn't lower his head, he would have to face death. Bing Xue, Bing Tang Xue, and Bing Han immediately bowed to Ling Xiao. They were so scared. If Ling Xiao didn't spare them, what should they do? Although they had lived for a long time, they didn't want to die like this. Ling Xiao squinted and didn't say anything. However, he was hesitant. The other incipient God Realm experts of the Ice Clan didn't dare to talk. They bowed even lower. Chapter 16:14. In the tranquil outer space. Dozens of people surrounded them in the middle, and many terrifying auras were locked onto them. Once they made any strange movements, these people would definitely kill them with all their strength. Those people bowed and saluted the handsome and imposing young man in the middle of the field. Needless to say, anyone who saw this scene would think that the young man was bullying these old people. However, those who knew the cause and effect would not think so. This young man was the one being bullied. Fine, I'll spare you this time. After a long time, Xianxia finally sighed and threw the ice nether head to the Ice Clan's patriarch. For some unknown reason, as his strength increased, his heart seemed to become more benevolent. If it was before, he would have directly killed these people and absorbed their divine souls or controlled them for his own use. However, ever since so many enemies wanted to attack the Kim people, he had changed. Maybe it was not right to blindly make enemies. Sometimes, it was a good thing to have a few more allies. For example, when they attacked the Godly Axe Gang, forces from all over the Qingyun realm sent people to help them, which made him feel that they were not fighting alone. The members of the Ice Clan felt as if they had just been pardoned. The Ice Clan's patriarch quickly said to Xianxia, "We are very grateful for Alchemist Ling's magnanimity. I hope it is as you say. Otherwise, I don't mind wiping out your Ice Clan. Even if your Supremes who have gone to the outer space return, I have a way to make them regret." Xianxia warned and pointed at Bing Weiyu. "Why are you keeping this person alive?" The Ice Clan's patriarch was shocked. He made another move and smashed Bing Weiyu, who had been frozen into an ice sculpture. "Alchemist Ling, can you keep his divine soul?" The Ice Clan's patriarch spoke again. However, before he could finish, he found that Bing Weiyu's divine soul seemed to have been swallowed by something and disappeared into the outer space. His pupils constricted, and he did not dare to say another word. "Let's go. I want to see if my precursor is dead or not." Xianxia didn't want to talk more. He retrieved the supreme puppets and returned to the heaven domain. The people of the Ice Clan found that Xianxia could control those living supremes at will. It was as if they had seen ghosts. They finally understood that Xianxia had some top treasures that could hold many living creatures. They had completely dispelled the thought of taking revenge on Xianxia in the future. Just imagine, a man with dozens of incipient God Realm experts was equal to the force of an overlord force. What kind of people dared to provoke him? The Ice Clan's territory was vast. However, besides the Ice Clan, no one dared to step into this cold area. Even if the warriors cultivating Ice class wanted to come close, the Ice Clan wouldn't allow them. Therefore, there weren't many people in this region. Within the many ice mountains, there were many icebergs that had existed for tens of thousands of years. There were even some icebergs that hadn't melted for more than 100,000 years. Generally speaking, there were already extremely cold divine treasures being nurtured there. Unless one had reached the sovereign realm, they wouldn't dare to destroy those icebergs. The absolute cold aura was sufficient to freeze any expert to death. After Bing Weiyu and the other two incipient God Realm experts had joined hands to capture and seal Xiaofeng, he had been thrown into one of the icebergs. It had been more than 3 years now, and it would be very difficult for anyone who didn't possess an ice-attributed divine body to withstand the extreme cold in the belly of the mountain. Xianxia, the Ice Clan's patriarch, Bing Ming, and the others had arrived. From Bing Weiyu's memory, Xianxia knew which icebergs they were in. The icy snow here was rolling unceasingly. Gusts of frigid wind that was below absolute zero kept blowing. Even a King God Realm expert would feel numb if he came close to this place. The icebergs in this area were so tall that they pierced through the clouds. It was so magnificent and beautiful. Xiao's eyes fell on one of the icebergs that was 100,000 meters tall. His dragon-shaped battle aura burst out. Roar! The dragon-shaped battle chi turned into a real 10,000 long golden dragon and clawed at the iceberg. It wanted to dig open the iceberg and find Xiaofeng, who was sealed in ice. "Alchemist Ling, don't!" The Ice Clan's patriarch screamed. Ling Xiao looked at him in confusion. The dragon-shaped battle aura circled around the iceberg for a while before returning to his back. Xiao Feng has been frozen into an ice sculpture. If you want to preserve his body, you can't break this iceberg. Otherwise, his body will be shattered and he won't be able to resurrect. The Ice Clan's patriarch explained. Ling Xiao frowned and asked, "Then what should we do?" "Only by finding his location, digging him out, and then slowly melting the ice will I be able to preserve my physical body." The Ice Clan's patriarch said, "How about we go and find him for you?" Ling Xiao hesitated for a while and then said, "I'll go find him myself. I heard that an iceberg that hasn't melted for 100,000 years can give birth to a divine item. I want to see if it's true." As he finished speaking, Ling Xiao flew up into the air towards the 100,000-year iceberg. The members of the Ice Clan exchanged looks, looking begrudgingly at each other. Then they followed him. The icy chi in this area could make even the incipient God Realm experts feel cold. If they didn't cultivate ice class, they wouldn't want to come near this place. The 100,000 years old iceberg was the place where the Ice Clan could give birth to divine items. At the same time, it was also the place where they buried their enemies alive. They would freeze the enemies who came to invade the Ice Clan and throw them into the iceberg. They would freeze them to death and turn them into ice sculptures to show that the Ice Clan's prestige was inviolable. Ling Xiao landed in front of the 100,000-year-old iceberg. Waves of frigid air surrounded his body. Ling Xiao urged his divine technique to absorb all the icy chi and refine them. Not only did he increase his god power, but also his ice class attacks. It was all the ice chi of the origin. Once the warriors with ice class refined it, their cultivation base and their ice power would be enhanced greatly. This place is a perilous place. No wonder why the Ice Clan doesn't allow others to come here. They're afraid that the others could absorb the energy here and become stronger. Perhaps it's not a bad idea to cultivate here for a while, Ling Xiao thought. Shiyan got rid of this thought. He found the general location according to Bing Weiyu's God Soul memory and started to dig carefully. The other incipient God Realm experts of the Ice Clan also started to dig the iceberg. They wanted to find Xiao Feng for Ling Xiao as soon as possible. These icebergs that hadn't melted for 100,000 years were extremely tough. They were the best materials to forge ice-class weapons. Unless they were divine weapons, they couldn't break them. Xiao Feng had been thrown into this place for 3 years, and during these 3 years, he had been covered in snow and ice. He had probably been buried quite deep. Ling Xiao's body could be compared to a high-level ancient god weapon. He patted the iceberg with his palms. Flames started to seep into the iceberg, peeling off the layers of ice. After a while, he had dug a hole that was several hundred meters deep. However, he couldn't find Xiao Feng's body. "This iceberg is too big. I only know the general direction. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find him." Ling Xiao thought and continued to dig. The others didn't dare to linger. If they couldn't find Xiao Feng's body, the Ice Clan wouldn't have a good time. After half a day, they had excavated a large area of the iceberg. Ling Xiao had dug out some ice corpses, but he didn't see Xiao Feng. He was a little worried. At this time, Bing Ming exclaimed, "I found another body here." As soon as his voice fell, Ling Xiao's figure appeared beside him. "Grandpa Xiao." Ling Xiao couldn't help but shout when he saw the 10-meter-big ice sculpture. The person within the ice sculpture was indeed Xiao Feng. His face was filled with incomparable rage, and his expression and movements were frozen by the numerous ice crystals. He was probably already in a perilous situation. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He grabbed the ice statue and flew to a place with normal temperature high up in the sky. Ling Xiao's heavenly fire spread out from his palm. He wanted to slowly dry the ice. He murmured, "I hope there's still a chance." As the firepower of the Ling Xiao heavenly fire spread out, those ice blocks gradually disintegrated and melted. Ice water continuously dripped out, and the 10-meter-tall ice sculpture was already shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ling Xiao stared at Xiao Feng, hoping to feel a trace of vitality in his body. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Xiao Feng seemed to have no breath. At this time, the Ice Clan's people flew up. The patriarch of the Ice Clan had a crystal-clear ginseng fruit in his hand. It was shaped like a human, with a head and 4 limbs. It looked like a baby, with a thick vitality diffusing from it. Alchemist Ling, this is an ice ginseng fruit. Maybe it can save his life. The Ice Clan's patriarch handed it to Ling Xiao and said respectfully. Ling Xiao didn't refuse. He waved his hand and received the ice ginseng fruit. At the same time, Xiao Feng's body was completely exposed. His body was cold and stiff, but there was no sign of life. After all, he had been severely injured by Bing Weiyu and the other 2 before he was frozen, and he had been frozen for 3 years in that absolutely cold place. His meridians, internal organs, and bone marrow must have been frozen. Grandpa Xiao, you can't die. Ling Xiao let out a sorrowful cry, and a warm energy was transmitted to Xiao Feng, softening his body. At the same time, the ice snow ginseng fruit in his hand was shattered, and the energy was forcibly sent into Xiao Feng's mouth, helping him to let it flow into his stomach. Not only that, Ling Xiao also sent the immortal tree fruit into Xiao Feng's mouth, hoping for a miracle. Chapter 16:15. The ice snow ginseng fruit and the immortal tree fruit were the rare divine fruits that could bring the dead back to life. When they were combined, their marvelous effects were amazing. Even if someone was about to die, they would be pulled back to life. Moreover, although Xiao Feng looked like he was frozen to death, his will to take revenge was still there. His god soul wasn't frozen and destroyed. He still had a wisp of consciousness left. If Ling Xiao had come 1 year later, no incipient God Realm expert could have saved him. Today, as the power of the 2 divine fruits fell into his stomach, it had activated the consciousness in his god soul. He had recovered a little bit of consciousness. He urged the divine technique to absorb the power of the divine fruits. The surging medicinal power entered Xiao Feng's dantian and nourished his 4 limbs and 5 viscera and 6 bowels. A large amount of icy cold air was gradually expelled from his body, and a warm aura enveloped him from the outside, causing his consciousness to gradually clear up. Ling Xiao could feel Xiao Feng's movement. He cheered up immediately. Grandpa Xiao is still alive. As long as he still had a trace of power, these 2 divine fruits could save his life. Ling Xiao finally felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Xiao Feng had once saved his life and imparted the dragon subduing palm to him. Xiao Feng was indeed his benefactor. Now that he could save Xiao Feng's life, firstly, he had returned the favor, and secondly, he could give Xiao Ling a satisfactory answer. The other members of the Ice Clan around also felt the strange situation. They exhaled in relief. They were afraid that if they couldn't save him, Ling Xiao would regret his decision and kill their entire clan. Ling Xiao emitted a strong fire attribute energy, causing the surrounding temperature to rise. He did his best to speed up the recovery of Xiao Feng's body heat and expel the cold qi. A day had passed, and Xiao Feng had already recovered some of his movements under the 2 divine trees. His stiff body finally moved slightly, and specks of golden light began to appear on his body. It was a sign that Xiao Feng was urging his god power fast. It was lucky that when he came to challenge Bing Weishui, he had reached the low level of Great Master Realm. Otherwise, with his peak God Realm, or half incipient God Realm, he would have been frozen to death. After 3 days, Xiao Feng could already sit cross-legged in the air. His divine power had already started to recover. Much of the icy water was dispersed, and strands of icy aura were expelled from his body. The smile on Ling Xiao's face grew wider. He thought to himself, Grandpa Xiao is fine. I could take him to see Ling, and surprise her. After the 5th day, Xiao Feng's aura had recovered more than half. He finally opened his eyes, revealing a thick, brutal aura. Bing Weishui, give me your life. Xiao Feng screamed in fear. The energy around his body flashed as he slapped a palm toward Ling Xiao. A golden dragon shadow roared and stormed toward Ling Xiao. The palm shadow with the complete palm intent wasn't ordinary at all. Unfortunately, he was just at the low level of Great Master Realm, and he had only recovered half of his power. How could he hurt Ling Xiao with this kind of power? Ling Xiao dodged Xiao Feng's palm and shouted, "Grandpa Xiao, wake up! I'm Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao's voice contained a bit of a dragon's roar, shaking Xiao Feng's mind and dispersing his brutal aura, causing him to stop moving. Xiao Feng's aura weakened and his eyes became sluggish. After a while, his divine eyes finally returned to normal. He turned to look at Ling Xiao and asked with a confused expression, "You saved me?" He clearly remembered that he was frozen by Bing Weishui. He wanted to break the ice, but it was in vain. In the end, he lost consciousness in shame. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Grandpa Xiao, your enemy Bing Weishui has been killed by me. Your revenge has been avenged. Don't worry about it anymore." Xiao Feng's expression stiffened. Then, he revealed a crazed expression and shouted, "Bing Weishui is dead. That bastard is finally dead. The heavens have eyes." Xiao Feng's divine eyes shed tears, filled with sorrow. It could be seen how emotional he was to be avenged. Thinking back to when he was still a low-level divine king, he and his wife traveled the world. Unfortunately, they met Bing Weishui, who was a peak-level divine king at that time. Bing Weishui took a fancy to his wife's beauty and actually took his wife away. Then, he humiliated her to death. At that time, Xiao Feng was suppressed by someone. Seeing that tragic scene, he could not hope for eternal life. In the end, Xiao Feng was tortured to the point of death and was thrown into a place filled with many high-level holy beasts, leaving him to fend for himself. Fortunately, his will to live was strong, and he survived in the end. At that time, he swore that he would kill Bing Weishui to take revenge for his dead wife. For many years, he lived in hatred. He cultivated with all his might and did everything he could to find divine objects to advance. Then, he became a peak-level divine king and became one of the strongest Sinjin of Goguryeo in the Sky Dragon territory. However, when he wanted to find Bing Weishui for revenge, he heard that Bing Weishui had successfully advanced to the Supreme Realm. At that time, he almost gave up on the idea of revenge and wanted to commit suicide. It was also at that time that he picked up Shaoling. Under the influence of Shaoling's ethereal body, his hostility and hatred gradually subsided. The peak power that he hadn't felt for a long time showed signs of loosening. Therefore, he raised Shaoling and established a relationship between grandfather and grandson. Because of that, he understood many things and had the opportunity to enter the Supreme Realm. After Ling Xiao appeared, he entrusted Shaoling to Ling Xiao so that after he broke through, he could fight Bing Weishui. Even if his strength was weaker, he didn't mind self-detonating to drag Bing Weishui down with him. Unfortunately, Bing Weishui had a helper. Under the joint attack of the three great masters, he was frozen. Xiao Feng cried, but Ling Xiao didn't stop him. He knew that Xiao Feng needed a vent. Only after he vented, he would feel better. The members of the Ice Clan had left the place. They knew that staying here would only make things awkward for Ling Xiao. After half a day, Xiao Feng finally calmed down. The tears on his face had dried, and his eyes were numb. Ling Xiao didn't know when he had taken out 2 jars of liquor. He slightly moved his palm, and the 2 jars of liquor were broken. The strong smell of medicine diffused. Grandpa Xiao, Granny Xiao's soul in heaven has been comforted. Don't be sad anymore. Ling Er has been looking for you. Let's toast to Granny Xiao. Ling Xiao said softly. He discovered that Xiao Feng was also a very loyal person. For the sake of taking revenge for the woman he loved, he constantly worked hard to become stronger. Just how much faith did he need to support this? Perhaps this was the power of love. Xiao Feng took the wine jar and drank it without a trace of politeness. As the liquor entered his stomach, he felt like his stomach was burning. His mind finally calmed down. Younger sister Zhu, your enemy is already dead. Your spirit in heaven can rest in peace. Xiao Feng raised the wine jar up high and shouted loudly. He poured the strong liquor away. Ling Xiao also drank a mouthful of liquor. Then he scattered the aroma in this empty space. One day later, Xiao Feng had regained his composure. However, there was still a hint of sadness between his brows. Ling Xiao, thank you, Xiao Feng said to Ling Xiao solemnly. He didn't expect that the young man he saved by chance would be promoted to this level in just 100 years. It was unbelievable. Ling Xiao smiled. Grandpa Xiao, please don't say that. If you didn't save me, Ling Xiao, wouldn't be alive now. He paused for a moment and said, Ling Er has been looking for you. Why don't we go to see her together? I believe that girl will be very happy. Well, let's go. That girl is considerate. She has suffered all these years, Xiao Feng said with a trace of tenderness. It could be said that he had considered Xiao Ling as his own granddaughter. She was the only comfort in his heart. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He went with Xiao Feng to the Xiao family's territory. He would come back to the Ice Clan's territory in the future because he also cultivated Ice Class. This was because he was also an Ice-attributed cultivator. If he could obtain an Ice-attributed Origin Frost Force, it would be able to increase his combat power and cultivation power. Now, after Shi Yin and Xiao Feng left to see Xiao Ling, he had to go to the Lotus Cult to see if there was any news about Yun Mengqi and Bing Ruoshui. When the two incipient God Realm experts arrived above the Xiao family's battlefield, they immediately attracted the experts of the Xiao family. Which noble guest has come to our Xiao family? Xiao Jingren's voice arose slowly. He was an ancestor of the Xiao family with the cultivation base of peak middle-level supreme expert. Today, his aura had almost reached the peak of peak middle-level supreme expert. He believed that it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the high level. The reason why he was able to improve was because he frequently spent time with Xiao Ling. It allowed his comprehension of energy to improve greatly, and it allowed his strength that had stagnated for a long time to grow once more. Senior Xiao, how have you been? Ling Xiao greeted Xiao Jingren. When Dragon Gate went to destroy the God Axe Gang, this ancestor of the Xiao family also came to help. He was a good friend. It turns out that Alchemist Ling has come. It's our Xiao family's honor. Xiao Jingren smiled intimately. The arrival of such a supreme alchemist was a good thing for any force. It would be even better if they could exchange him for the supreme god pellets. Ling Xiao introduced Xiao Jingren and Xiao Feng to Xiao Jingren before descending to the Xiao family's territory. I've heard that Ling Er has a grandfather. Turns out it's Brother Qiao. You're the benefactor of our Xiao family. Xiao Jingren said to Xiao Feng enthusiastically. He thought to himself, if I can persuade Xiao Feng to become the founding elder of our Xiao family, it will be the best. His thoughts couldn't escape Ling Xiao's senses. However, Ling Xiao didn't expose him. After all, Xiao Feng was alone. It was a good thing for Xiao Ling to stay in the Xiao family. I'm just going along with the flow. That little girl Ling is very likable. Anyone would save her, replied Xiao Feng with a bit of modesty. Chapter 16:16. After entering the Xiao family, Xiao Ling couldn't help but cry tears of joy when she saw Xiao Feng and Ling Xiao. For Xiao Feng, this little girl had tried her best to cultivate. She didn't hesitate to use the King God pellets to reach the high-level King God realm. She wanted to reach the incipient God realm as soon as possible so that she could search for her grandfather all over the Sky Territory. It could be seen how highly she regarded Xiao Feng, her grandfather, in her heart. When Ling Xiao wasn't paying attention, Xiao Ling secretly kissed Ling Xiao. Then she blushed and said, "Thank you, brother Ling Xiao." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and ran away like a lark, causing everyone present to roar with laughter. Xiao Jingren had an idea. These two are the people that Ling Er values the most in her life. With Ling Er's help, it shouldn't be hard for Xiao Feng to stay as an offering elder. If we can persuade Ling Xiao to stay in our Xiao family, It will be a good thing. Alchemist Ling, what do you think of my family's Ling heir? Xiao Jingren asked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Jingren and immediately saw through his thoughts. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Of course, Ling heir is a rare good girl in this world. I have always treated her like my own younger sister. I know that Alchemist Ling thinks so, but I'm afraid Ling heir doesn't think so. After so many years, many heroes of the profound sky region have come to propose marriage, but Ling heir didn't even bother to look at them. Only you, Alchemist Ling." Xiao Jingren stroked his white beard. However, before he could finish, Ling Xiao interrupted him. "Old Xiao, I understand what you're saying, but I will always treat Ling heir as my younger sister. No matter what she needs me to do in the future, I, Ling Xiao, will not delay it even a little bit. As for the other things, let nature take its course." Xiao Jingren revealed a trace of awkwardness, but at the same time, he felt pity in his heart. However, getting Ling Xiao's promise was worth it. Ling Xiao stayed in the Xiao family for a few days before he said his goodbyes. But before he left, Xiao Ling asked Ling Xiao to have a private chat. In front of a quiet and secluded pavilion in the Xiao family, Xiao Ling was dressed in a green robe. Her entire person carried a somewhat otherworldly aura, like a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world, so beautiful that it was suffocating. Purely in terms of beauty, perhaps she couldn't compare to Yin Mengqi or Yin Dai Jiao, but in terms of temperament, she was far superior to the other women. She was a misty and ethereal woman, a graceful and beautiful woman. Ling Xiao accompanied her as they walked along the corridor of the Lotus Pond. His heart was free and at ease. With Xiao Ling's ethereal body, it was very easy to move other people's thoughts, allowing them to return to a calm and natural state, calmly experiencing everything. Xiao Ling didn't say anything, and Ling Xiao also didn't know what to say. He could faintly feel some of Xiao Ling's thoughts. "Brother Ling Xiao, thank you for saving grandfather." Xiao Ling's clear voice broke the silence. Ling Xiao faintly smiled and said, "You've already said this no less than 100 times." Xiao Ling's face was slightly red, and he coyly played with the corner of his robe, but he didn't know what to say. Ling Xiao walked to the middle of the corridor and stopped. He gazed at the golden-scaled fish in the water and softly said, "Look at how happy they are playing and chasing each other. Carefree and carefree. How good would it be if we could also be like this?" Xiao Ling also stopped in her tracks. She stared at the fish and said softly, "That's right. That way, we can all play together." Haven't we always been together?" Ling Xiao casually replied. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ling lowered her head and said, "How long has it been since you came to see me? Is this called together?" After a pause, she raised her head and looked at Ling Xiao. Her big eyes blinked a few times before she said, "Brother Ling Xiao, I'll also accompany you back to Dragon Gate, okay? I want to live with my other sister." That's not very good." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. The implication of Xiao Ling's words was too obvious, and he didn't know what to say. Xiao Ling's beautiful eyes rippled with a little bit of mist, and she said, "Brother Ling Xiao, do you hate me?" Ling Xiao hurriedly said, "How could that be? Don't let your thoughts run wild." "Then why don't you want me to live with my other sister?" Xiao Ling said as tears flowed down her face. Ling Xiao panicked and immediately explained, "If you go to Dragon Gate to live with your other sister, your ancestors and parents will definitely be very sad. You have to think clearly." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Linger, if you can reach the Supreme Being realm and be able to fly freely through the domain, you can even take turns living here and there. I won't have any objections." Truthfully speaking, he only had the feeling of a brother and sister toward Xiao Ling, and he didn't have any feelings for her. She was too pure and kind, and she didn't have the slightest bit of scheming. So, he couldn't bear to destroy this most pure heart of hers. However, Ling Xiao didn't understand that although Xiao Ling could be considered pure, she was also a woman. She also longed to have the most perfect relationship and hoped to have a lifelong partner who loved her. "All right, I'll listen to Brother Ling Xiao." Xiaoling wiped away her tears and revealed a forced smile. She still couldn't muster up all the courage to say what she thought in her heart. Ling Xiao said, Ling Er, if there's anything in the future, remember to have someone inform me. I will definitely rush over as soon as possible. I'm with the Lotus sect to find your sister-in-law Minchi. With that, Ling Xiao soared into the sky and shot in the direction of the Lotus sect. Xiao Ling raised her head to look at the flying Ling Xiao, and her tears flowed again. She murmured, Brother Ling Xiao, I don't want to be your sister. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao couldn't hear her words. However, Ling Xiao, who was high in the sky, had already understood her thoughts. He sat on the back of the dragon horse, took out a jar of strong wine, and started to drink. It can't be helped that I'm handsome. Every woman likes me, but I can't be so selfish. Ling Xiao sighed seriously. This man was still as narcissistic as before. After Ling Xiao drank a jar of wine, he threw away all the troubles of his relationship. Currently, he didn't have the mind to think about other things. He still had many things to do. When he arrived at the Lotus sect again, the current master of the Lotus sect, the old master, and some incipient God realm experts personally came out to greet him. Ling Xiao's current status was different from the past. No one dared to neglect him no matter where he went. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about these things. He just wanted to know the news of Yun Mingqi and Bing Ruoshui. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Dozens of years ago, Yun Mingqi had come back and then left. She had never returned to the Lotus sect. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think, does Yun Mingqi want me to walk the same path to find her again? If he didn't know that Yun Mingqi and Bing Ruoshui were still alive, he wouldn't be so calm. The heaven territory was vast. Although he was at the incipient God realm, he couldn't go to every place to find them. He just hoped that heaven would help them. Ling Xiao stayed in the Lotus sect for several days before returning to the Ice Clan. During this time, he didn't need to spend much effort to find the Genesis Stone. After Wu Bufan had broken through, he would go to outer space. What he needed to do now was to accumulate energy to make his body stronger. Only that way could he deal with the upcoming war. The area that the Ice Clan had occupied had many icy mountains and even some that hadn't melted for 100,000 years. It was a good place to cultivate Ice class. Ling Xiao had many attributes. Among them, metal, fire, and wind were the three he used the most. He didn't use ice and would much. It was mainly because these two attributes didn't have any powerful divine techniques that could enhance his attacking power. At this moment, the Ice Clan's 100,000-year-old iceberg were hiding some unknown ice-class divine treasures or the original ice power. Ling Xiao wanted to explore this place to see if he could strengthen his ice class. At the same time, he wanted to increase his power. Moreover, Ling Xiao also started to practice the Ice Clan's Ice River Fist. This fist technique had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. It was created by the ancestors of the Ice Clan, so its power shouldn't be underestimated. It could be compared to the top-class divine techniques like the 9-Sun Burning Sky Fist and the Subduing Dragon Palm. The Ice River Fist had 24 moves. Each move was accompanied by hailstones that could freeze everything in this world. Ling Xiao practiced the Ice River Fist in this icy mountain range. At the same time, he absorbed the extremely cold energy in this place. It was as if he had become one with the icebergs. His spirit, qi, and soul reached the same level. Soon, he understood the fist intent of the Ice River Fist. Every single one of his punches caused ice mountains and rivers to appear, and it was enough to freeze a large area of space. This Ice River Fist isn't bad. If it's combined with a kind of extremely cold energy, it won't be any weaker than the 9-Sun Burning Sky Fist. Ling Xiao stopped and murmured. In half a month, he had practiced the Ice River Fist once. He was familiar with its essence. If he wanted to unleash its true power, he needed to use it in a real battle. Ling Xiao landed on the side of one of the 100,000 years old icebergs. He wanted to enter the icebergs to find some extremely cold divine treasures to increase his ice class attack power. These icebergs were extremely thick. Even a god king wouldn't be able to destroy them easily. When he saved Xiao Feng that day, Ling Xiao already knew this. He took out the golden dragon spear and shook it anxiously. A force like a drill pierced into the icebergs. The head of the golden dragon spear was like the head of a dragon breathing. The sharpest metal-class energy continuously pierced many thick icebergs and shattered them. A cave the size of 2 or 3 people gradually appeared, and the cave grew deeper and deeper, directly entering the belly of the iceberg. The deeper Ling Xiao went, the more uncomfortable he felt. His entire body felt like there was a chill invading his flesh, bones, and organs. The cold energy here had already accumulated for more than 100,000 years, or even longer. The cold energy here had naturally reached the extreme. It was enough to freeze anyone into a popsicle. Even though Ling Xiao had reached the sovereign level, he still felt the cold energy pressing down on him. One could imagine how strong the cold energy was. Ling Xiao used the god technique to quickly absorb the cold energy. His god power was slowly accumulating and strengthening. Chapter 16-17. Each of the 100,000-year-old icebergs was massive. Their surface area was dozens of times bigger than a normal mountain. It was the accumulation of the purest ice energy for more than 100,000 years. Even if it was summer under the scorching sun, it wouldn't melt even a little bit. The belly of the icebergs was the coldest place. Even incipient god realm experts didn't want to enter this place. They were afraid that their god body and god soul would be frozen and become ice sculptures in this place. The Ice Clan had cultivated the ice class, but not many of them had ever entered this place. Most of the people who thought they were the sons of ice were frozen to death or were forced to leave. Therefore, there were still many unknown divine objects that had not been dug out from this 100,000-year-old iceberg. Ling Xiao used his spear as a drill to dig a hole and enter the belly of the iceberg. After walking for about a kilometer, Ling Xiao began to feel numb in his hands and feet. He had no choice but to use his divine art to absorb the cold energy and convert it into energy so that he could adapt to it. It should be noted that his god body could be compared to a high-level ancient god weapon. However, he still felt cold. It wasn't hard to imagine how strong the energy in this iceberg was. Of course, besides absorbing the energy, Ling Xiao also had the heaven flames to protect his body. Thus, he wasn't afraid of entering this place. After around 3,000 meters, Ling Xiao had to sit down cross-legged. The cold qi here is really cold. It's enough to reach the supreme level. I can refine it to increase my ice power. Ling Xiao murmured to himself. He closed his eyes and began to absorb and refine the frigid air into his body. The cold qi fell into his lower abdomen and was converted into 5-colored energy. Ling Xiao guided a part of it to his meridians to store the cold qi in his body so that he could use it to attack in the future. As soon as Ling Xiao sat down, many ice crystals covered him, turning him into an ice sculpture inside the iceberg. Waves of cold qi diffused unceasingly. As Ling Xiao breathed in the cold air, he felt that his flesh, meridians, organs, and bone marrow were all suffering from frostbite. Fortunately, his physical body was already incomparably abnormal, and he could still endure it without making the slightest sound of pain. As the icy energy entered his body, Ling Xiao's divine power also gradually increased. In addition, the few meridians that he had opened up were also infused with the icy energy, so that in the future it could provide an endless supply to his divine power and strengthen his ice energy attacks. About 3 months later, Ling Xiao broke out of the ice and continued to dig deeper. This kind of ice qi was still not the kind he desired the most. What he needed was at least the dark snow ice qi that Bing Ming had. Right now, he was only temporarily absorbing these in case he couldn't find that extremely cold energy. Ling Xiao used a lot of time to pass through the first 100,000-year-old iceberg. Other than refining some ice chi in the belly of the mountain and obtaining some extreme ice stones, he did not gain anything else. After all, it was impossible for him to completely overturn this 100,000-year-old iceberg. He could only search for it by digging through this cave. Of course, the location that Ling Xiao chose was already based on the experience of the Ice Clan. He directly dug into the center of the iceberg, which was the place where it was most likely to encounter ice attribute divine objects. Whether or not he could find it would depend on his luck. Ling Xiao came out of the belly of the mountain and sighed. There aren't many icebergs here that have reached 100,000 years old, but there are still dozens of them. Only a few of them have been tried by the people of the Ice Clan, and not many people have obtained good fortune from them. It seems that I have to work harder. Ling Xiao landed on another iceberg and began to dig in the same way he did before. Today, he wasn't afraid of the cold chi anymore because he had refined the same energy in his body. He could adapt to the cold without being harmed. Of course, with the heaven-fire bead in his sea of consciousness, he felt much safer. If he was careless and encountered a colder place, he would be frozen. This time, Ling Xiao had chosen the biggest iceberg. He had to find some valuable divine objects here. This iceberg was much bigger than the one he had chosen before, and the cold chi here was even more oppressive. According to Bing Weiyu's memory, some precursors of the Ice Clan had challenged this iceberg, but they were frozen to death, never to come out again. That precursor was a supreme incipient God realm expert. From then on, no one dared to explore this iceberg. According to legends, this iceberg had existed for more than 1 million years. It was the oldest and coldest of the 100,000 icebergs. While Ling Xiao was digging, he found that the ice here was much thicker than the iceberg he had dug before. Moreover, after he had just dug 100 meters in, the cold chi here was almost as cold as the one he had dug in the center of the iceberg. Seems like this iceberg does have some divine objects, Ling Xiao thought hurriedly. However, when he wanted to go deeper, he felt the ice around him tremble. Many ice crystals wrapped around him and froze. What's that? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. His aura surged, and the ice crystals were blown away by the force. However, the area around him was constantly shaking, and cracks appeared on the ice. A lot of frigid air rushed over, causing Ling Xiao to feel a slight sense of danger. Did I encounter an ice polar bear? Ling Xiao was skeptical. The ice polar bear was the strongest holy beast around this iceberg. They lived by swallowing ice and stones. They had endless power and strong ice bodies. They could move freely inside this iceberg. There weren't many of them, but each of them lived in this 100,000 iceberg. They were all above level 10. Sometimes they could even see the ice polar bear king at level 11. As they had stayed inside the iceberg for a long time, no one could subdue them easily. The ancestors of the Ice Clan had come here to capture them to be their holy beasts. However, they had to retreat. It wasn't hard to imagine how intimidating these ice polar bears were. Sure enough, as the ice cracks cracked and the ice rocks shattered, a huge creature walked out from within. Without a doubt, it was the polar ice bear. Its snow-white body seemed to have fused with the ice, and its snow-white fur stood up like icicles, appearing incomparably hard as iron. Its only jet black eye emitted an extremely cold air, and its pair of bare paws shattered many ice rocks with a crackling sound. It took Ling Xiao a great deal of effort to break the ice, but to the polar bear, it was as easy as lifting a finger. Its body and strength were terrifying. Standing in front of it, Ling Xiao was like a baby facing off against an adult. There was no comparison at all. I can't believe it's here. Is it hibernating? Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked up at the polar bear. Ling Xiao could feel that this ice polar bear was not weak. It had reached the mid-level of level 11. The strength it contained was probably even stronger than an advanced level 11. Roar! The ice polar bear was ignored by this little human. It patted its chest angrily and roared. One of its feet stomped towards Ling Xiao. This stomp seemed to weigh thousands of kilograms, causing the ice around it to crack. Even a supreme being would be turned into minced meat if he was stepped on. The stomp looked clumsy, but it was not slow. It was accompanied by a lot of cold chi as it pressed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression was solemn. He instantly retreated. He could feel that this ice polar bear's strength was not comparable to other mid-level 11 holy beasts. It was comparable to the strength of a high-level supreme being. Moreover, it had an absolute advantage here. Ling Xiao could only retreat and have a good fight with it. Luckily, I didn't go too deep. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any advantage against this big guy here. Ling Xiao mumbled after he rushed out of the ice mountain. The ice polar bear also rushed out. It held two huge ice rocks in its paws and smashed them towards Ling Xiao. The speed of the two ice rocks was extremely fast. Their strength was also abnormally overbearing. If an ordinary supreme being was hit by them, they would be seriously injured even if they did not die. Ling Xiao's body flashed like the wind, and he easily dodged the two rocks. "Human, scram, or I'll eat you." The ice polar bear could feel that the human in front of it was not ordinary. It immediately let out a buzzing roar. "Hee hee, come and eat me if you can. Otherwise, open a path for me. I want to enter the belly of the ice mountain." Ling Xiao laughed. "If that's the case, then go to hell." The ice polar bear roared angrily. It opened its mouth and shot an ice ray towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, its huge body also flew towards Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao dodged the huge ice ray, the ice polar bear was already above his head. Its paw was like an ice mountain, slapping towards Ling Xiao. The bear's paw smashed down like an ice mountain. Many forces in the space started to collapse, and the surrounding space kept trembling. Not only that, streaks of extremely cold yin qi condensed in the surroundings and sealed off Ling Xiao, making it impossible for Ling Xiao to dodge. A look of surprise flashed across Ling Xiao's face. He actually sensed the existence of a perfect palm intent from the ice polar bear. There was also a mysterious sealing power that gave him a strong sense of oppression, making it hard for him to move. This energy did not seem like the power of gravity. It was more like a pure sealing power. It was accompanied by waves of cold yin qi that froze the entire space, making it impossible for the opponent to dodge. This move made up for the ice polar bear's weakness of being slow. It was just that this move was enough to kill an ordinary middle-level supreme martial artist. People like Ling Xiao, who could not be judged by ordinary people, would naturally not fall for it so easily. "Go to hell!" Ling Xiao roared, and his dragon-shaped battle chi burst out of his body. Roar! The dragon-shaped battle aura turned into a real dragon and pounced towards the ice polar bear. The real dragon turned into a 10,000-meter-long dragon. Its body flipped, and its tail swept in all directions, colliding with the ice polar bear's paw. Chapter 16:18. The dragon-shaped battle aura was something Ling Xiao had absorbed from the chaotic space. Through the dragon chi and dragon blood in his body, he was able to force the battle aura out of his body to attack. Its power wasn't inferior to that of an intermediate supreme martial artist, and it was even close to the pinnacle of the intermediate supreme martial artist. Golden light flickered around its body. It flipped its body and swept its tail horizontally, shattering the ice polar bear's ice aura completely. Beast Emperor. The ice polar bear revealed a look of surprise. It could clearly feel that its power was being suppressed. The dragon-shaped battle aura pounced over and swallowed the ice polar bear's head. The ice polar bear recovered from its daze and swung its paw heavily again. The power of this palm strike was 30% weaker than before, because in front of the mythological beast, it also had an urge to surrender. However, even after losing 30% of its power, the dragon-shaped battle aura didn't gain any advantage against the ice polar bear. After all, the dragon-shaped battle aura was only an illusory existence, while the ice polar bear had boundless strength. In a head-on clash, the ice polar bear still had the absolute advantage. The polar ice bear brandished its paws, which seemed to contain an indescribable power. Every paw carried the force of a thunderbolt, causing the surrounding space to continuously collapse. The dragon-shaped battle aura was controlled by Ling Xiao. It would sweep and attack with all its might at times, avoid the ice polar bear's heavy blows at other times, and even delay the fate of being destroyed. Ling Xiao didn't make a move. He was multitasking as he observed the ice polar bear's waving paws. It gave him an indescribable inspiration, which gave him some idea of the ninth style of the Imperial Dragon heaven-destroying technique. Every palm carries the pressure of freezing cold air. It can cause the opponent's movements to be incomparably slow, so much so that they can't even struggle free. This is even more exquisite than the gravitational field. Ling Xiao's dragon eyes emitted a bright light as he muttered. By this time, the polar bear had already seen through the fact that this was only a dragon-shaped battle aura and not a real beast king. Its combat power kept rising. Roar! With a roar, the polar ice bear put its palms together and hugged the dragon-shaped battle chi. Then, it forcefully tore the dragon-shaped battle chi into two halves. This kind of crazy and terrifying strength could only be achieved by this kind of holy beast. The fight here had already alerted the supreme martial artists of the Ice Clan in the distance, and they all rushed over to see what was going on. It's Alchemist Ling. He actually encountered the polar bear. Bing Han Feng exclaimed. Bing Ming's expression slightly changed as he said, "Oh no, this polar bear is very powerful." Although the Ice Wolf King was fast, it only pounced on Ling Xiao's afterimage. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Ling Xiao was already on top of the wolf's head. He let out a cry of surprise. Finally, he had made his move, the 12th form of the Ice Fist. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to practice the Ice River Fist that he had just learned. His fist shook the heavens, as if an ice river was hanging down from the 9 heavens. The cold and deep chi caused people to be tongue-tied. The Ice Clan's people who had yet to return to their clans were shocked. "Ice Fist, Ling? How could Alchemist Ling know our clan's Ice Fist?" Bing Hanfeng exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, it is our clan's Ice Fist. It seems that he used some secret method to find it in Bing Weiyu's divine soul." The Ice Clan's patriarch sighed with a complicated expression. "How long has it been?" Alchemist Ling not only learned our clan's Ice Fist, but he also comprehended the fist intent. What monstrous genius! Bing Ming said with admiration. Bing Bing Dong said with dissatisfaction. "The Ice Fist is our clan's secret. Now that he has learned it, how can we face our ancestors if it is spread out in the future? Don't say anything. Just watch. He's too strong. We can't compete with him." The Ice Clan's patriarch said with resignation. He paused for a moment before continuing. "But if we are sincere in befriending him, it will be good for the clan if we can get a few supreme god pellets." The others stopped talking, knowing that their patriarch was right. Knowing that it was impossible, it was better to go with the flow. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. At this moment, Ling Xiao was using the Ice Fist. Each of his Ice Fists was no less powerful than the 9 Sun Sky Burning Fist. The only difference was that he was not as proficient in using the 9 Suns Sky Burning Fist. But as the battle between Ling Xiao and the Frost Wolf King became more intense, his movements became smoother and smoother, and his strength increased bit by bit. The Ice Wolf King felt more and more pressured, but it believed that this human couldn't kill it. After all, this human's cold energy didn't have much effect on it. The 21st move of the Ice Fist. Ling Xiao faced the Frost Wolf King, who was reaching for him with its sharp claws, and changed his stance again. The Ice Wolf King's claws seemed to tear the world apart, but Ling Xiao's fist was like a sudden attack of countless icicles falling from the sky towards the Ice Wolf King. Crack! Pala! As the two forces collided, countless ice crystals scattered in all directions, turning into a rain of ice. It was a beautiful sight. Woo-woo! The Ice Wolf King was no match for Ling Xiao. The sudden attack of the icicles pierced its body, piercing through its thick fur and causing blood to splatter everywhere. Ling Xiao gained the upper hand in this move, and his speed increased. He chased after the retreating Ice Wolf King, his ice fist striking out again. A large patch of ice crystals covered the Ice Wolf King, freezing it in place. As the Ice Wolf King tried to break free, Ling Xiao kept increasing his strength. Layers of ice crystals covered the Ice Wolf King's body, and the cold air he got from the 100,000-year iceberg kept pouring out of the Ice Wolf King. At this moment, the Ice Bear King roared, "Kill this human and save the Wolf King." It was the first to charge at Ling Xiao. The cold energy, which also contained the power of sealing, pressed down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. He could feel that the Ice Bear King's extreme cold energy was similar to Bing Ming's dark snow force, but it was much stronger and more lethal. It was so cold that even his body felt like it could not withstand it. "You're the one." A cold smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. He finally increased his battle strength and broke free from the seal. He dispelled the cold energy and changed his technique. His 9 Suns sky-burning fist was aimed at the Ice Bear King. Fire subdued ice. The fist intent, which was imbued with heavenly fire, spread in all directions. Fists that looked like bright suns struck out one after another, sending several sacred beasts flying. Only the Ice Bear King could withstand Ling Xiao's powerful technique, which was imbued with heavenly fire and was imbued with the fist intent. Not only that, but during the clash, Ling Xiao was actually pushed back thousands of meters by the Ice Bear King's palm. Haha, how refreshing. As expected of a sacred beast, known for its strength. Ling Xiao laughed heartily and charged forward again. However, this time, he did not fight head-on with his opponent. Instead, he used his speed to circle around his opponent's huge body and attack it fiercely. The Ice Bear King's speed was ultimately lacking. It could not seal off Ling Xiao in one move. After the attack, it fell into a predicament and suffered Ling Xiao's ferocious attacks, causing it to cry out repeatedly. Chapter 1619. Ling Xiao relied on his speed to kill the Polar Bear King. However, the Polar Bear King's defense was monstrous. Ling Xiao's fiery fists couldn't break its defense. The heaven flames couldn't do much damage to the Polar Bear King either. The cold energy of the Polar Bear King's origin had neutralized them. The Polar Bear King was enraged. However, it couldn't locate Ling Xiao. It could only ask for help from its companions. Instantly, dozens of holy beasts surrounded Ling Xiao and bit him. They were all of the ice class, so they had the absolute advantage in this icy mountain range. Many ice energies were aimed at Ling Xiao. Seems like I have to finish this quickly. Ling Xiao thought to himself. His God Soul clone appeared immediately. Ling Xiao's God Soul instantly increased its combat power by 70 times. It pressed down on the Polar Bear King. He had to control the Polar Bear King as fast as he could so that the other holy beasts could stop. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to kill all of them. The Polar Bear King was a level 11 holy beast. Its attack and defense weren't weaker than a peak of the Great Realm Expert. However, its weakness was its speed. Ling Xiao's God Soul held the Dim Shadow Divine Sword and broke the Polar Bear King's extremely cold defense. It slashed the cold energy away. The Polar Bear King felt a heavy threat. It activated its power to the maximum. The terrifying cold energy was enough to freeze any incipient God Realm Expert. Ling Xiao's God Soul clone was like a black tornado. No one could capture his existence. Many black wind blades attacked the Polar Bear King. Clang! Clang! Numerous black wind blades completely nullified and destroyed the chilly air, while the numerous sword blades caused the Polar Bear King's fur to splatter all over its body. Streaks of fresh blood appeared on its body. The other holy beast that came to kill Ling Xiao couldn't even touch Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast. Even the wind holy beasts couldn't catch up to him. Ling Xiao really wanted to summon his divine beasts and holy beasts to let them fight, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. After all, this was the territory of those holy beasts. This ice-cold qi was not something that ordinary holy beasts could withstand. Ling Xiao's true body flashed quickly, and he would use the glacier fist from time to time. The more he fought, the more skilled he became. He had already comprehended the essence of the glacier fist one by one. Ling Xiao's real body was not in any danger for now, but the Polar Bear King was. Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger continued to break its defense, and also injected the power of the innate chilling wind bead into its body. The power of the black qi of death was not weaker than that of the ice qi of the innate chilling wind bead. The innate chilling wind bead's huge body was being corroded, and it was starting to feel numb. The Ice Polar Bear King was extremely frustrated after being slashed. There were already so many wounds all over its body, yet it still couldn't hurt the other party at all. It was truly aggrieved. At this time, it already had the intention to retreat. After all, continuing to waste time like this was not a solution at all. There was no benefit to it at all. Roar! The Ice Polar Bear King waved its paws wildly, forcing Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger away. Then, it roared and actually dashed towards the bottom of the ice mountain. When the other holy beasts heard this roar, they all started to flee. Try to escape now? It won't be that easy. Ling Xiao laughed sinisterly, and the phantom divine sword slashed down from the sky. This slash gathered all of his strength, and it tore half the sky in half, creating a long, black crack. The Ice Polar Bear King felt an unprecedented threat, and it roared repeatedly. Many ice rocks gathered towards it, and waves of dark blue energy flowed continuously. Human, you forced me to do this. The Ice Polar Bear King roared angrily. A terrifying ice-cold energy gathered in front of the Ice Polar Bear King, causing the space around it to distort and shake. This terrifying ice-cold energy was forcefully pushed out from its paw, and it collided with Ling Xiao's sword. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the Ice Polar Bear King's attack was already comparable to that of a peak refined martial artist. The ice-cold energy contained within it could freeze everything, even the power of the heavenly fire. However, not only did Ling Xiao use all of his strength in this attack, but he also used the Phantom Divine Sword to attack. The power of the Black Sword Gleam was even stronger than the Ice Polar Bear King's attack. After all, Ling Xiao's battle prowess had been increased by 70 times, and it was enough to fight a true peak refined martial artist. The Black Sword Gleam tore a sword marked tens of thousands of meters long, and it shattered many ice crystals as it swept towards the Ice Polar Bear King. Roar! The Ice Polar Bear King was sent flying far away by this slash, and its huge body crashed into the largest ice mountain. Terrifying cracks appeared on the mountain, and its body sank into the ice layer. A smear of hideous red seeped out from the ice mountain. It was obvious that the Ice Polar Bear King had been severely injured. Ling Xiao did not hesitate. His divine spirit doppelganger gave chase again, and the phantom divine sword in his hand continued to stab at the wall of the ice mountain. Clang, clang, clang. After all, this was an ice mountain that was more than 100,000 years old. The ice and rocks were extremely thick, and even if Ling Xiao attacked with all his might, he could only leave a deep mark on it. He could not destroy it in an instant. Get out here! Ling Xiao roared. His dragon-shaped battle aura rushed out and charged into the 100,000-year ice fire, intending to drag the Ice Polar Bear King out. However, when the dragon-shaped battle aura collided with the ice mountain, the ice mountain automatically froze up, and the sword marks and deep pits that had already cracked were restored to their original state. It was as if it had never been damaged in the first place. When the dragon-shaped battle aura collided with it, it only damaged the ice mountain a little more, but was unable to drag the Ice Polar Bear King out. Trying to escape? That's impossible, Ling Xiao exclaimed. After his soul returned to his true body, he raised the Umbra sword and shot towards the 100,000-year-old iceberg. Ling Xiao seemed to have become one with his sword, and he unleashed an extremely sharp, cone-shaped sword ray that carved a large hole in the ice mountain. Many ice crystals continued to fall. The ice tribe members who had been watching from afar were all speechless. What is Alchemist Ling's combat strength? Why do I see that his doppelganger is stronger than his real body? Bing Hanfeng wiped his cold sweat and said. Bing Shuidong also revealed a look of disbelief. Could it be that he was hiding his strength when he fought us before? That should be the case. Even the former patriarch couldn't do anything to the ice polar bear king. But Alchemist Ling managed to make it flee in panic. This is too frightening. Bing Ming was completely convinced. Before this, he was still a little resentful when he was defeated by Ling Xiao. But now, he was not the slightest bit unconvinced. Let's go. From now on, our ice tribe will treat Alchemist Ling as an honored guest. No one is allowed to disrespect him. Prepare some hailstone rejuvenation spring, frost ginseng fruits, and some other divine materials for him. The ice tribe patriarch said. The others naturally had no objections. They immediately nodded and returned to the tribe. They didn't care what happened here, since they believed that Ling Xiao alone could deal with it. Ling Xiao rushed into the largest 100,000-year-old iceberg as fast as he could. In the blink of an eye, he was already a kilometer deep into the iceberg. However, he didn't see the ice polar bear king's figure. There were only spots of red on the ice. It seemed that he had entered deeper into the ice mountain. This polar bear king lives in a place like this, for it has the innate ability to escape ice. It seems like I have to work harder to catch up. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. His speed once again increased explosively. Many of the ice rocks were sliced apart by his shadow sword. The cold didn't even get close to Ling Xiao's body before it was forcefully pushed away. It wasn't impossible for Ling Xiao to destroy this place with all his strength, but it would cause a great change in the mountain range. He couldn't do such a thing unless he had no other choice. Moreover, there must be some divine items inside the ice mountain. If the ice mountain was destroyed, the divine items would be destroyed as well. After chasing for another kilometer, Ling Xiao lost sight of the polar bear king. There was no smell of blood in the air either. His divine spirit couldn't penetrate the ice mountains, so he didn't know how to continue his search. The cold air here had already reached a limit. It was definitely not something that ordinary supreme beings could withstand. Ling Xiao had to use the heavenly fire to dispel the cold air. At the same time, he was constantly on guard to avoid being seriously injured by the polar bear king. However, his attack just now had already heavily injured the polar bear king. It also contained a lot of Black Death Chi. It was impossible for the polar bear king to not retaliate. Looks like it really escaped. Ling Xiao calmed down for a while. He kept trying to find the direction in which the polar bear king had disappeared. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. He could only sigh helplessly. Forget it. Looks like I'll search for the source of cold myself. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then, he continued to charge deeper into the ice mountain. Ling Xiao used the heavenly fire to protect himself and the phantom divine sword to open a path. Very soon, he was 10,000 meters deep in the ice mountain. It was extremely cold here. Wisps of condensed cold air could invade anyone's body and completely freeze them. Even their divine spirit wouldn't be able to escape. Ling Xiao discovered that his heavenly fire was showing signs of slowing down. It was as if it was about to be frozen and extinguished by the cold air here. At the same time, the two heavenly jewels in his divine sense sent out signals of discomfort. They seemed to be afraid of being frozen by the cold air. The cold air here is already much stronger than what I've absorbed before, but it's still not enough. Ling Xiao frowned and decided to go deeper in. But at this moment, he suddenly discovered a huge figure standing in front of him. It was stuffing some kind of cold divine item into its mouth. Polar Bear King, Ling Xiao exclaimed softly. Then, he stared at the Polar Bear King's eye of devouring. His gaze became extremely heated. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.